the drivers are qualified be behind the wheels of those. We should also install in-vehicle monitoring systems, but also ensure that our drivers undergo what we call the driver fitness test. Avoid distractions while you're driving, and also prohibit driving when someone is intoxicated. And we encourage to always have drivers who are trained in defensive driving and always use a seatbelt. I'm sure with those we can do better and also reduce the accidents within the sector. With that, I'd like to encourage us to embrace safety, be active safely, live safely, and stay safe. Thank you.
A big thank you to Jane. And you are right, road safety, it's very heartbreaking that something that can be avoidable is still killing too many of our people, and we must do something about it. Right, we are about ready to get started. It feels like the room is a little bit cold, so if you'd allow me, I'm going to try and make sure that we sort of get our juices flowing. My DJ knows what to do, something that's a bit high tempo. If I can kindly ask everyone to please stand to their feet. Let's do a regular morning exercise. I usually like to start by doing something silly just to get us going. So here's what you're going to do for me. I have an assignment. I'm trying to find out who had the most exotic dinner last night. So what you're going to do is just move around and ask maybe 2 or 3 people what they had for dinner, right? And if you think that you have heard from the person who had the most exotic dinner, please raise your hand and we'll try and find out who had the most exotic dinner. And Chikomando does not count. Though, of course, you know, these days, it's very easy to make very exotic also. Right, so let's get some music, move around the room, introduce yourself to someone you don't know, say hello, and find out what they had for dinner. If you feel that someone has told you something that sounds really, really exotic, please raise your hand and let us know what that is. Okay, let's get some music going. Please move around. Go. You can start already. Yeah? We'll just take a minute and a half to do this.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze
So, does anyone think they had the most exotic dinner anywhere? Show of hands, I'd like to know if you think you found someone who had anything exotic for dinner. No one? We all ate normal things.
Ayikholana buso wami awukholana Ilondoloze, zuhambe nami. Jerusalema, ayalami. Ilondoloze, uhambe nami. Zumangishilana. Jerusalema, ayalami. No matter where you go,
Thank you.
remember the road that will lead you. No matter
I'll ask that
where
we
you go,
take our seats and get started. So, did anyone hear anything that sounded exotic for what someone had for dinner? Anything that, yeah, no one? Okay. So, I guess that means I probably had the most exotic dinner then. Last night I had a sumptuous meal of cream golden soup served with brown legumes with cornbread of fortified mashed cornbread, which in English is posho and beans. When you're at the Serena, they can make anything sound very exotic. They give you beans and they'll say, legume soup served in a golden brown bed with mashed cornbread. We're going to get started now with our first presentation. And we are very glad to be joined by many of our partners. Of course, we've been mentioning them throughout since yesterday, and we'll continue acknowledging them even throughout today. We're also very happy to be joined by the ECOP project director for today, Mr.
Mentioned, we are going to start by talking about maximizing the oil and gas opportunity through linkages to other sectors. We heard yesterday in great detail about the opportunities that exist almost everywhere. We also heard, and we've been hearing over the years, how this local content matter has been handled. And here, I'd like to pause and pay homage to PAU, Ernest and his team. Please join me in a hand clap for work exceptionally well done. Thank you very, very much for putting Ugandans at the center of this endeavor. Friends, sustainable development is defined as development that touches everyone. If development is limited to only a handful of people, we don't call it development anymore because it's not sustainable. So maximizing the opportunity of oil and gas, we can only do that if we make sure that everybody, wherever they are, however they are invited to participate and contribute into this space. You don't have to have special skills, as I'll show later in my slides. You don't have to have a PhD in oil and gas or whatever to be able to participate. Regardless of where you're seated, there's an opportunity. The law has been written exceptionally well, and there are very few places where Ugandans are being given opportunity like we are in the oil and gas sector. So what then? What remains for us? What remains for us is to harness, take advantage, and be mindful that this opportunity, if not harnessed in its time, will be lost. If we sit back 6, the train will be gone. You will miss out, right? So the opportunity is now, the time is now, and the work that needs to be done is now for us to maximize. But before I get into that, I just want to paint a picture of the macroeconomic activity that we are sitting with. And the macro is important for many reasons. As Ugandan investors, yes, they've served the meal, the opportunity is there. Yes, Uganda, regional in Africa, but also globally, is the war in Ukraine and Russia. I'm sure you all watch CNN, so I shall not belabor that point. But that alone is stifling our economic growth potential. And as a local content player, as you start to make your plan, I know many of you are already in it, you have to be mindful of the operating environment where GDP may be pressed, and it's an environment that is going to be ridden with high inflation. So as you plan, hang on a minute, but indeed it's true, they are suffering 40-year high inflation. So at a global level, inflation is going to be a factor. So don't ignore that in your business. It will be a big thing for you to consider. In Uganda, we are a little luckier than most that our CPI basket is largely food. 27.3% of the numbers that make up inflation is food, which is locally produced. But the price for food goes up when you add the fuel index to it. So we're not exactly immune. But we have to, as local content players, worry about inflation and what that means. And because inflation has gone up, the central bank has taken the only tool, in fact, I argue the most effective tool to fight inflation, which is interest rates, and have hiked them. We're now talking at a CBR of 7.5%, which is also a 6-year high. We haven't seen that this high in a long time. What does this mean for you, my friend? If you are a local content, you have been given a contract. A part of that contract is going to be funded using borrowed funds. The cost of borrowing is going to go up, invariably. Because of inflation, because of the global uncertainty, the cost of borrowing, whether you're borrowing local or international, is going to go up. And therefore, that means that, yes, the opportunity is there, but let's be mindful. Let's put that into our project planning and take that to the next level so that we're not caught unawares. I add there two other macro components. One is the PMI index. The PMI index is a Stanbic index. We take 100 top purchasing managers across Uganda, and we ask them questions about, are you buying more? Are you employing more people? Are you getting more orders? It's a forward-looking index that just tells us how well the economy is doing. We've seen this index right here. For example, the public sector, $7 billion US. Some are already done. You've seen the oil roads. I'm sure many of you have. But there's a lot more work that's going to happen in this sector. So when you think about how you place yourself and the linkages to where you are, don't say, I must be in the oil and gas sector. There are other sectors where you can play a leading role. I'm proud to share with you that as Stanbic, we are working with the Petroleum Authority to unlock these and to understand them deeper and to bring more clarity as to where the value is and what you can do to plug into that value. It is unfortunate that our agriculture study is not yet ready for sharing to the public, but when it is, we promise, and you can hold me to this, we will share with all of you the work we have done to demonstrate that even if you are a farmer, regardless of where you are, you can play into the oil and gas sector and you can create value for yourself and for your company and for your country if you play into this role. So these are the different sectors, all of which are important, all of which have players already existing, and all of which will contribute, whether directly, indirectly, or induced into the economy. We note that there are many other sector studies that have already been done. I am personally proud of the education one. You can see that even if you're a school owner or playing in the education sector, there's a role for you to play in the oil and gas. Yeah. So find those linkages and come and we can talk about how we support those. So this is the gist of the conversation, friends, really, that if you put together, and I must add that these numbers are not a scientific study. These numbers are a collection of our customers' different linkages. So it's not an economic empirical study, it is a number that we have come up with that is an aggregation of our clients' inputs. But we think it's a fair indication of where the opportunities are and the size of those opportunities in the different sectors. Now, as I move to the next slide, in the interest of time, I also just want to mention a little bit about Stanbic and how we have positioned ourselves to be in this oil and gas. So originally, we've always been a bank in this country. But back in 2019, we started to change ourselves, and not to open an oil and gas station, but to say, how do we change where we are to be able to play an important role in the oil and gas space, right? And I thought I'd share with you our history first. We have been here for 116 years. And on the continent, we are more than 150 years. And in all this time, and in all the sectors that we're playing, we've done a lot of work across the continent in this particular area. And Stanbic Uganda is not any different from the rest of the group, where we bring global international expertise of the work we've done, whether it's Nigeria, Angola, Mozambique, South Africa, to mention but a few. This is work we have done. And you have seen over the years, we have been changing and evolving to suit the opportunity that's before us. And there you can see at the bottom that in 2019, we started to talk about a journey that changes us from being more than a bank. How do we rearrange ourselves to be able to maximize the opportunity on oil and gas? So we changed from being a mere bank into a holding company, and we strategically chose different spaces in the oil and gas sector to play. All of our subsidiaries have been designed and engineered to participate and share and unlock opportunities for Ugandans in the oil and gas sector. I will start with the bank. We remain the largest financier, and we will continue in this role. To that end, we have a specific oil and gas unit within the bank that does nothing else but talk about oil and gas. We talk about Stanbic Properties is another one where we've partnered with a PAU to say, this oil and gas story, how is it going to change real estate in Uganda? First of all, what is a real real estate requirement? Where is it going to be? How much is it going to be? And how well are we prepared as Ugandans to participate in this industry? Once that study is out, again, we will share with all of you to say X number of warehouses will be needed, X number of office space, so that you, as the private sector players, are then able to play into this sector. I will speak more about the incubator. Incubator is one of our pride and joy, and you will have seen Tony, Mr. Otoa, if you can stand up and wave to the crowd for the work you do. Mr. Otoa leads our incubator business. It is a free of charge training, because when we started this journey, we were cognizant of the fact that there is no way Ugandan entities are going to wake up in the morning and be ready to participate in the oil and gas sector. They have to be prepared. They have to be trained. They have to be explained to what the standards are and shown how we can make use of these standards. So that is what our incubator business does. We've also opened our SBG Securities, which is about investments and capital. If you're looking for capital of a different kind opposed to normal financing, and development of digital solutions and development of asset management businesses, you will find that in our SBG Securities. FlyHub is our digital business that does the same. So what am I saying to you in this? That it doesn't matter where you are or what business you're in. You can morph and change into what is the oil and gas opportunity presenting itself to be, and where can I play? I use the Stanbic example because, you know what Baganda say? Germany. Yes, that is the example that is closest to us, and it's our example that I can give, that it doesn't matter where you are. There is opportunity, and the linkages are clear. The linkages are direct, and you can change yourself or morph yourself into that which suits the organization. I want to spend some time on our incubator, just to share with you the capacity building and the work we're doing there. So, we started with one center, and this is relevant for everyone in this room. And if you're looking for capacity building, if you're looking to be explained to what must I do? Yes, I sat in the conversations yesterday. I saw the opportunities. Yes, the big majors came and told us this is where they are financing, and this is where they are giving opportunities for Ugandans. Yes, I have registered my company onto the national register. What then? Where else do I go? Where can I go? What can I do? This is what our incubator business does. It's about building local capacity. I must add that we do not charge a single cent for this facility. And it is not limited to Stanbic customers only. It is for everybody. As long as you're a Ugandan and you're looking to learn and develop your skills in the oil and gas sector for yourself and for your business, you will be welcome in our incubator. We started with one center in Kampala, but as the story is evolving, we now talk about 5 centers in Mbarara, in Hoima, naturally, in Gulu, in Mbale. And why do we do this? You remember where I started our conversation about sustainable growth. Sustainable growth must be broad-based. So we must create opportunities for the people in Mbale to participate in the oil and gas story. The people in Gulu have a role to play in the oil and gas story. Of course, Mbarara, Kampala, and Hoima as a natural place. But every single one of those areas, if given the right capacity, has a role to play. Our job is to create that linkage and to drive that. I'll share with you an example of the work we're doing in Hoima about food. We've partnered with a company called Pure Grow to say, if you're looking to produce fresh vegetables and fruit to supply the camps in the oil, and don't look very far. Don't grow the fruits in Kenya and track them. What about if you enabled the people in Hoima and the surrounding areas to produce the fruit of the quality that the oil and gas majors will take? How about that? Wouldn't that mean sustainable growth for all of us? Wouldn't that mean a broad-based growth for all our economy? And that is the work we're doing, that at the very local level, or what has now come to be called local, because there's local content and there's a local content, or the work in the communities. This is the work that Stanbic Incubator is doing. This is the work that we continue to do. We talk about standards. Tony hosted a series on standards. What does it mean? What are the oil and gas standards? It doesn't matter if your name is on the register, if you comply with everything. If the standard is not where it should be, my friend, you will remain exactly where you are. So our job is to teach you about the standard so that you can adopt that standard and be able to comply. As I close, I'll share with you our achievements thus far. We started in 2020 on this journey, where 516 companies have gone through our incubator. In 2021, we had 667 medium and small enterprises also participating, with over 2,000 individuals being trained in the oil and gas, agriculture, and manufacturing. In 2022, we're aiming for 1,000 SMEs. We've already done more than half of that as at half year, and we intend to complete the rest of the year. We have 200 farmers in the Albertine region. So it doesn't matter how small you are. Let's say you have an acre. Can you produce cabbage at a good quality so that you also participate in the oil and gas story? If we keep this to just the people in this room, we will have missed a big point. Our role is to broaden as much as possible and to share that indeed it doesn't matter where you are, there's a right to participate and there's a good part of the work that you can do to be able to participate. So as I close, and I know as a banker to stand before you and not talk about the most important matter seems a bit funny. So I'll talk about the financing part. Yes, we are open to financing, and there's a broader, much deeper conversation this afternoon on financing, which we must put into account. There's another part that I also want to speak about before I close, which is the environmental, climate and environmental. These two are very important. We live in a world where we must protect the environment. So you cannot do business and expect that those environmental things, they're just details for those people. They touch you as well as a local content participant, and it's something you must create room for in your business. It is not nice to have, it is a must. You must take environmental concerns into account as you build your business. And to that end, I'd like to thank, again, our policymakers and our lead companies into this, because they have put it at the center and they've done the right thing throughout this journey. So again, PAU and your team, please, a hand clap for you for the work you do and the continued excellence in this, that we can't, it will again be negative. Remember where we started, sustainable growth. It has to be sustainable. And therefore, matters of climate and environment must be part of what we do. I'm not saying we should stop what we're doing. No. We can take considerations, as we have. Already it's written. Standard Bank has issued a climate policy. We will lend based on that climate policy. We will inquire and request our customers to fall into that policy because all of us have a role to play. But at no point are we saying ignore it. It is a part and parcel of what we do, and we must do business responsibly as we go forward. So we thank you for the leadership in that space, and we continue to work with you in that journey. Friends, we will be back here in the afternoon to talk about the financing and other details that you may require. But for now, please allow me to pause here. Thank you very, very much.
Angela?
Yes, Mommy.
What did you wish for?
I want to be a pilot.
Want you to fly, fly so high in the sky. And
When shall we make her have more realistic dreams?
We don't kill dreams. We build on them.
'cause you're a star. Dreams come true. Dreams come true. For me and
Mama, I thought her dreams would change. I don't want to disappoint my Kasenene.
These little things we do today take us one step closer.
Whether all you have is just a dream, we are ready to walk that journey with you until it's your reality. With us, you're one step closer to achieving your dream. Stanbic Bank. It can. Download the
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anne. Let's give her another very big hand clap. As I constantly like to say, your school fees was not wasted, obviously. And it's great to hear what Stanbic Bank is doing, and of course for being a partner at the 3rd National Content Conference. So we thank you so much once again. I also want to recognize the presence of some very special people, including His Excellency Dr. Aziz Ponare Mlima. He is the High Commissioner for Tanzania to Uganda. Karibu sana. And thank you for being a huge partner in Uganda's oil journey. We honor you, sir. We also have some friends visiting us from Nigeria, from the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. We've got Nick Odinue, who is the chairman for PTAN. If you could kindly stand, so we can. He's stepped out, okay. And that is Ranti Omole, who is his vice chairperson. If you could kindly stand and take off your mask for a moment so we can just honor you. Thank you so much for being with us. Ranti Omole is the vice chairperson of the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. Thank you so much for being with us. And we thank you. They are doing an incredible job, and we'll hear a little bit from them about what they've done in Nigeria to help with capacity building and helping partners in this journey. Our next session is going to be led by the Chief HR Officer at the Uganda National Oil Company, one of our key partners as well. And this is to take us through a brief journey of the experience from the Ugandan companies and what they are doing in that regard. So please welcome with me Catherine Tumusime as she comes to talk us through the journey of the Ugandan companies. A big hand clap for Catherine as she comes.
Thank you, MC. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. As introduced, my name is Catherine Tumusime, and I'm the Chief Human Resource Officer of the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC. And I'm here to manage a session or to facilitate a session about experiences from Uganda companies As we all know, this being a national content conference, most of our local companies do not believe that actually we have local companies delivering services to this sector. So this session gives us an opportunity to hear from them, to give hope to local firms that actually you can easily make it in the oil and gas sector. This session will also cover a wide scale of issues, including their experiences, what it takes, what are the challenges, and what else we can do to be able to grab the opportunities. But before that, allow me to take a minute or two to speak about UNOC. And UNOC is a government company that was established under Section 2 of the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production Act of 2013, and it was incorporated as a private limited company in 2015. I thought I should say this because many times UNOC is confused with CNOC. Sometimes you get calls and they're like, we think you speak a lot of Chinese. And I'm like, why? Because you've been working with the Chinese all the time. So I just want to make that distinction that CNOC is our partner, and the company was established under the Petroleum Act for two main reasons: to handle the state's commercial interests in the petroleum subsector and to develop in-depth expertise in the oil and gas sector. It's a fully owned government of Uganda company with the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development owning 51% shareholding, and the Minister of Finance Planning and Economic Development holding 49%. UNOC owns two subsidiaries, the Uganda Refinery Holding Company and also the National Pipeline Company. We also have a national content strategy. I thought it's important to know, which is anchored on 7 pillars, the first being recruitment of Ugandans, second is national skills development, the third is supplier selection, the fourth is supplier development, the fifth is community content, then joint ventures to deliver services, and finally, we have a strategy on operatorship capacity. So in all this, when we have a session in future, we shall share the detail of this strategy that is going to complement the national efforts to deliver national content in oil and gas. Back to the session. We'll be hosting 5 companies, that is MSL, Pearl Engineering, Three Ways, and Living Earth. The 5th and Atacama will come in last. So let me take this opportunity to invite the representative of MSL to come forward and share with us the experiences in delivering or participating in the oil and gas sector.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I'm Boaz Muzoka, the MSL Operations Manager, and I'm here to share the MSL experience in the oil and gas journey in Uganda. Can I have some help on how to move the slides? Okay. Talking about MSL, I will have just a few things to share from this slide. I won't go so much into details in the interest of time. MSL is an ISO certified company that has been in the oil and gas journey in Uganda since 1998. The company is wholly owned by Ugandans, meaning that it's possible for Ugandans to be in this business and actually perform to the expectations. And We majorly cover areas of turnkey accommodation, base camp management, human resource, supply chain management, transport and freight management, seismic and drilling support, waste management, equipment hire, and so forth. We have not done this in one contract, but we've been privileged to work with a couple of companies, and we've been offering these services for the different companies that have been here in Uganda in the oil and gas. We also have some facilities. We've left some footprints where we've been working. We have in the different fields, as we will see later in the presentation, with some supply bases for us to be able to work closely with the locals and also make sure that we move our logistics as fast as possible to support the operations. Okay. The company is ISO certified in the integrated management systems with quality, environment, food safety, and occupational health safety management. It is important for local companies to have these certifications in order to gain the confidence of the oil and gas companies. Okay, thank you. So these standards are achievable. Quite often, it has been a challenge when the international companies come and we've got nothing to show that what we do, we know it, we are certified, and we can deliver. So these standards are very, very important for any local company that intends to participate in oil and gas, to show to the clients, whoever would be coming, to gain their confidence that they are able to perform the job, because the standard is internationally recognized, so you will have the confidence of everyone who intends to work with you. The purpose of this presentation, in brief, it is to share the MSL experience in providing camp management services, the opportunities available under the national content guidance, and the industrial requirements, and maybe to share with you some of the factors that have enabled us to move this far for all this long. So, excuse me. All right, it's getting stuck a bit. Okay, some of the slide shows some of the clients we've worked with. They are not all. Some are not indicated on the slide. I think we just forgot them. It was a mistake. But those are some of the people we have so far worked with, or some of the partners we've engaged with in our journey while providing the service in oil and gas. What are the opportunities that are available in this oil and gas? I won't go into the details of all that, but okay, we won't go in the details of what we are able to get, what the opportunities are available, but I will majorly pick out one item, especially the fresh fruits, foods, and vegetables. We do not import any fresh foods, we do not import any fruits, we do not import any vegetables, and we use quite a lot, meaning that all these opportunities are available to local farmers and businessmen who would like to supply us. We also get some of the processed foods and manufactured foodstuffs in the supermarkets, PPE, building materials, office, and so forth and so forth. What has the company decided to do to make sure that the local people benefit? This is very, very important for the local people to get and take from us. We've decided to put a supply base in the Albertine in Bulisa district. We realize the challenges of the local people supplying the industry because of the standards and sometimes the quantities that are required. So what the company has decided to do is to build a supply base in Bulisa, which will be able to receive from every farmer, whatever you have. We will be able to receive it from you, and then we will manage it until we take it to the project ourselves. So we encourage all farmers, all suppliers, whatever you have, please come to us. We will be available. We will receive whatever little you have, and then we will save you the challenges of transportation. We will save you the challenges of you meeting the quantities that are required, because we will be aggregating from so many farmers and businessmen. We have also had a consultant sent to the field to interface with the local people to see what best they can supply and what opportunities we have. So we have shared with them. We have already engaged with some, and they are very happy for this initiative. We've also interfaced with some of the youth groups to see what they can do in terms of business, and they're also happy. We will be taking on, engaging with them in so many businesses, but the most important thing and what is good for them is they won't need to come to Kampala. They will just straight go to our base camp, our base supply base in Bulisa, and we will have a team that will be able to receive. Our procurement team will move, part of it will move to that field, and we'll be able to take and transact with these people who are in the field. Currently, we have about 258 local suppliers we are dealing with. Some are in Kampala, some are in the field. But the ones in Kampala, yes, it is okay because they are getting quite a lot in different supermarkets. But this particular initiative is targeting the local person who is not able to move his merchandise to Kampala, or who is not able to supply directly to the base camps, the operational camps. Also, it is also important to note that what we are using on the camp, majorly we are using local products, save for things like buildings and vehicles and other stuff. But all the food stuff we are getting, at least over 90% is locally procured. The little that could be coming out is also being supplied by the local suppliers, but that's very little, probably less than 2%. We'll go to the next slide, but if you need more information on this particular slide, please feel free to come at the booth. I will explain more, because I see that's the opportunity slide is very, very, very important for the local people to know that we are only not telling them the opportunities available, but we have also put strategies to make sure that we help them supply. Whether you have one tray of eggs, we will take it. In as much as we will need more than 200 trays of eggs to serve a single meal. But even that one who has one tray, we will be able to receive it. One who has one basket of mangoes, we will be able to receive. So we want to make sure that we don't only talk about the opportunities, but we make sure that the people are able to benefit from the opportunities we are talking about. It is the sole reason we've decided to move a supply base targeting the local people, the local businessmen, to make sure that we encourage them, grow, those who are in farming, those who are processing whatever they are processing. What we promise is the market, and we will be closer to them. We will be able to procure from all of them. Next slide, please. Yes, I must say that it hasn't been an easy journey, but because of our commitment, we've been able to make sure that we go through these industrial requirements, and which I am happy to say that as a local company, we have been able to achieve them. We've been able to gain the confidence of all the international companies that we have worked with. So, what do you need to do for you to get this confidence from these companies? Like I said earlier, certification to bridge systems with international standards. These companies don't want to take any risks. We are dealing with a lot of people. So if you mess up, especially in the food, and you have the whole camp of 1,000 people sick, we're going to have a problem. Nobody's going to be happy with us because we won't be able to support the project, and we could end up causing bigger problems. So you make sure that you bridge with international standards and make sure that whichever we are doing it safely. The compliance with set industrial regulations from the client and government. The government has set up some regulations to make sure that we do not cause problems where we are operating from. So is the client to make sure that we do not cause problems while we are delivering our mandate. So it is important that different certifications depending on what you do, different regulations depending on what you do. So it is important that you interest yourself as a local company and try as much as you can to make sure that you comply. These things are possible. We've been able to do them. I have personally been in the company so far. I think I'm making about the 17th year. But I will tell you, on my first year, I did not know all these things. But because there is a will to learn, we've been able to do all these things. And I must say, yes, we've done it, we comply, and we're able to move. The effective management systems to reduce the operational costs. We need to make sure that we streamline our management systems, because poor management leads to the high cost of doing the job. And in the process, you're not going to win anybody's any job if your costs are up there, simply because you're not having proper management systems. But once you have these, you will be able to compete, and I can assure you, you will be happy, you will start receiving these jobs. The building capacity consistently, like I said, it is a new industry. So every day it's a learning curve. We haven't said we are up there. Even us, every single day, I'm in class trying to learn how best, what is going to happen when this industry eventually starts the production officially, when the numbers are up there. So every day I am trying to understand that how best do I do it. So it is important that even once you're there, you do not sit. You continue building your capacity in terms of knowledge, in terms of finances, in terms of investment, so you make sure that you're prepared. The industry cannot wait for you. Somebody said here that once the train leaves, it has left. Even when you are prepared, you might not be able to catch up with it. The trainings is very important. Like I say, it is a new industry. Quite many times people don't want to invest in training because you don't see the direct benefit. But the cost, if you do not train, is so immense, is so high. So we continue to encourage the local contractors, people who are interested in joining the industry. Please look out for the relevant trainings and make sure you do them, make sure your staff know what they need to do to deliver the job. Next, what has been the enabling factors for us to move this far? Like I said, for the last 20 years plus, every single day has been a learning experience. But one, most important, is the commitment of management, adhering to your company core values. Once you start the company, you must make sure that you commit to it and make sure that you do not divert from your core values. If you are out to make sure that your company gives a job safely, if you have some integrity issues and say, no, I must remain, the client must make sure that he has my support for me to support his project. So it is very important we continue committing, management commits to her mandate to deliver the job. It is very, very important. Of course, partnerships, benchmarking, and sometimes good relationships. It is very, very important. Getting the social capital, engaging with the people where you're operating from, it is very, very important. Compliance, like I said, complying with the set regulations from the government, from the client, is very, very important. I thank you very much. I tried to be as fast as I could, but if you need more information, please come at the booth. I will be able to give you the extra information I might have missed here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boaz Muzoka, the operations manager at MSL. I think we've all picked the key things. My takeaway today from his presentation is that there is hope, especially for farmers. Farmers are always complaining, the market, there's no off-taker, they want big quantities, but MSL said even one tray of eggs, they can take it. The other key thing is compliance to regulations, management systems, but most importantly, certifications, and all these take time. We note that they have 17 years of experience, but those years begin with 1 year. The biggest challenge we have is that people are giving up, and yet oil is here in the next 20, 50 years. So we need to start today so that in the next 3-4 years, we are able to meet the requirements. Thank you very much. Another hand of applause for Mr. Boaz. Let me take this opportunity to invite Mr. Tom Joseph Mukasa, the CEO of Pearl Engineering Company Limited, to make his presentation. Or any other representative from Pearl that is available.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of Pearl Engineering Company Limited and, of course, people who work in my industry, the construction industry, I am humbled to be standing in front of you to talk about our experiences. So I think I have a lot to say, but for the interest of time, I'm going to manage to try and see whether I can bring out the experience that we are all hoping to hear from us. So we're going to talk about who we are. We are also going to talk about our partners. Of course, we've said we are the locals, okay? But we also have partners, and then we shall talk about our experiences, and then some concluding remarks. So sometimes experiences can be meaningless if you are repeating the same mistake all over and over again. So we are 28 years. We started in 1994, but that may not really count because, as I've said, maybe we are doing the same mistakes all over the years, but we hope that we've been improving as we've been growing We have 6 shareholders who are all Ugandans, and we have quite some experience in building construction and civil engineering works. One of the things which have kept us in the market is that we, at one point in time, about 10 years ago, or somewhere there, we sat down and documented our processes, and we have what we call documented management systems, which we have kept on improving, and that have probably managed to keep us sane. Our core values, again, HSC is at the top, and the others, as you can see them there. But we also have an interesting slogan, which is our name, PAL, which is produce quality safely, exceed customer expectations, respect and teamwork, act with integrity, and then lifelong learning and improvement. I find it very interesting. And we had it over 10 years ago. So our management is basically the usual, almost textbook. We have a board of directors who supervise us, and then I work with a team of about 4 departments. We have an operations department, then we have finance, plant management, and business development, which is spearheaded by one of our executive directors. I'm also happy to recognize the presence of one of our directors, Mr. Habasa. You can wave for the people for recognition. Thank you. So then we have the health and safety section and HR. So our partners, I've started with the guys who give us the blood. It is crazy. It is crazy. We cannot survive in this industry without the blood. The payment cycles take some time. Sometimes you have to wait for a month or even more. So you have to have someone to help you. So at the moment, Stanbic has helped us so much to put us where we are. We have Exim Bank. We also have Bank of Africa. And we have Mercantile Credit Bank for a lot of asset finance. We also have the insurers who make sure that in case things go wrong, they can back us up. So we have Sanlam and ICAA. Then we have a lot of other partners in the supply chain, but we would like to recognize especially Kagan partners, because you may not be aware, but the structure of these contracts, particularly for construction and civil engineering, for this phase, were quite different from the traditional approach. You've heard about design and build. They don't call them design and build, they call them EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction. It is equivalent to design and build. So it was very difficult for you to go in as a contractor. We are used to having a separate team of consultants who complete the designs, and then you invite tenders, and then you bid, and then all that traditional stuff. Here, you had to come together as one team, and although they were preliminary designs, they had to be reviewed and updated, and therefore you needed a partner like Kagan Partners. Yesterday, we saw people like ICS, Kaga is similar to them. So they are the ones who have really kept us there, looking at the designs as they have evolved. We have a string of that category under that first section. There is Maya Engineering and Research. There's a group of people to do with the surveying. So it's a big team behind us. We are only the face. Then we have logistics, plant equipment, moving. We do a lot of earth moving and transportation. In the beginning, of course, you've heard people saying you must have 1,000 fleet of equipment. You must have 20 excavators, 10 graders. Well, we We are small, and we have the spirit to work, but we couldn't afford all that on our own. And if we are to do that, it needed a backup of a long-term plan. And the jobs we are doing are really short, 1 year, less than a year. So you can't take that to the bank and tell them that, please lend me money to go and buy 20 graders. They will tell you what will happen after this contract. Where is the assurance? So we are lined up with people behind us. We have Kasese and Wood, we had Hard Industrial, we have Victoria Motors, a lot of them. So we like to recognize them. And then when it gets down to the supplies, you need cement, you need steel, you need all those things. You need fuel. So we are just a face. We probably conduit to the rest of you. So that is why I had to emphasize that. And the other ones were the major, but that word map has almost everyone who has dealt with us on the current projects. I picked that from our database. It's a word map. Everyone is there. So we are just a face, and we would like to recognize our partners, and we hope we can keep trying to bite something on that elephant called the oil and gas opportunities. Okay? Next, how did we get there? We always start with the preparation stage, and this normally requires us to submit responsive bids, and it quite takes a time. It takes months. This time it took, I think, even years, because we started this journey in maybe 2017, and it has been tiresome. So we had to put up our bids. They were online, but required a lot of things. So I picked up some of the things that had to be prepared, things like method statements on how you're going to manage quality and health and everything else. How are you going to manage your engineering, designs? How are you going to manage security? How are you going to manage the local content or the local communities? So materials, a lot of things we had to prepare, and this is only part of the big preparation. So I can see, I'm going to wind up. So it starts with that approach, and you need a team to do that, and the training, of course, helped. I must confess I was one of the pioneer incubator students, and I'm glad to see some of my classmates in the audience, and yesterday I saw them. So we are grateful to Stanbic. What else? I'm going to start now skipping a little. We have to set up a team of managers. In the beginning, we were working as a lean organization, but we've expanded. We have about 4 sites, and each has its own dedicated project manager, and therefore we have multiplied in numbers, and that is what you need to be prepared to do if you are to get satisfaction or to fulfill the requirements. Another thing I can talk about is I want to talk about something here. The thing is moving faster than me, but yes, the reporting is very important. I want to tell you that we report on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, and on a monthly basis, and it is something that you need to be prepared for. We start receiving reports as early as 6. These people wake up by, I think, 5:30. They are getting ready, and they start with things like toolbox meetings, and throughout the day you have several meetings with stakeholders, as well as keeping on track with the job. So you have to be prepared to have people who can work on documentation. Health and safety is very important, and our experience is that we've learned to become transparent, to disclose what is going on. So we have 2 types of reports. We have the lagging and the leading indicators. So whereas we should report about the events, we also track our proactive activities like the meetings, the training sessions, the drills we do, the inductions, all those are documented. That is a sample of a dashboard with a lot of information, which requires a lot of input from our teams, and I must say I'm very grateful to be leading such a team. Those are the 4 jobs we are doing. We have mainly access roads. We have an access road in the Makshon Falls National Park. We have a base camp in Tangi, and we have some around the industrial area. Of course, one of the biggest challenges, which probably I've not put there, was accessing the park and looking for sources of materials which are approved in the near vicinity was a challenge. So we had a lot of challenges in the park, but we are overcoming them, and we are hopeful that we shall get out. So those are some of the activities going on. So let me go to the last page, which is the key challenges. No one has talked about price escalation, but the bank talked about the super hyperinflation which we are getting. When we were bidding, fuel was at 3,000. Right now it's at 6,000. The contracts are fixed. So PAU, please, it's going to be crazy. You might be having some requests very soon. Of course, logistics is a challenge. Sometimes the equipment is not meeting the standards, especially for things like moving fuel bowsers and water bowsers. Our local market was littered with a lot of DMCs for that type of work, but here they want things which are compliant. I'm talking about fuel bowsers and water bowsers. We always tended to use the old things, but here they need things which are safe and efficient. Of course, transfer of knowledge, we are always getting temporary labor, and we are supposed to recruit from the community, so we take a lot of time training people. And of course, right now, some trades have become difficult to get, and of course, to meet our price tag, and so we are trying to upgrade, and as we work with the trainers, but there's some gap there. So those are some of the key challenges I've picked. I'm going to stop there. I can take the whole day, by the way, but I'm grateful for these minutes. I don't know whether I've delivered anything, but the message is don't get scared, and we are your partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pearl Engineering. I now have the pleasure to invite Three Ways. In the interest of time, I want to request our presenters to please keep it under 10 minutes. As Three Ways comes, we note that Pearl Engineering has long-term experience in building and civil engineering. And we see that there are key things we must take care of: preparation, documentation, HSE, to be able to succeed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeff Baitwa. I'm the co-managing director of Three Ways Shipping Services, part of the Bro Group. I'm also a co-founder. I believe my other co-founder is also around, my colleague and brother, Oscar Baitwa. Maybe stand up for recognition. So Three Ways is a logistics company. We are involved in freight forwarding. We also offer logistics solutions. So we're a Ugandan-owned company, 26 years. We were formed in 1996. We have a subsidiary, which is Transtruck, which is also fully owned by the Three Ways Shipping, or as part of the group. We've been in the oil and gas business since 2007. We participated in one of the first rig moves we did during the exploration. That was moving from Mputa 1 to Mputa 2, and we've been part of that industry since then. We also cut across the other countries. We've operated in Kenya, Tanzania. We've done a lot of work in Kenya during the exploration period under Talo, working with OML, who was our partner in Kenya. And also we did some work in Mnazi Bay in Tanzania. So the pictorial there is part of the pictures we've captured for some of the undertakings we've done. Just to highlight a few of them, or single out a few of them. Power infrastructure, we've worked with we've done work for Isimba. We did most of the mobilization for Simba and also did most of the work that was involving logistics. That took place between 2014 and 2017. I believe Isimba is now commissioned. We also participated in the mobilization phase of Karuma, working for Sino Hydro. We also did the express highway with China Communications. On the oil and gas side, we've worked with almost all the exploration companies that have come to Uganda. That includes Talo, Total, Sinok, Dominion Petroleum, Neptune, Heritage Oil. We also did a lot of work during the peak exploration for Total, and some of the accolades we had, there were no recorded incidents. We undertook 105 rig moves. So what is our contract about? What work were we doing, or what work are we going to do in this phase? We have been fortunate to be awarded the intra-field contracts. Three Ways Shipping will be doing the Tilenga one, and Transtruck will also be doing the Sinok one. The work scope involves supply of cargo transportation equipment, which will be trucks, low beds, flat beds, and all kinds of tippers, fire engines. We also have lifting and moving equipment, earth moving equipment, covering cranes, forklifts, telehandlers, and other accessories or associated equipment. The contract also includes having a provision for personnel carriers, that is 8-seater buses, 24-seater buses for the staff who will be in the field. There are also things like rigging, equipment and accessories that will be part of the contract, including provision of manpower from casual labor and technical staff. So it's quite a rigorous work to do. Maybe the slide which was skipped, let me just go back. So what's our experience of this sector? This sector is quite demanding. It's very competitive. For some of these first-tier contracts, they are really cutthroat. The contract awards are largely based on merit. You must have what it takes to undertake the contracts. You must have the capacity, you must have the people, you must have the resources. The industry, from the time we've participated in, I must commend PAU. It's been well regulated by the Petroleum Authority. So for those of you who are outside, you must know there's very good regulation, commendable regulation from the PAU. No doubt there are lessons to learn, but they are doing their job. The industry is consistent, has persistent change management. Change management is prevalent, right from your EHS, from all the other aspects. You must be ready to manage change, because they can even change the procedure, they can change the process. So you cannot say, oh, last time we did it like this, why are we doing it like this now? Licensed companies are committed to regulatory requirements. CNOC and Total, I've observed, are very committed to regulatory requirements. So again, for the outsider, this is something you must take home. Risk is largely based on contractors, especially as you go down the tires from first tire to second tire. So again, if you're coming to participate, you need to understand where you are. If you're third tire, you have most of the risk. Then hinge on relationships, building relationships as opposed to being transactional. I think today we wouldn't be here if we were not doing our business based on on relationships. You need to really work out relationships across the communities, the regulatory authority, the financiers, all the other parties that you know of. Industry tends to have competing interests, that's for sure. Values, priorities, and conflicts. Always take lessons from your experiences. Whatever experience you go through, make sure there are lessons learned. A lot of dilution of regulatory requirements as you go down the subcontracting tires. The large number of contractual packages are out of reach of Ugandan companies. The industry is very unforgiving to participants if things go south. We're almost there, so I can tell you it's not a very good experience. Lesser transparency and visibility of opportunities as you go down from Tier 1 to Tier 2, but there are opportunities. So you'll notice that you'll not be having a chance to know which opportunities are there, because as you go down to the third tiers, there's less visibility of those opportunities. What opportunities do we have? From our side, there will be employment opportunities from our skilled, semi-skilled personnel. This will be mainly community-based. The skilled and technicians that will do national and on a community basis. Management and supervision will also be on national and community basis. Other opportunities available are supply of goods and services, which will include equipment, leasing and rental, supply of financial and insurance services, supply of medical and medical evacuation services, personnel training and equipment certification, venue hire, catering and accommodation, supply of office sundries, supplies, workshops, and materials. So we intend to apply the following strategies and actions to enhance participation. Information dissemination is going to be very key across the region and across the country. Undertake regular supply development activities. On our side, this will be mainly done in the operational areas we are. Conduct regular awareness campaigns within the communities and around to ensure people are aware of what we are doing and what is available. Meet laid out commitments. That will be a key aspect, because we made commitments on the national content tables and ABCD. And carry out community-based initiatives. So to conclude, we are committing to ensuring the realization of national content, goals as envisaged in the regulations. We've made various commitments in our tendering documents in terms of what we're going to do. This will be also the basis of our scorecard. We are cognizant of the need to identify the strength and weakness of other local players in the sector to work with. So we'll also be working with other local players in the sector. We are open to that. We intend to be exemplary as a company, because we are carrying one of the entities carrying the flag for Ugandans, so we shouldn't let down fellow Ugandans. And again, continuous self-assessment will be critical for us in terms of how we operate. I can basically say that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening in. We're always available for you to contact us whenever any partner would like to work with us. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, and we apologize the pressure on time, but I believe we've all picked a thing or two. Let me take the pleasure to invite Living Earth to share your experiences. Thank you.
all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the organizers of this conference for allowing us a chance to talk about the social license perspective of all this intervention or development. I will share our experience from the projects that we have implemented under oil and gas, but also what we are implementing now, and propose actions for the newcomers and those who want to join, especially the local companies and new people who want to join, and also emphasize the issue of partnership and collaboration. About Living Earth, we are a company limited by guarantee and therefore a national NGO. Our operations date back to September 1999, and our experience is in natural resources and environmental management, social and community support that includes, among others, livelihood programs, skilling and humanitarian responses. We are registered on the National Supplier Database since 2017, with that as our number. Now, about us, why we do what we do. We are an organized company with a strong board and committed and professional staff. And we have all the legal certification that it takes for us to operate countrywide. We have our head office here in Kampala, but in terms of oil and gas, we have been in the Albertine region since 2013, and we've been located, or we are located at Plot 11, Tayal Drive. We have an office in Hoima Town, but also in Bulisa and Chikube districts, respectively. Now, our experience with oil and gas in the recent past. We've been contracted by Total Energies, EP, Uganda BV, on 2 major projects that deal with communities and therefore the social license. The most recent is the provision of agriculture support services under Tirenga RAPS 2 to 5, which targets 4,901 pups under the 3,990 households, and in the districts of Bulisa, Hoima, and Chikube. We target these communities with agricultural extension services, crop improvement services, livestock improvement services, and tree nursery services. As you are aware, our background majorly was in natural resources and environmental management. The time frame for this project is 36 months. We just covered, since March, we have covered 3 months so far. And we've done stakeholder engagements right from the district levels to the communities. We have validated the PAPs in the local communities. And so we are about to embark this month on trainings for which we have a lot of experience in. And as you will notice, our slogan is turning ideas into action. So we don't believe in a lot of theory. We do practical things and in the local context. We have also previously done another project implemented 2018-2019 the supply of dry rations targeting 622 pups on Tirenga, in Bulisa, and we were targeting them with the food basket that contained maize, cassava, beans, and cooking oil that time. The other experience we have is with Sinoka Uganda Limited livelihood programs targeting project-affected persons. One, we prepared the conceptual designs for livelihood restoration programs for RAPS 1 to 3 that sampled 726 pups in the district of Chukube and partly Hoima, the Buseruka sub-county. We have also done, which brought up the programs that pups were interested in, such as agriculture, fishing, business development and financial literacy, vocational skilling, HIV/AIDS sensitization and awareness. And I believe these have been implemented. For us, we have implemented out of this the agriculture one, which looked at crop and livestock. And what were we doing? Crop improvement services. They're already doing cropping, but we added. And for crop, we used the approach of farm field schools for training at sub-county levels and installed the drip irrigation system to enable them do their agriculture uninterrupted. As you are aware, these areas are dry areas, and sometimes they don't follow the crop calendar because of rains. So irrigation is very handy and needed if you are to succeed in these areas. So we do the design, but also the practice and see them deliver. We've also done livestock. We targeted them with Boran cows to improve the local breeds and improve on the beef. We also targeted them with piggery, so they can now produce pork for the contractors on the Sinok, contractors in Kingfisher. We targeted them with goats, about 45 of them, in the 3 parishes of Changwali, Butole, and so we targeted them with those, and poultry farming. This area was importing eggs from Hoima, but as I speak now, we have groups that are supplying eggs to the contractors like Excel of Sinok actually in Buhuka itself. We have also done business development and financial literacy, targeting 680 project-affected persons. We've done literally business training to them, and we've linked them with Opportunity Bank, which is flexible to an extent of reaching those communities, because that's what they need. They've opened, we took a sample of 102 micro and small enterprises. They've opened their accounts. And we have also had them register with Uganda Bureau of Standards, National Bureau of Standards, and so we are trying to build capacity for them to be able to join the supply chain at their level. Because we can talk of all these big projects when actually the local people, the PAPs, are not able to access whatever money that goes down. But if they have something they can produce, and sell, that means they can have an income in their pocket. So as we speak, we also networked them with the National Supplier Database. They are trying to register so that they also can ably compete in some of this. I'm happy with power, flexibility, because they had to calm down and go through the parishes. The only challenge we met there is that these people are not computer literate. So some of these programs are a bit tight and on a higher note. So they need to be lowered. And so they are trying. A few of them actually submitted and they were captured. Others are preparing the information. We've had 100 beneficiaries out of the PAPS homes who have trained in various trades, in vocational skills training, in one of the vocational institutions in Hoima, in bricklaying, motor vehicle repairs and motorcycle, saloon making, and things like that. We have been also part of the consortium with Stanbic on the provision of business development training services for 200 MSMEs for the ECOP districts. I know time is not in my favor. However, from 2013 to 2017, we got other partners like European Union and DFID, Comic Relief, GIZ, E4D, SOGA, and this helped us to prepare the communities about the opportunities of oil and gas. We are supported by the then Petroleum Department under Ministry of Energy, which was giving licenses for people to operate. I want to thank Mr. Ernest Rubondo. He first of all didn't understand us very well, but later on we became partners. About 1,401 community members were exposed. I think what has helped us is to have a solid organization with clear leadership and qualified staff, registrations with proper and relevant certification. As you know, these bids are not easy, but we've been able to succeed because all the requirements we do have, certified accounts and things like that. Networks have been very important for us. Our past and present experiences in communities countrywide have helped us to mobilize and have PAPs more organized. Some of our interventions you have seen in the pictorials in Chukube. If you could put on that slide and I finish, I will sit down. Yes, these are some of the interventions I've been talking about. Practically, we have delivered the pigs, as you can see, poultry farming for about 10 groups of women. We have had Boran bulls supplied. We have had boer goats supplied. We have established irrigations for some at the parish levels, like the government is talking about parish models. I think it is already there for benchmarking, and these are some of the crops that are being grown using the skills acquired through the training from our livestock specialists and agronomists. I think I mentioned about linkages and networks. URSB has been down there. Financial institutions, we have contacted banks like Centenary Bank, Equity Bank, Opportunity Bank, and Stanbic, but some of them are slow to go down to the community level. They love rotating chairs and things. But yet, the actual people who need your services are also down there. We have had NSD registration. We have linked these PAPs to URA for tax identification numbers, which they are doing. I want to thank you so much for listening to us. We have a booth up there. Just in case you want more information, you can check on our booth upstairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swithin. Another hand of applause for Living Earth. As we note that the company is doing so much, not just for national content, but to ensure socio-economic transformation of the communities. Let me I take the pleasure to invite our last presenter, last but not least, from Atacama.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I hope you're still awake and it's still morning. I'm going to tell you about the Atacama consulting story. We've got a booth up, but just in general, we're an environmental and social advisory firm, but I won't go into too much of what we do. We can always chat about that later. What I want to do is focus on giving you the good, the bad, and the ugly, hopefully without getting fired, of working in the oil and gas industry as per our experience. I think to begin with, we all have these notions of why we want to work in the oil and gas industry. And I just wanted to take 30 seconds to a minute to go around the room and in one word, randomly from each table, have someone tell us why you're in the industry or why you want to join and work in the oil and gas industry. Not in 2 words, not the dream, just one simple word. I'll get Patrick, can you start us off and then move the mic around, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From my table, why we're in the oil and gas industry is because we're looking for networks. So I'll move around and I hope you're ready for the different teams. You can let me know who's representing the tables. Can I get a hand? Anyone?
Can I suggest, Patrick, you keep it random? One word. Anybody?
One word. Okay, I'll start here.
My name is Simon Edson. I've been a consultant in oil and gas since 2017. But you know, this time things have changed, whereby technical know-how has come in place. However, I would like to participate in oil and gas to develop the community and myself as well. Thank you.
Purely developmental for himself and the community. Okay, over here.
One word, please. You're eating into my time.
And it's a growing interest, and so I think everyone should be interested in it.
Thank you.
Okay. Random. Sorry if I pass your desk. I've been asked to stay random.
Sandra Nachdioa, Housing Finance Bank, Opportunity.
Thank you very much. Patrick, I think that's fine. I think the general theme is that we all have a dream. And we've had opportunity, we've had networks, we've had community. So there's a dream that all of us have that we're trying to achieve. Can we go to the next slide, please? So essentially, the dream looks like this, if we keep it real. A lot of people believe that there's a lot of money in the oil and gas industry. The numbers have been put forward. People want to make money. Let's keep it simple. the bandwagon, whereby you want to say, everyone is in this oil and gas industry, I also want to get in. So we want to jump on the bandwagon. We do not want to get left behind. And lastly, we want to be able to say, I was there when Uganda made this significant development. I don't know if in the last picture you see the cat. The cat is behind the dog, yeah? But we cannot say that the cat was not there in this picture. The cat was there, we can see it, yeah? In terms of the reality, however, we've got the dream, but the reality is that oil and gas projects are special in that they move from very slow pace, at least in our experience, to a sprint. So you have to be ready to go at any time. We don't really understand the pressures that international oil companies are under or the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So when you're being told about the timelines, you have to remember that there's a drill rig that costs a lot of money when it's on standby. So the requests might seem unreasonable, but it's because there are very many competing demands that everyone has to look at. That T-shirt, we do have it for some people in Atacama. I was not part of making of that T-shirt, but you have to be aware that you have to be on call 24/7. And because you're the contractor, when you need to mobilize, you need to be ready to go. You need to be able to mobilize very quickly. And then the other challenges, the oil, and it's not like any other project where you get into your car when you have to go to the field and get work done. There are specific requirements in terms of logistics, in terms of HSE, in terms of PPE that you have to meet. So mobilizing is not easy. You've got to make sure that you take all of that into account in terms of the industry. Then growing the capacity. We always say oil and gas is a new industry in Uganda. Local companies need to grow their capacity. One of the things, even with the national content, is that we're going into a different phase. When we go into construction and then into operations, I don't think that many of us understand how a pipeline in operation works because we haven't seen it. So I think we shouldn't be afraid to acknowledge that. And there is this perception that for the next 25 years, there will be a lot of jobs. But I believe that majority of the jobs are going to be in the first 3 years during construction. Once we're in ops and everything is automated, there will be much fewer jobs, and even in terms of skilling. And I think we need to understand those realities. So in terms of capacity, we need to build our capacity as Ugandans and do not be afraid to ask the right questions. Then I think Anne explained a bit about this. Without money, it's very difficult to work in the oil and gas industry because majority of the deliverables and the invoicing is deliverable based. And even when you put an invoice in, you've got to wait, if you're lucky, only 30 days until that invoice gets paid. So you need money to make money, but the money is not available. So I look forward to seeing what the banks are going to tell us this afternoon in terms of making the money available to allow the national companies be able to participate in the industry. We were very lucky. Stanbic took a risk on us. Please continue taking a risk on us. Thank you very much, Stanbic. And then in terms of the wins, I'll be very quick with this. You get mileage once you get in and do the right thing. You build partnerships. We've built partnerships with companies we never thought we'd partner with, and they're lasting partnerships, not only in oil and gas, but we've been able to extend them to a range of projects. You need to get in and ensure that you have a record of excelling, because then the next job comes much easier. So if you're going to get in and not do a good job, you'd rather not do it at all and say I was not available than get in and mess it up. And then we also want to build the capacity of young Ugandan professionals really through this journey. I think most important is you need to have the right people. The photos you see are part of our team. It's not about having people as your most important asset. It's having the right people in place. But, you know, we like to develop skill, but don't come shopping at Atacama yet. We still need our people, even though we have built the right team. If we can go to the next slide. I won't focus so much on this in terms of what we've done with national content. I'll show you a video at the end just to show you some of the numbers in terms of how we've procured locally, and also in terms of our staff. A lot of our staff are national, but now, as Anne said, we've got national, then you've got the local, which is at the district level, local, sub-county, then local. So now when we talk about national content, you have to think of the local times 3. Those are the people that you're looking for that come from the actual affected villages. So basically, we've learned, sorry about the typo on this, we've learned that there's a lot to learn. You must never stop learning. Keep learning, fiercely seek knowledge, because that's the only way you'll find the solutions that you need to be able to work in this industry. And then for us, we've been there, so we're able to provide people on the ground, coaching, advisory, and saying this openly, we've got an Atacama booth up in terms of logistics, in terms of HSC, how do we do it, what do you need to do, we'll be able to help you with that, and even direct you to our suppliers if you need that help. So that's us offering you a helping hand. All you have to do is ask. If you don't ask, we won't know, but please ask, and we're willing to assist you, to work together to make this work. So basically, just believe in yourself. I believe that we can absolutely do it. So it's about being confident and believing in ourselves. And lastly, just remember that you've got to seize your opportunities now. There is no tomorrow. The opportunity is here. The legislation has been tailored to national companies. So we need to take the opportunity now. It's not about standing by and saying maybe tomorrow things will be better. Maybe there will be an additional legislation. Take what we've been given now and let's make the best use of it. With that said, I've come to the end of our presentation. I'm just going to leave you with a video of some of our national and local content, specifically on the Tilenga project. Thank you very much. And Patrick, if we can cue that video. Thank you very much.
Nyenga julungu Batujakisa Joseph atemo shalo jaradwak doko Atacama.
My name is Asimwe Eric. I work as a grievance coordinator for the RAP team.
My name is Baingana Patrick, and on the Tilenga project implementation, I work as a valuer and I'm attached under the cadastral and valuation cluster.
Amabara Nyoto Pista Mhawe, Nicola Natakama Consulting, Nkasiro, Lundo Mnywanisa, wemilimu ya kampuni na abantu, a project ya Tilenga.
Amabara gange bakunyeta Kampa Vicky Bright, Nkora Nkaloya Mwatakama, Ninya kulembera cluster ya Ligo, ya Takama Consulting.
Nyinga Luongo Wanishan Godfrey, Atimo kuata kama chalo translator nyuke jalok dok.
An ko nyinga Gilonga Kayen Nancy, tishma bedo katem kutiga bedo chalo jalok dok.
Nyinga tie Oscar Kachiwinjiro, atimo chalo jalok dok nyuke translator nyuke rap team.
Maro tish para nitimu geno translator kwa Atacama bikom ediko wado kelo meri kinwa kutima eno.
Omulimo gwange kingwendaho ekyokubanza gukwikiriza kola ebintu bindi eby'amateeka tikirimbu amateeka gagenda mu kooti honka kwaha obojja muzino nka project osobola kusoma ebintu bindi noyega ebintu bindi nobaza n'abantu b'omwanyo nikyo kinkira kwenda ha mulimo guno.
Maro tish para machalo jaradwak doko Atacama perango ekela kudhano adeka kudhano matong ma company ni bino kelo iwachalo Atacama.
Amaro kite maduogo koka go kudhano mitedero kite man manguro le matira amione dan tedero man sa seke dano bedo manangi befoya enore moketho maro ni timo rap team.
nza muno okukolana atakama na muno ha rap team abokuba nkoragana n'aba staff abaina obukugu obukwahukana nanyo nikinyongeraho kweyongera ha mutindo n'obuheereza bwange.
I enjoy working with the rap team of Atakama because it is a social project and these people are amazing. They are really social. Yeah, it is a combination of different professions and I really get to learn a lot from these people. They are multi-skilled and they are really so helpful whenever needed. And then the other thing that I cannot forget to say is I'm always motivated because of the pay. Atakama really pays well, it pays in time. It keeps me motivated to continue working.
I'm happy about working with Atakama simply because my fellow staff members that I work with have the required skills, are skilled enough in such a way that all the time they have created my work. When I'm at work, it's like the learning environment for me. I keep on learning new things from them. So that improves my career.
Amaro katemo koge chalo jalok dok pekom tin eni genre magiketo dano matong tong ng'eya chalo NGOs delo matong tong gi ng'eya chalo jalok dok.
Thank you very much, Atakama, for that great community engagement. And now we come to the end of this session, and I want to take this opportunity to thank our presenters and to request all of you to give them another round of applause. Just to conclude that this session was very, very important because the suppliers really want to hear from their fellow suppliers. In a recent workshop in Hoima, where we had a huge attendance of close to 500 people, they don't believe it. They hear these opportunities, but they don't believe it. So their request was, bring those people who are locals or nationals to really tell us, and then when we hear from them, we'll be motivated, and therefore, this serves the purpose. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best in the rest of the sessions.
A big hand clap for you, Catherine. I'll ask you to stay behind for just a moment. I'll also ask our project director for ECOP to please join me on the platform to help us send out some tokens of appreciation to the people that you have heard from so far. In the interest of time, we'll try and do this as a group, so I'll ask them to send a representative. So MSL, Atakama, Pearl Engineering, Three Ways, Living Earth. I'll also ask our keynote speaker for this morning, our CEO, Stanbic Bank, to also please come together with our ED, Engineer Dr. Ernest Rubondo, so we can do a group photo with our morning session. So Emmanuel, our project director for ECOP, will hand these out. You can start with Catherine, since she's representing UNOC. So I think you need to come to this side so we can take better pictures. As they come, I also wanted to make special note of the presence of some of our partners. I think some of the directors for MSL Logistics, Mr. Patrick Chimbadeba. I think I saw him around. I don't know where he has disappeared to, but he was here. Thank you so much for being our partners in the 3rd National Content Conference. I'll ask Emmanuel to just hand over the tokens, and then we'll take a group picture together. I think we need to move to the extreme left of the stage because of the podium, so we can make sure we get the right picture. And then Emmanuel will just hand over to every single one of them. Of course, he's French, he's romantic, he starts with the women. Well done, Emmanuel. We are learning, we're learning. See, I told you. Gentlemen, please take note. This is how you get marks, apparently. Thank you to Living Earth for the wonderful job. And to MSL as well. And to Three Ways. Last but not least, to Power Engineering. You might please get closer so we can make sure you're in the photo. The camera is down here. Please look into the camera and smile. Let's make sure we are all looking into the camera at the same time. Big smiles, everyone. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And a big thank you to Catherine for leading this session. Right, so we're going to take a break, a tea break. We have, just like yesterday, some tea and snacks prepared for you upstairs, so you can be able to go and enjoy that for about 20 minutes. Let's try and make it brief, so we don't have to hard you into the room, because we've got some very important sessions and we want to try and make sure that we maximize the time that we have. When we come back, there's a big issue about environment and social governance, and NEMA will be helping us lead that conversation. And then, of course, in the afternoon, as Anne had mentioned, we've got that session on contract financing, which we will get into, as well as linkages between oil and gas and other sectors of the economy. We'll also hear about taxation from the Uganda Revenue Authority, and then, of course, wrap up the day in style. So let's enjoy the tea and try and be back in the room in, hopefully, if you can try and do less than 20 minutes, that would be very good. Thank you.
You know them, yeah. I got a pretty girl and she got me style. When Mulabako, Sikola, I feel fine.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the double. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me a standing defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, yeah. So I chatty get even money. Yeah. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. Yeah. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Yeah. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. Yeah. I'm not faking this, no fugazi.
Cause I'm bad as monster danger. You know them, yeah. I got a pretty girl and she got me style. When Mulabako, Sikola, I feel fine. She got the smile. On Tambuza, you make me move from Kampala, walking left and right. Why you treat me like that? Yeah, cause you're my Gucci demon. In your Prada, I'm loving mama. Never let you go away. I need you, baby. Cause you are my number one, my pleasure. You are my treasure. The one who make me feel some type of way. You make me cry, baby, yeah. Baby, yeah. You my baby. No. Let me tell you this straight to you. Demon in your Prada, I'm loving mama. Never let you go away. I need you, baby. Cause you are my number one, my pleasure. You are my treasure. The one who make me feel some type of way. You make me cry, yeah. Decent proper girl, African queen. Alina Benja Galan, why you want me to be? Ngamba chonya galan chikule jele. Jamisana jagulo dizana close kuwe. Love me not plenty chance for you. But never content one it alone. Echitufusira banga kapya. Chila kuchunga kampala. Ndetala kubukanga kangaro. Nchilu kamsezi muchilo. Hello, my girl, hello. Sometimes I feel like I fall in love. Ngamba boy, I galang kwa denze nkabale. Sika namba, bale. Yeah, cause you're my Gucci demon. In your Prada, I'm loving mama. Never let you go away. I need you, baby. Cause you are my number one, my pleasure. You are my treasure. The one who make me feel some type of way. You make me cry, baby, yeah. I feel love, and kulaba ne funendali. I feel love, and kulaba no te bali. I feel love. Kono mukwano tiso no. Check. I feel love, and kulaba ngolina bali. I feel love, njagala kute mukadali. I got a pretty girl and she got me style. When mulabako, sikola. I feel fine, she got me smile. On Tambuza, you make me move from Kampala, walking 11 miles. Why you treat me like that? Lord, yeah. Cause I'm bad as monster dangy. You know them, yeah. I got a pretty girl and she got me style. When mulabako, sikola. I feel fine, she got me smile. On Tambuza, you make me move from Kampala, walking left and right. Why you treat me like that? Yeah, cause you're my Gucci demon. In your Prada, I'm loving mama. Never let you go away. I need you, baby. Cause you are my number one, my pleasure. You are my treasure. The one who make me feel some type of way. You make me cry, baby, yeah. Baby, yeah. You my baby. No. Let me tell you this straight to you. Demon in your Prada, I'm loving mama. Never let you go away. I need you, baby. Cause you are my number one, my pleasure. You are my treasure. The one who make me feel some type of way. You make me cry, yeah. Decent proper girl, African queen. Alina Benja Galan, why you want me to be? Ngamba chonya galan chikule jele. Jamisana jagulo dizana close kuwe. Love me. Yo, but never content one it alone. Echitufusira banga kapya. Chila kuchunga kampala. Ndetala kubukanga kangaro. Nchilu kamsezi muchilo. Hello, my girl, hello. Sometimes I feel like I fall in love. Ngamba boy, I galang kwa denze nkabale. Sika namba, bale.
same. They say, yo, yeah, me shy, when I wait. When I stand beside me, no my in your face when face yo ya uso itola. Angena nawe ready to get a bit. Better now as we made it while I'm moving. Ono muango zia kuma, sabira bula moka. Angena nawe ready to get a bit. Better now as we made it while I'm moving. Ono muango zia kuma. Masiye ude songe sogalami ungo wami masitandane take me away.
Machozi yangu yote na malizika, ndiye nitalala na nani? We unaenda ndiye paka ni mawazo, ndiye paka ni kuwaza. We unaenda kama ile njia ya kuenda, kama ni maisha ya kufata. We dada, rwelo, think that's the way.
Welcome back from your tea break, ladies and gentlemen. We should get our new session started in just a little bit. We'll just give another maybe 2.5 minutes for our colleagues to get back into the hall, and then we'll go into our next session. We've been hearing a lot about opportunities. We've been hearing a lot about experiences. We also need to talk a little bit about some of the issues, information, misinformation surrounding the oil and gas sector. And we'll be doing that in our next session, starting with environment and social governance. Again, as has been mentioned throughout the conference, we just want to remind you, especially for those who are joining us on YouTube online, that you can be a part of the discussions here and anything that you're hearing and seeing. If you want to make any submissions or questions, we welcome those, and you can do that through slido.com. You simply go to slido.com and you can be able to use the PAU as your entrance and then tell us a little bit about what you want to hear more of, what you have liked, what has stood out for you. That would be interesting. So as mentioned earlier, we have some very special guests from Nigeria, from the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. The chairman and the vice chairman, Ranti Omole and Nick Odinue, who I would want to inconvenience for just maybe a minute and a half or two to just come and say hi to the conference, but also in just a few sentences, share a little bit about what the experience has been like for you over in Nigeria as we get started. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. I think as far as we are concerned here, everyone from Nigeria is a chief. So we'll say, welcome with me, Chief Nick Odinue. You're very welcome to the 3rd National Content Conference.
Thank you very much. For your information, everybody from Nigeria must not be a chief. I am simply a mister. Thank you. First, before I stand on the existing protocol established, I'd like to recognize the Executive Director, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Mr. Ernest Robondo, the CEO of Stanbic Bank, the representative of the IOCs, UNOC, ECOP, members of Uganda Oil and Gas Business Community, the Vice President, Association of Uganda and Oil and Gas Service Providers Association. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to be invited with the team from PETAN for this 3rd Annual National Content Conference organized by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I am Nicholas Odinue, the chairman of Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, PETAN, and with me is Mr. Ranti Omole, the vice chairman of PETAN. So you will pardon me when I make reference to Nigerian local content as I go along, as far as local participation in supply of goods and services in this unique industry. For the benefit of most of us here, PETAN is an association of leading Nigerian indigenous technical oil service companies. So we're involved in upstream, midstream, downstream of the industry. And we are the largest and the leading advocacy group representing the whole sphere. So our members actually cut across the entire value chain of the industry. And we've been delivering these services for over 30 years. So, going forward,
Before we came to this stage as Petan, we actually partnered with the government of Nigeria for the local content law. So it is not strange for oil and gas service providers in Uganda to partner with government to do same. So Petan has visibility and is on the board of most of the oil and gas small and medium ministries. As a matter of fact, we are representing you, inclusive, in the African Welding Federation. So it's not strange that we like to talk about local content. First thing I must share is that local content participation, if implemented properly by government, IOCs, investors, private sector, is rewarding and eventually pays for itself. So it is an enabler. It is a challenge. It has its own realities. So the use of local resources, like I said earlier, has helped the Nigerian economy to retain over 25% of the 20 billion annual spend in oil and gas. How did it happen? Because of deliberate effort, the sector was able to retain this 25% of over this 20 billion from 5% when the oil and gas started in Nigeria. So the aim should be for the Ugandan local content, like Nigeria and supported by your institution, is to promote business ecosystem that will generate more opportunities for the SMEs and other linkage businesses, like most other speakers have said. It also allows the beginning of institutional capacity development, collective strength, and deepening collaboration with IOCs and operators. You cannot do it alone. You need to collaborate. So Petan Association promotes collaboration, information sharing, technical support, and guidance to various oil and gas service associations in Africa. We do this through creating business platforms like the flagship SIPEC, African Local Content Collaborating Steering Committee, and trade visits to partner countries like we are doing right now. So local content going forward doesn't just happen. So it must be a deliberate policy by government to promote local participation, and the necessary enablers must be put in place for it to really thrive. So thank you to the government of Uganda and her responsible agencies for promoting local content in Uganda, especially the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Governments, regulators, legislators, departments, and agencies, including earlier mentioned the Petroleum Authority, UNOC, ECOP, and IOC should understand that local content is and will always remain an ongoing process and should be supported and provide an enabling environment to associations and private sector participants. It is important that that is done. So the success of local content depends on this interaction with government and private sector. But private sector must take the lead in capacity development and engagement. The Association of Uganda Association of Uganda Oil and Gas Providers should work, collaborate, and invest in human capacity building programs to develop and provide services along the oil and gas value chain. Nobody is going to hand over jobs for you for free. You must develop your capacities and competencies. So opportunities will trigger capacity, like I said earlier, and competencies and innovation. But partnership, collaboration, mentorship, and internship must go with research and development. And these are vital for local content development. So is access to market and financial, to finance. Earlier on when I got in here, I listened to the lady eloquently spoke about finance from Stanbic. I believe she was the one who spoke. And we had a chat with her, and I think based on what we discussed with you, you must be able to assist these people by tweaking some conditions so that they can continue to grow. So a practical, constructive guide to achieving meaningful local participation in the current and upcoming project by Service Association is to identify issues, opportunities on ongoing basis, and take the initiative to initiate collaboration, partnership among industry stakeholders to get a resolution to them. Local content, when therefore supported by government, is pivot for GDP and FDI growth, including sustained economic growth, employment, infrastructural development, stability, and improved living standards. It also reduces agency and touting. The guys who come with a briefcase to take the jobs, it reduces it. And it also reduces capital flight. But it also improves in-country value retention, domiciliation, and domestication. Finally, indigenous suppliers or service providers must develop a culture of reliability and competence. It is important to understand that in this type of projects, any non-performance or delay has its own major consequence. Reliable delivery of goods and services from suppliers must be paramount. Remember, it is Uganda. Uganda belongs to you. Petan is pleased, therefore, to continue to provide support, cooperation, mentorship, partnership, and collaboration to sister organizations across Africa and to regulators where we can be of service. Once again, I thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for organizing this event and also all the delegates for listening. Once again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. Oh, you said Mr., right? I love your lapel pin. It caught my attention. I should find a way of getting one of those. It looks really nice. Let's give Nick a big hand clap. Nicholas Odinue, who's the chairman of the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. Let's go to our second session before lunch. I'm just going to emphasize the word lunch, just for the people who are coming to understand. If you know, you know. We want to try and manage our time a little bit better. And so just for the purpose of guiding us on that, what we'd like to do is to try and make sure that what we're going to do is we're starting a conversation. This is not something we can finish in one day. So you don't have to say everything that needs to be said today. We appreciate that. And what we want to do is try and make sure that we can capture the key things that need to lead and guide our discussion. And so what we'll do for now is do our environment and social governance session before lunch, and then we'll pick up from there to talk about contract financing. We have a wonderful panel after lunch that you don't want to miss, but also something very important about linkages between oil and gas and other sectors of the economy. And I know Anne touched on this earlier on in her presentation, but we'll pick up a bit more on that. And then tax issues. Of course, we all know how we dread that email. There's an email that usually comes into your inbox that says services@URA. Every time I see it, my blood pressure just goes up about 3 or 4 notches. So we'll hear from Uganda Revenue Authority on what to do with taxation in the oil and gas sector as well. For now, to guide us through our next session to do with environment and social governance, and we'll kindly ask that we try and manage the time for this one. I'm going to leave that responsibility to my good friend Isaac Ntuju, who is the head of oil and gas department at NEMA, to come and guide us through this particular session. Please give him a big, big hand clap as he comes. Of course, environment and social governance being a big deal in the oil and gas sector, and so we want to try and make sure we have an initial discussion, at least in terms of what we're doing about this. So, Isaac, over to you.
Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Allow me to do that. In the interest of time, I have that very unenviable task of standing between people and their lunch, and I usually don't like it. But by way of introduction, my name is Isaac Ntuju, and I work with NEMA, specifically in the oil and gas department, but also handling extractives. We have 1 hour, and I will share that 1 hour with other colleagues, but I want to, first of all, thank and congratulate the PAU for this conference, and in particular, I think the choice of theme was really something that is spot on. As NEMA, and I bring you greetings from the Executive Director, the biggest take-home is the theme which really speaks to the issues that we need to speak to. As each of you in your space, think about lasting value. How do you create lasting value, and whom are you creating lasting value for? Is it you? Is it your children? Is it your ancestors? Okay? Someone was here and said we each think about the things that we, the reason we're here, but think now about the theme. And you are here, you want to create lasting value. How do you create lasting value? Just from our perspective or Isaac's perspective and NEMA, you cannot create lasting value apart from the environment. And the CEO of Stanbic really hit it well. She said environment management must be part and parcel of your business. If you're going to talk about sustainability, then environment and social governance, or the issues in that line, are something you must be mindful about. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce briefly NEMA before our key discussants. I think we are glad. Previously, we've been looking at opportunities. I think since yesterday, it has been mainly opportunities. But I think we want to bring now, the organizers are thinking from opportunities to responsibilities. Environment management and social governance speak to responsibility primarily. So as you transition from the opportunities, these opportunities come with responsibilities. And that is something that we each need to be aware of, we each need to be mindful of as we operate and function in this sector. Why? Because the sector has the potential, keyword is potential, for a lot of impacts, negative and positive impacts. We strive to enhance the positive impacts, but we want to mitigate and avoid the negative impacts. So as we choose to operate and function or work and look at the opportunities in this sector, we must be mindful of our responsibilities in respect to the environment, as well as the social dimension, because the environment is not what it is without the humans. If each of you decided to stop breathing for 1 minute, you would realize that you need the oxygen, and it is part of the environment, so you cannot exist without it. Very simple as that. The National Environment Management Authority, for those, just to introduce it, is a semi-autonomous body established by an act of parliament. It was established in 1995 under the National Environment Act. Our function as NEMA is primarily to coordinate, regulate, supervise, and monitor all undertakings within the sphere of environment management. But as we do our work, we do not work in isolation. We work very closely with key stakeholders, in particular, lead agencies. Within the oil and gas sector, the key lead agency there is the Petroleum Authority, and we've been working very closely with them in that line. And we want to thank them. We have a very interesting and beautiful collaboration. And as we do our work, I think we want to encourage everybody to look at the National Environment Act very carefully. Please, there has been a submission, or several submissions, where there are tiered responsibilities or tiered contracts. And we do recognize that, whereas the key responsible entity or the person issuing these contracts could be Total, could be CNOC, could be any of the big actors, the IOCs, but they have environmental responsibilities. And within your contract, as your subcontractor, you should never forget your responsibilities that the primary company or that your supervisor is bound to. And during this session, we shall try to look at each of the interventions for some developments in the sector. And we will engage with the PAU. We shall have a discussion from the PAU. After PAU, we will have ECOP Company, SINOC, and Total with Chilenga. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to now invite and welcome first from them the PAU as the lead agency and key regulator for the oil and gas sector. And I have already mentioned we work very closely with them as NEMA, and they are responsible for environment management within the frame of the sector that they supervise and regulate. So I shall welcome Dr. Joseph Kobusheshe. You have 10 minutes. The moment you see me standing up, you realize your time is up. But I wouldn't want to harass you as you make your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Kobusheshe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for that kind introduction, and indeed for the very good working relationship that the authority, but also the sector enjoys with the National Environment Management Authority. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. In the last presentation, in the last session, we converged on a common goal, which common goal was about making money. We discovered that we are all here this morning because we want to make money. And money is a good thing. And I think we are all going to make money in the oil and gas sector. But I think in this session, we want to take that a notch higher and emphasize that as you make money, don't focus on the quick money. Make sure that your business is focused on making money for today, for tomorrow, for 10 years to come. So the long-term aspects of making money. We are not talking about quick money for today, but we are making sure that as we make money in the oil and gas sector, we do not affect a fisherman in Bulisa, their ability to also make money. We do not affect a tour operator in Murchison Falls National Park, their ability to also make money, and we do not affect a farmer in the Albertine Graben in any way on their potential or their dreams to also make money, but also the generations that come after us. And that will be the focus. And that is where the ESG aspects come in. So I'll use my 10 minutes to briefly highlight why ESG is important, what are the key ESG factors and the benefits, and then sort of stress the key ESG aspects in Uganda's oil and gas sector, but also within the Ugandan companies from a regulator's perspective. ESGs have become and have evolved over the last 10 years to become a very important core factor of the way we all conduct our business. And while seated there listening, I was very glad to hear that almost in every presentation, especially the ones that we had before this session from our local contractors, each of those presentations was emphasizing one or two or more aspects that relate to ESGs. It has become an important measure of sustainability and the ethical impact of the way we conduct our business. If any one of us has been looking at ESG as a cost, when you think of an environmental impact assessment, the next thing you think about is the time and the money that this is going to cost you. I hope that after this session, we'll no longer look at it that way. because ESGs should not be looked at as a cost. It should not be looked at as a hindrance or as a roadblock to a business, but rather as a business opportunity that focuses on the long-term aspects of our businesses. And this is important because the markets, the investors, the customers, the employees, the media, the general public, even the people who are not considered to be very key stakeholders in some of the work we do, are increasingly getting more and more interested in ESG factors. So as a summary, what are the key ESG factors for the oil and gas sector? Environment, social, and governance issues. I have broken them down there for us to see, and I'm sure most of you will be familiar with these aspects. I will not go explaining one by one in the interest of time. I will just stress the importance of some of the emerging key ESG issues. For example, for the oil and gas sector, as most of you are aware, the aspect of greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, which is really a global ESG factor that affects our industry very much. The aspect of material use, which is an indirect ESG factor. Each time you consume materials from sources that are not sustainable, you're consuming products that are made using labor, for example, child labor or due to exploitation of labor of workers. You're sourcing building materials such as timber, sand, clays from sources that are not sustainable. At the back of your mind, you should know that you're indirectly, actually directly contributing to the irresponsible behaviors that should not be associated with good ESG governance. Biodiversity is a very important aspect, especially for Uganda's oil and gas sector, because obviously of the area where we operate, waste management and pollution because of the various discharges that are associated with the sector. So all these aspects and more, that is just to highlight a few, need to be integrated into the way we do our business. And there are benefits for doing this at all levels, from government. This is the only way, as Isaac mentioned, that we can enable the creation of lasting value, not the boom from oil and gas of today that affects future generation. So as government policy, ESG factors become important because it is the only way we can realize lasting value from the sector. As I mentioned earlier, investors are increasingly getting interested to ESG, and therefore for you to be able to attract investment, then you need to have your ESG factors right. And of course, I've mentioned about the aspect of sustainability several times. From the investor's perspective, again, you want stability of your business. You want to manage the long-term risk that could be financial, that could be reputational. You need a social license to operate within the areas and within the fields in which you're operating. You need to be on the right side of the law by ensuring compliance and, of course, to avoid litigation costs. And you can see each of these actually has a financial aspect to it. So the prudent implementation of ESG factors also has an element of profitability, much as ESG is categorized in its definitive sense as a non-financial factor. For contractors, speaking to the local contractors here today, all the factors that relate to investors, those are actually also true for the contractors, the compliance, avoiding litigation, and so forth. But on this, I thought I should emphasize one aspect, that ESG factors are also important during the contracting process because they form a key evaluation criteria when you're bidding for the various contracts within the oil and gas sector. So from a national perspective, the ESG factors have been embedded into the relevant policy, legislation, and standards. Most of you will be aware of the petroleum laws, the environment laws, the land laws under which we operate. There has been a gap on the ESG standards that has been addressed. We now have a standards catalog that is available on the Uganda National Bureau of Standards website. The strategic environment and social assessments that are undertaken to guide the policy programs in the sector, and some of the key aspects that have been integrated into these policies include, but not limited to, the no flaring policy, the application of best available techniques, the aspects of ensuring that each project has an approved environment and social assessments and undertakes annual audits, but also the work that has been done to enable that the sector and the country is prepared for any potential oil spills. The institutional capacity has been greatly enhanced. There is a lot of participation from the profit and non-profit organizations and the media. These are important stakeholders. We have a number of them doing a great job, despite a few of them, as you are aware, that have accepted to be used by what I would call negative elements to sabotage the sector. But these are only a few. If I speak of Bunyola alone, we have over hundreds of NGOs that are actually supporting the important work of creating more awareness, linking with the communities and so forth. The capacity of local contractors has been enhanced. You had this in the morning session, the growth of the companies, the integration of the ESG aspects into the work of the companies, and also the fact that now we have a wealth of environment and social data that can guide the decision-making of these projects. At project level, I've already mentioned that all the oil and gas projects have approved environment and impact assessments and undertake annual audits. These, again, help us to manage any associated impacts, making sure that the projects have been designed to have the lowest carbon footprint possible in terms of decarbonizing the industry in line with the national and global climate change goals, aspects of biodiversity offsets and net gain, a commitment that has been made by the projects. The oil companies might speak more to this, to ensure that in the areas of operation where oil and gas operations are being undertaken, we leave these areas in a better place than they were just before the oil and gas activities were undertaken. The aspects of livelihood restoration program, I like to call them livelihood improvement programs, whereby we replace or improve on the livelihoods of any persons that are affected by the oil projects. And there is a demonstration there of one of the families that was moved from the home you see on top there to the one that you see just below it. And of course, from a human rights and transparency aspect, also making sure that the industry promotes an open and accountable management process. And this has also been achieved by Uganda joining the extractive industries transparency initiative. Before I conclude, my time is running out. My work has been made easier by the previous speakers because I wanted to conclude by speaking and sending a message to the local companies especially about the importance of ESGs. I was glad that from the morning session it was very clear to me that at least the companies that are already in the sector are aware of these issues. And my message to this is that the commitments that were made need to be implemented, because in the oil and gas sector, there is no room for compromise when it comes to ESG issues. Whether you have a contract, by not complying with these, you could have contract penalties. You could even have, in the worst case scenario, and this has happened before, a contract terminated on grounds of not complying with any of the above factors that I mentioned earlier. For those of us aspiring to join the sector, again, it is very important that you integrate the ESG factors into your business, because these form, as I said, an important evaluation criteria. So the ESG factors, if they are not integrated into your businesses, they are going to make you lose business. And as I've said, if you get the business, you're likely also to face penalties, have the relevant licenses or permits that have been issued revoked. So it is very important that we integrate this into the way we conduct our business. So we need, I've just put some of the highlights there, to promote the ESGs as an enabler and not as a cost to our business. Promoting a health and safety culture. This is very important, because especially from our local contractors, those that come into the sector for the first time, you find that this is sometimes a challenge. And it is important that you adjust very fast when you get into the sector to ensure that you align with the required health and safety culture of the sector. The promotion of self-monitoring and regulation is an important key aspect. You tend to see the compliance being tagged to inspection or a government inspector or monitor being able to point out these issues, but it is important that we have internal systems. We have internal checks within our businesses that are able to detect any of these non-compliances and even address them internally before they are seen externally, because as I said now, the general public, the media, everybody, all relevant stakeholders are actually monitors or inspectors when it comes to these things. The training has been mentioned, attaining the relevant certification. The industry is always evolving, new technology, so you need to be up to speed by attaining the relevant national, international accreditation where that is applicable. And I had this mentioned by the previous speakers, and overall, adopting the best ESG practices. So as I conclude, I just want to emphasize the fact that ESG factors are very important in the oil and gas sector. Government, licensees, contractors, and subcontractors at all levels, we all have a role to play in this. The ESG expectations of regulators, investors, customers, employees, and other national and international stakeholders has been growing and will continue to grow. And as you are all aware, these factors are global. They have no boundaries. You have had external people, they commenting on the projects that we have, commenting on the various aspects. So ESG factors are without boundaries. We all need to incorporate the ESG factors into the way we conduct our business. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kobsheshe. For the 7 extra minutes, you'll take me to coffee one of these days. Ladies and gentlemen, he mentioned something about ESIA, and environmental and social impact assessments are really the starting point and an integral part of the projects and the development frame of this country. And so all the projects that have so far been approved in the sector have undertaken these assessments. And one such project is the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, to which we shall have our next presentation. And the ECOP, the ESIA process is not a one-off, and it doesn't come easy. I think the scoping report was done and submitted in 2017. It was approved the same year after 3 months of evaluation. Approval of the scoping report, the EIA studies went on from 2017 to 2019 when the ESIA was submitted to NEMA. And from 2019, it took NEMA 1 year to review and give the relevant approvals. So the ESIA process, if anyone has to undertake ESIA, it takes a bit of time. And so you need to be mindful of that. But allow me to welcome Mr. Habumgisha John, the Deputy Managing Director, ECOP Company, to discuss with us the issues of environment and social governance relating to the ECOP project. Mr. Habumgisha, you're most welcome, please.
Yesterday, it was after 5, so we served you ECOP wine. This has to be a non-alcoholic drink now. Ladies and gentlemen, in your various capacities, you have already been told the environmental and social impact assessment for ECOP was one of the most stringent processes undertaken. And working with the NEMA, working with the PAU, and all our stakeholders, this was a milestone achievement. We continue to insist that anything we do around ECOP must be stringently compliant to the environmental requirements, the social requirements, and to the governance requirements. And so, there is no doubt, as you have been informed, that ECOP is and will continue to be one of the most stringently compliant projects. So thank you, NEMA. We are highly committed to ensure that we stick to the requirements. Now, one of the things we also need to inform you is that ECOP has had the privilege of utilizing available technologies globally. We have had to choose from lots of available technology. We have worked with many engineering firms. We've worked with the Gulf Interstate from Houston, USA. We have worked with Wale, who is here in the room. We continue to work with them as they deliver the engineering, procurement, construction management, and the commissioning of the project. So in all these processes, compliance remains critical. To all our tier 1 contractors, we have made it very clear, and they have integrated all these requirements in their planning and their activities. Wale is here, Borore, Schneider, CPP. Locally, we have worked closely with the new plan, ICS, Epsilon, Aegis, and Excel. And all these entities are evaluated regularly on these matters. Now, on the aspect of people, while we acquire land for the project, you know that in our country, land acquisition can be challenging. We have stuck to the international financing cooperation requirements, the Equator Principles, in ensuring that any impact on people is compensated in full and even beyond. And my brother Joseph told you, it's not about restoration, it's about livelihood improvement. And so the process is, we had to carry out the resettlement planning, we had to go through all the requirements for approval, working with districts, the 10 districts where we pass, working with the chief government valuer, and we had to add a 30% disturbance allowance in addition to what was evaluated. The keyword is improvement. Because of COVID, we lost some time, and the rates get affected. So we have had to add a 15% markup on the rates that were evaluated. And that is to confirm that any impacts on people, we have taken the responsibility to ensure that they are comfortable. All the displaced persons, yesterday you were told about what we are doing. We are building houses that could be even 100 times better than what they have right now. And that is ongoing, working with only local construction companies, Epsilon, Aegis, and Excel. We are now implementing a livelihood restoration program that integrates a process. You know, when you displace people, they take time to settle down, to grow crops for food. And so we are arranging a program that will ensure that if they are still growing food, we have to supply them with food. If they are to be settled in a community, we walk the journey with them. So definitely there is all the commitment to ensure that that is done. We continue to face a few challenges in the process, including some of the pups that are deceased, the project affected persons who are deceased, absentee landlords, and we are still dealing with a section of the pipeline route at the border. You know, our border with Tanzania has a history. So we are focusing on ensuring that we have a corridor through the border. We don't intend to mark that border. We don't know where it is. But definitely, we are arranging a joint survey to solve that one. I'm telling you these things so that you know, as Ugandans, that some of these projects will really meet challenges, and we need to solve them. In Uganda, in terms of environment, we avoided most of the sensitive areas. There are a few swamps where we had to pass. Now, when we are going through swamps, crossing highways, and any river, the design levels are quite stringent that the system ensures that we don't have issues of spillage. You know, this is a buried pipeline, 1.2 meters below the surface, and when we are digging these trenches, we set aside the topsoil. When we bury the pipeline, we put back the subsoil, we put back the topsoil. And once all this is done, you may even walk across and you will not know that there is a pipeline. So for those who have heard that we are going to pollute Lake Victoria, that is not true. We have also installed various systems. We have intrusion detection, we have leak detection, we have surveillance, we have solarization. Solarization is about environment again. It's about what it means. When you do any project, you will have a footprint. So we have over 100 megawatts of solar energy installed on this project. So ECOP could be the most green pipeline globally. Thank you. Now, of course, being a system, you have to plan for any emergencies. And so we are working on emergency response planning. We are hiring experts to work with us. In all these things, you first prevent, you control, but also you plan for any eventualities. And working with the government, we shall ensure that the emergency planning for ECOP is robust and fully integrated. You are also aware of the voices that went up to the Vatican. So there is a process going on. The minister told you yesterday, we are working with the churches to ensure that the information that reaches the church is accurate. The worst thing you can do is to misinform the faithfuls, because when you tell them and they believe it, it's very hard to reverse it. So we are providing them with the facts so that they are better informed and they communicate appropriately. So in summary, we have addressed environmental concerns. In Uganda, it's only the Tala Forest Reserve where we cross, and we are passing an area that is not really forested. The key issue is that if we have any footprint where we pass, we shall ensure that it is improved. We'll work with the UA on the issues around chimpanzee migration routes. Not that they are impacted, but because we want to ensure that we are improving wherever we are passing. And so in communicating these things, we want to thank many people. The media has been very instrumental in the Support ECOP campaign by providing the facts. We want to thank PAU, thank you to NEMA, thank you to Kampala Associated Advocates, Alison Karuhanga. The judiciary also actually communicated on ECOP, and many of us. UNOC has done a great job in sending the facts out. We are finalizing a communication strategy that will speak more about environment, about land acquisition, project affected persons, and also the project in general, how it is integrated into sustainable development. As a closing remark, and I did mention something yesterday, if there is anything we need to do as Africa to protect environment, and the minister mentioned it, we must deal with poverty. And one of the poverty issues that we must address is energy poverty. And so ECOP continues to be part of that journey to ensure that we improve the livelihoods of our people, we improve energy, and we also work with the governments, the regulators to ensure that we develop ECOP in an ESG sustainable manner. I thank you very much.
Thank you, John, and thank you everybody for your patience. John, that was really good and quite interesting. I think I wouldn't want to reiterate anything you said except to underscore that the ESIA that was done, and it does not only apply to ECOP, but it applies to all the three critical projects, Tilenga, Kingfisher, and ECOP. The EIA was comprehensive and quite robust. These are EIAs like never seen before in Uganda, and even the entire process was quite interesting. And so for the skeptics, they will always be there. ECOP has suffered a lot of negative publicity, but I wish to tell everybody and the government and whoever is watching and listening that much of the information out there is not based on facts. The facts are available with the ESIA, and we should not really fear the giant that is yet to be born. I think much of it is based on, on perception and fear that, oh, there's a giant coming up and this giant will step, but do not fear the giant that is yet to be born. Give them an opportunity and maybe you might nurture them to your advantage. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank ICOP and Habom Gisha for that presentation. Thank you for highlighting that you are greening the project. Greening does not come cheap. Dr. Joseph mentioned it in his submission, that these things, greening or compliance to the environment is not cheap, but it is something, it is a necessary expenditure that we should all be attentive and mindful of. Next, we shall invite the Total E&P, the Tilenga project proponents, to have a presentation. I know it is in two parts. Marion will go first, and then she'll invite her colleague. Between the two of you, you have 10 minutes, but already I have set a dangerous precedent. It can be stretched to 15 minutes. Marion, you're most welcome.
Greetings, everybody, all protocols observed. Thank you, Isaac, for the introduction. My colleague, Pauline McRonald, who is the environmental manager, will come after me. I am Marion Muyobo. I'm the social affairs manager at Total E&P Uganda. So you're doing the slides for us. Thank you. So next slide. So the ESIA has been described as a very important process and has been described, we started this process actually, in earnest, even before the actual process. So we had a number of baseline surveys, and these baseline surveys were both on the environment and on the social side. Personally, I was involved in most of these processes as part of the stakeholder engagement because we did a lot of consultations. We consulted with different government agencies, Isaac, if you remember, even in the design of how we were actually going to execute the ESIA, there was a lot of consultations which we undertook. So since 2012, when we began our operations, there was a lot of activities which were undertaken. We undertook a scoping, and this scoping was followed by a baseline, then the impact assessment, and then the public hearings. The activity was undertaken by a third-party expert, which was ACOM, and which was an international company, and a local company called Eco and Partner. We undertook these consultations, as has been described, and we then had two public hearings, one in Noya, because that's where our project footprint is, given the park and some other facilities, and then we had another in Bulisa. The main emphasis of this ESIA process is you do identify direct impacts, both from an environmental and social point of view. So the maps at the bottom just show you how we went from an area of the direct impacts, and then we extended further and looked at the areas of the indirect impacts, going beyond, to Masindi, to Hoima, to Chikube, which was in Chikube at the time. And then there's cumulative impacts, and you start really looking and even having discussions with other people. The industrial area for the airport, the refinery, were also coming onto stream. So those became of interest to us in terms of cumulative impacts. And then, of course, the Kingfisher project and eventually the ECO project. Next slide. With reference to environmental and social governance, okay, thank you. Let's look at what exactly the social issues are in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals, because most people can relate to the SDGs. You have the SDGs, before it was Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and then they evolved into the SDGs. So if we look at ESG, you can actually map the different SDGs into what falls under environment, what falls under social, what falls under governance, and where the overlaps are. Now, within our industry, especially with oil and gas, we have the IFC performance standards, and these, most of the banks in here can relate with, for example, the Equator principles, and there are a few others. But when you gather all of these principles and standards, you actually have similarities. So you look at the IFC performance standards, and it's really the best of everything. So we have a number of these standards and we have committed as the Tilenga project to abide by these standards. So these have been considered when we're doing the ESIA, when we're doing the land acquisition most specifically. We undertook a project-induced migration study, and were able to identify a lot of the positive and negative impacts that we're going to encounter in relation to people, community, land, environment, housing, infrastructure. Dr. Kobshesho talked about the strategic environmental assessment which was undertaken, and there were a lot of commitments made also by government to have some of these things in place. The oil roads, for example, are one of those things which government made a commitment to, and we have actually seen them because there was going to be a lot of activity coming to the area. There still are the opportunities. On the next slide, we have now put a lot of mitigations in place, having identified that we need to undertake stakeholder engagement. So as a minimum, we do engagements with different stakeholders. We have a grievance mechanism. We also have a community road safety program. We are also working with the contractors to speak to the communities about road safety given the increased traffic. On cultural heritage, you have people coming in, so there's likelihood of a dilution of culture, but also you have some tangible cultural aspects. This is an area where, for example, they've never needed to excavate their graves or move their shrines. Many, many years ago, as there were, for example, roads started being constructed here in Uganda, same thing, and many other areas. But it's just now that, for example, for Bulisa, it's just happening. So there had to be a lot of stakeholder engagement. The influx study I talked about, the livelihood restoration programs, I'll show you a little bit more of that, as well as other aspects related to gender, access to health and sanitation, some activities in the tourism, Murchison Falls National Park related to tourism. And then there's a major intervention around shared value related to agriculture, because there's so much economic value that you can actually get from agriculture, which is the bedrock of a lot of rural communities. We have a number of contractors, Motor Angel, I don't know if they're in the room, McDermott, I've seen my friends from Schlumberger, Sinopec, Pal Engineering. We have had to assign a CLO to each of these contractors, and we're going to have to recruit more because the contractors are increasing. And it's not to monitor or audit, it's to actually help you along the journey. You've heard about the implications around the risks which can come. So there's reputational risks as well, there's costs. So we have to try and help each other. There's very good recruitment from the communities. We have really progressed this quite a bit, and it's going to be increasing. Just next slide. So the next slide just shows some of the activities we've done. You can see that cassava which has just been uprooted, almost the size of, maybe my leg might be very small in comparison to some of the cassava we're harvesting. And it actually tastes good, because people talk about, yeah, but maybe it doesn't taste. It actually tastes good. It's good when you boil it. It's good when you roast it. When you make the flour, it is, I've tried it. We also have a vegetable program. Someone was talking about, I think, yeah, it was actually the MD of Stanbic, talking about the activities that one of the partners, Pure Grow, is trying to have in the communities. We would really want for more of these things to happen. it has really been an eye-opener. But then what do you do with what you harvest? There has to be value addition. There has to be access to markets. We've also had an initiative where we were going to impact on a health center, so we had to create a new outpatient. So we built it as part of what we call RAP 1, but then the CSR team within the company also decided to add and put some items because we couldn't just hand over a health center like that. But otherwise, it's lit, it has got water, and a few other amenities. You were shown some of the resettlement houses. Those were actually from RAP 1. We now have, and those were 30. RAP 1 is the industrial area where the CPF, one well pad are going to be. There were 30 primary residents, so we built for them houses and relocated all of them. But right now we are constructing 204 and 127 are currently under construction. We also had an initiative. You have all these people that you're resettling, so they need access to water. So we put a 10,000 capacity tank, which benefits about 10,000 beneficiaries in 5 villages, 2 sub-counties, Ngwedo and Chigwera. So it also has a chlorine dosing house. So, and people for 4 kilometers can access at 6 points. With respect to CSR, we have a program around youth education where we sponsor students at O-level and A-level. For the A-level, we bring them to schools in Kampala. So we have Kisubi as one of the major schools. And we also have a road safety program, which we are undertaking, as well as a tree growing program. We are in partnership with a number of corporates in Kampala, Uganda breweries, the government, of course, Ministry of Water and Environment, NEMA, Stanbic Bank in this partnership. But in Bulisa, we are trying to really focus also on those communities as well as in Noya. Then we shall extend to Pakwach, Chikube, and Hoima. So the last slide just, the last bubble just shows you some of the items that were donated. We have the old center and what the inside of the new center looks like. So I just want to quickly, just 2 slides, just take you through just an indication of the land acquisition process. So it's quite elaborate. It involves, next slide please, it involves a lot of consultation, a lot of engagement, and you have a situation where you are able to identify the key stakeholders. We created committees to also help us with the different stakeholders. We do financial literacy training before they receive the money. We also do it to engage them about the accounts that they need to open with the bank, and that when they receive the money, they shouldn't withdraw all of it, how they should actually plan to save, to invest, and allocate. So that's the financial literacy program. So once they receive their money, there's another program. We call them back again to also check and reinforce the messaging around financial literacy. And then ultimately, of course, we start the livelihood restoration program. You heard from Mr. Swithen, who is going to be doing it for the next couple, 2 or 3 years, to make sure that not only are they restored, but they're able to sustain themselves. So there's monitoring and evaluation through the process, and you have a situation where we get internal monitors and then also external monitors. There's a lot of noise about the fact that we're not compensating. That's not true. We have actually compensated up to 82% of the project affected persons for RAPs 2 to 5 as of this week. We have paid out 32 billion Uganda shillings, which is about 9 million US dollars. So I'll now hand over to, I'll just do one slide on human rights before I hand over to my colleague. So with respect to human rights, I have to really reinforce, especially for the contractors and potential contractors in this room. It really applies to every single one of us. There are three main areas where we really want to reinforce that it is important that we respect the rights of workers. This is based on ILO, it's based on human rights principles, it's based on the legislation of this country. You don't want a situation where your workers stop work and then you start facing delays and then there's cost implications. Ultimately, we really encourage that there is good rapport with the workers. There has to be, we encourage for worker grievance mechanisms. We don't want to get involved, but we come in when it gets out of hand, and we would really not want to get into that. It is very critical also in the communities, how we behave in the communities. That's why we share a lot of information. We follow the good principles for land acquisition and resettlement, and there's a lot of visibility around implications of project-induced immigration, road safety issues, and also cultural rights. Security is an important one. Most of you may not have heard about VPSHR, but we are having more and more sessions with you to take you through the voluntary principles on security and human rights. So when we ask you for these sessions, don't look at them as a tick box exercise. It's really in your interest. We do these sessions with the private security firms that we have, as well as the partnerships we have with public security forces. Women's rights, gender rights have also got to be respected, and we have a number of human rights defenders in the community. So let's not have a policeman versus, offender kind of relationship in order for us to have a very good human rights record for this project, and this is how we shall maintain a social license to operate. I'll hand over to my colleague to take us through the next session.
Thank you very much, Marion. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. Now, I know that Isaac's going to be standing up in like 2 minutes, so I will keep this brief. So I just want to pick up on one or two themes that was raised by Dr. Kobusheshi in his submission. He mentioned that some of the environmental issues that have to be respected include greenhouse gas emissions, carbon and biodiversity and waste management. So I'll talk about those three in a little detail. So for us, climate is a major concern for us on Tilenga project. We have a strong focus on net zero emissions by 2050 for the company. So that's basically net zero by 2050 on all of our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, which means our direct emissions from our activities, but also emissions from any energy that we will purchase from other sources, for example, renewables. So basically we have a 3-stage process. Avoidance is the first stage. So we have zero routine flaring. That's a global commitment from Total Energies. The flare design also incorporates what we call nitrogen purge technology, which means that we don't use hydrocarbon gas to keep the flare going. And we also use, we're looking at auto-ignition technology. Zero venting at all the well pads, so there will be no routine venting at any of the well pads. Full process electrification, meaning that we don't have diesel generators at the well pads. We keep everything fully electrified from the CPF. I would also add that we will be powering ECOP line in Uganda also. And the final part is really the LPG recovery, liquid petroleum gas recovery. So we do plan to have an 85 kiloton per year recovery project, which also aligns with one of the major sustainable development goals, which is access to energy. On the reduction side, we have a hybrid power design, so we will be using gas to power the turbines, but also later on in the development, we'll be looking at a hybrid power design where we will take electricity from the grid, from renewable sources. We'll also have continuous monitoring on all of our major combustion equipment, along with planned maintenance to manage fugitives emissions throughout the life scale of the project. And on the compensation side, we are looking at opportunities. Marian mentioned the contribution to the government Roots campaign, but we're also looking to make cleaner cooking technologies available to communities, and also look at some nature-based solutions to offset some of the carbon. So the overall aim here is to have a carbon neutral project. Next slide, please. So on waste management, so this is really looking at where national content has come in. So we have been working on this call for tender for a long time. We have awarded this to a Ugandan consortium to maximize national content and utilizing existing waste management facilities in Uganda. So we have some ambitious objectives. We want to be able to valorize or reuse, recover, recycle 70% of wastes. So that's going to require a significant investment in the capacity of companies to be able to deliver this, but also to ensure that we have the appropriate skills and transfer of technology into Uganda to be able to develop these key technologies that we will require to be able to meet these ambitious targets. So yes, we're creating opportunities to develop the circular economy, which is a key requirement of the legislation also. Next slide. So on biodiversity, I'll keep this very, very short. Our ambition is to manage the effects of the project in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy, which has been talked about by previous speakers. So that's really focusing on avoidance, minimization, restoration, and offset measures. And we do that through our biodiversity management plans. And right now, we're working alongside our contractors to ensure that they are applying all of the biodiversity management requirements that have been described in the ESIA for the Tilenga project. Final slide, I think, coming up. Yes, so on the offset program, so we are looking to provide positive impacts for wildlife and communities, and that requires working in partnership with those communities, also with the government agencies, the mandated authorities for conservation in the Uganda, in the Albertine. So we are focusing on 4 main pillars. Our first pillar is to reduce human pressures on Murchison Falls National Park with the target of sustaining and increasing the resilience of the park to support increased population of key species. Our second pillar is on protecting the integrity of savanna habitats. So that's really looking at the buffer zones around the park. So understanding how the communities utilize these areas and supporting to diversify livelihoods. Our third pillar is on wetlands. So that's hopefully managing and restoring wetlands and helping to build a more resilient wetland ecosystem for communities. So that involves providing sustainable wetland user techniques and trialling some of those activities with communities. And the fourth pillar is on forests and forest connectivity. So we really want to be able to limit the deforestation, but also to reforest some key corridors that have been lost over the years due to progressive deforestation. So that's one of the final things that we want to do. And the whole idea is that we have some positive action for communities and for wildlife in the Albertine. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Pauline and Marion. Another hand clap, please, for the Total team. You will notice that I decided to let them flow. I noticed that people are really so attentive, and it would really be a disservice if we cheated some of you. And hopefully all the contractors here have really picked something. There are linkages with the things that they have been mentioning. Please do not miss them out. Our colleague from one of the contractors complained. They said they want vehicles that are good vehicles in sound condition. Why do they ask for those vehicles? I think it is high time that you have that discussion. If you want zero emission and that's your target, probably you do not need a vehicle that is leaving a lot of black smoke or that has a very inefficient engine working. So it's because of these things that some of those contracts are designed the way they are designed. And that's why Joseph and myself, we said environmental compliance is not cheap. If you're going to have the circular economy, the enhancement of biodiversity and ecosystem services, these are going to take unique investments. And even greening the project, you will need to invest in very good technology. The ECO presentation was discussing issues to do with sensors in the system, so that if anybody dares to play with it, you sense it, then you'll avoid, catastrophes that can result from such interruptions. Anyway, thank you very much, Total E&P, for that presentation, Total Energies, and I want to thank everybody for your patience. We have one last presentation on this segment, and I want to invite the representatives of SINOC, the Kingfisher Project. As earlier mentioned, they too did quite an elaborate environmental and social impact assessment. It went through a robust process of review, and it was approved. Maybe Andrew will mention the timelines, but on my part, I know the Kingfisher SIA was submitted on 20th December 2018, and it was approved 1 year later, or 1 year and a few months, in March 2020. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Andrew Tuba from SINOC to share with us their responsibilities on environment and social governance for the Kingfisher Project.
Thank you, Isaac, for inviting and giving us a good trigger for our presentation. And I'll keep time. You just whispered to me it's lunchtime. But aspects of environment and social issues are of interest, and you'll have to allow us time to exhaust what we have to tell the audience here. Because it should be exhaustive. Gentlemen and ladies, I'm here representing SINOC. As Isaac has already said, we have already done our environment and social impact assessment for the project, where we are all convinced that all the checks and balances are in place, and where we are all having a safe mind that the project environment and social likely impacts or potential impacts have all been addressed. However, what I'm going to do here today is to take you through what we have done to protect or take care of aspects of environment and the social. We are not in the planning phases. The project has already taken off. So what we are doing now is monitoring our level of compliance, improvement of our different interactions with the surrounding communities, and then also updating our baselines that give us the triggers that are able to give us direction on additional impact assessment that may be required. So I'll take you through a quick introduction of the project description, the ESIA process, and then our identified potential impacts that our EIA contractor was able to identify during the baseline studies. Then we shall talk about the enhancement and then the mitigation measures that are proposed to address some of these impacts. And then there will be a special presentation on how we are implementing our social programs, and that will be done by my colleague Moses. So the map you're showing, I'll flip through it, just shows the location of the Kingfisher development area. The bottom left corner of the map shows our area of operation. The red line shows our feeder line that will be used to pump our crude from the Kingfisher area up to Kabale Industrial Park. Yeah, much as we've said that exhaustive or in-depth impact assessments were done, it is, to us, we feel that it is important for us to inform you our level of commitment as company in terms of proper environment management. As already said, that we have undertaken ESIA studies for all our projects and activities. That is our #1 commitment. As CNOC, our second commitment is we do the routine self and third-party environment compliance audits and then the monitoring. And then we always have the regulatory or compliance accountability, where we have got operational progress reporting and compliance regulatory with the relevant regulatory bodies. And then what safeguards do we have to see that we can accomplish what we have done in our impact studies? Of course, adhering to the national legal framework and applicable international standards. And then all our operations are outlined in detail. And then different environment management measures are proposed for each. And then we got implementation of our compliance programs at different levels, and then monitoring of our different environmental parameters, including social aspects, to see that we're in the right line of compliance. And then, of course, this comes in with identifying the non-compliances and matching them with the already proposed mitigation measures. Our compliance strategy, as you all agree, that the EIA is a good planning tool. So it guides us through either it is exploration phase, development phase, or production phase. For now, we are at the development phase, and you all agree that we have the ESIA in place. And then the ESIAs come with the environment and social management plans, which have all the proposed mitigation and enhancement measures. And then through the EIAs, we are also able to acquire the relevant permits, certificates, licenses, authorizations. And this all help us to see that when we are implementing our projects, we're implementing in compliance. And then to see that to measure our level of compliance, we do monitoring, and then we do the routine in-house and then regulatory reporting. And then if there are any areas that require improvement, we take them through the same process that we see as our continual improvement procedure. But above all, we have got the specialist studies that we said earlier inform us on the level of mitigation we're supposed to do. So to understand the interface between the project and the surrounding environment and the surrounding community. So we've got already the existing facilities at Kingfisher, and then we have got proposed facilities for the Kingfisher Development Project. So it's on the basis of this project that we see that the existence, the construction or the operation phases of these different facilities are in good coexistence with the surrounding environment and then the communities. So we have got a escarpment road, infield roads, the well pads that are already in place as shown in the slide. Then we have got the yet to be built facilities, that is the drilling pads, especially then completion of construction of the wells to ready them for production phase, and then the CPF, the flow lines, amongst others. So the second most critical thing relating to our project is the feeder line, which we said feeds our crude from the Kingfisher oil field right up to the KIP. With the brief description there, the feeder line is 47.6 kilometers. I guess someone here would question that in the EIA we said it is 46.3, but we had some realignment that took into consideration aspects of the runway at the KIP. So we had to reroute the feeder line, and it went up to about 1.5 kilometers. And then on top of that, it will be a buried line with heating and pumping from the CPF and the different stations. And then the width of the land take, we have got a permanent 10-meter corridor, and then on the flanks, what we call the construction width will also be 10-10, giving it about 30 meters. And then, of course, environmental considerations have been taken in terms of species identification, avoidance during the planning of the pipeline. You recall that, especially maybe NEMA that has been close with us and the PAU, the initial feeder line was going through Bugoma Central Forest Reserve, which is a critical habitat. But from the map, you see there, we had to do what we call avoidance. So we clearly left out the Bugoma Central Forest Reserve. And then also the next slide demonstrates how the pipeline will be lined. You can see from the schematic, the 10 meters, which is the permanent right-of-way, where the pipe will be buried. Then on the flanks, the 10-meter construction width, where we say that on the construction width, the 10 meter on the flanks, we do not allow planting of deep-rooted plants because they may have impact on the feeder line. But while we allow the shallow-rooted plants like maize, but in the 10-meter corridor in the middle, we totally don't allow any activity to take place within there. So this is a relationship that we intend to build with the communities neighboring the feeder line. And then transportation, you realize that most of these areas are very remote with very poor road access. So we had to, for the Kingfisher project, there was need for us to express our requirements for transportation. And then, of course, construction of road comes with going through virgin places, maybe like the forests, or expansion of already existing path. So from our baseline studies we did and our road requirements, we had Route 4, R4, R5, R7. But again, where CNOC exercised avoidance, in collaboration with UNRWA, we told them to drop R5. R5 was going through Bugoma Central Forest Reserve, and we told them we can go with R4 and R7. So still in our baseline studies, we were able to inform technical teams in terms of planning the road requirements. For the water requirements, at a maximum of 7,315 cubic per day, all the water required for our needs will be pumped from our uptake station. That's at the Lake Albert. And then we shall have one treatment area at the CPF that will provide water required for domestic uses. And then water also required for the drilling purposes will also be channeled from the main reserve at the CPF. And this also includes the operational phase. That's the production phase. And then waste management, totally no on-site waste disposal. What we front is recycling and disposal based on the different hazardous classes of the waste. For the drilling cuttings, we already know the approximate quantities we expect to generate from each bore, which is about 600 cubic. This will be dewatered on site, not treated, dewatered, or you can call it pre-treatment. And then this will be stored in skips and they will be subjected to off-site disposal at licensed facilities. For the liquids, most of them will be processed and reused, but for the brines and then those ones will be drummed and taken for offsite disposal. Site water, a lot of water comes from critical facilities like the CPF. For this water, all will be connected to the dirty water circuit. And then we've got a management procedure in terms of controlling the amount of wastewater generated, where we shall have a 15-minute flush period for the water. Then after the 15 minutes flush period, we shall consider this water likely not to be contaminated. So before even we discharge into the open, we shall subject it to some level of analysis, and then before it is subjected to disposal. And then now we go to the EIA process. What we have just gone through is take you through what our baseline studies informed us about the project, the key areas relating to our project. Because it's from the baseline studies, you will be able to propose the right mitigation measures during the impact assessment. So you see we have gone through what our specialists did to understand what surrounding is within our Kingfisher footprint in terms of environment and social issues. So where are we now? We are at KFDA. Isaac already said that the authority has already awarded the Kingfisher project a certificate. We went through the whole ESAA process. So now we are on the yellow for this schematic, not political. We're on the construction phase. And then we are tending towards the red side, which is now operational phase. So as done for any EIA, key aspects: prediction, evaluation, mitigation, and then how to manage the residual impacts that relate to that keep in place after mitigation. So I don't want to go through this. This is our schematic we use for all our EIA studies that we do for our Kingfisher project. So a lot of specialist studies were done. These were able to inform us the critical areas where we required more mitigation. We did specialist studies for air quality and greenhouse, surface and groundwater, soils, wastes, noise, visual aesthetics, ecology, ecosystems and goods, social impact assessment, health impact assessments, amongst others. On top of the technical ones, that's the oil spill assessment, the blowout assessment, done at that level without the much detail from the detailed designs. Under biodiversity, we all agree. We did very extensive studies in relation to biodiversity. We did critical habitat mapping, and then we also did critical species identification, and then we are able to our biggest risk to the surrounding critical biodiversity is a population increase in terms of influx. Because for the Kingfisher project, what we did most is avoidance. When you do avoidance, you reduce on your interface with the critical biodiversity. So by the time we were able to avoid the Bugoma Central Forest Reserve, by the time we were able to implement avoidance for most of the big wetlands, our biggest interface remained with the Lake Albert shoreline and the community. Actually, our critical aspect for the project is community aspects. The environmental aspects have been clearly assessed and mitigations are in place. So mainly influx, population increase due to project-driven interests is one of the biggest risks we saw in relation to the Bugoma Central Forest Reserve. And then quickly on cultural heritage, we did a detailed study to see that we have a good social license. Cultural heritage and archaeology baseline was done, and we did this closely with the communities. And then, of course, protocols to be followed for the sites were in place, and these ones helped us have a good understanding in terms of coming up with the management procedures for this. We also looked at the visual impact around Kingfisher. This is mainly from exposure from the light to the closest communities, where we have had very interesting issues raised by the community that we are not used to light, we are used to darkness. So that you have to respect them because culturally they are not used to light. So you have to bring in an interface through our CLOs, making them understand things like this is going to change, it's going to become a small satellite oil city, aspects of electricity have to be there and good for your security and others. Well, still, we did a lot of modeling, and our modeling in terms of impacts of intrusion from light was able to inform us in the impact assessment how to intend to do to handle such aspects. For example, the EIA recommended creation of, acquisition of buffer land. So when we get buffer land, we move the communities closest to us away, and we are able, thank you, and we are able to reduce the impact to the surrounding communities. And then even then, aspects like planting trees as screen shields are also in place. Identified impacts. Always people run to the negative impacts of the project, but we want to tell you the good impacts of the project. Primary economic contribution to the national fiscus. We have got secondary economic contribution, amongst others. However, for the construction phase, key for environment is air pollution, wastewater, solid waste, and noise. And for all these impacts, we have already, as you can see from the schematic, we have already put in place mitigation measures for this. These nearly are similar to the drilling phase. However, the wastewater and the solid waste take different categories. But we have also proposed rightful monitoring and management measures. Same with production. For the domestic water, takes a different dimension, and the monitoring required and a different categorization. And this similarly applies to solid wastes. But the noise and air pollution similarly remains the same with the similar mitigations in place. Same with camp operations. And then high social change because of time. From the simulations we have done, we do realize that in our Kingfisher area, there's a lot of change in terms of the number of people or settlements that are coming in within the project footprint. And then mainly driven by not mainly, we may not say that it's because of our establishment, they are because of oil and gas operations. But of course, we have also opened access to these remote places where we have now the road accessing the Buhuka area, and then the porous borders where people can easily come in. And then, of course, we have got social points of action for well pad A. Of course, a number of structures. The one upmost, if you can see the yellow with a lot of red dots, that means that that's a well pad, but the red dots indicate the number of settlements that are within the area we have acquired. So those are people we must directly resettle, and those are people we have handled in our resettlement programs. Pad 3, we have got similarly the same, a few structures around. And then by the time we did this assessment, we were not catered in for buffer land, but because of the baseline studies we did in terms of the social aspects, it recommended that there was need for us to do some additional land acquisition. That was RAP 3, where we were able to, if you see the pink, that's the buffer land we acquired in terms of impact minimization. That's the sensitivity map. I'm running through now so quick. Unplanned events, potential unplanned events, fire and explosions, the oil spills, the blowouts during drilling, pipeline and flow line leakages, and then flooding. Then, of course, we have proposed some mitigation measures for each. Like we have got an oil spill contingency plan in place. We have taken detailed risk assessments and suggested the best available technologies for different operations, creation of buffers, amongst others. Then there are transboundary impacts. When you look at the location of Kingfisher, we are around Lake Albert. Lake Albert is shared by the Nile Basin countries, which are about 10, no, with Southern Sudan now, they're 11. So those are the transboundary impacts we have taken into consideration. Pollution of the lake may be a concern to all the neighboring countries or those that have direct management of the Lake Albert, water levels, air quality, fish stocks, but all these have got mitigations that are proposed for each. And then the social management plans that are there to guide us. That's an array of management plans that we have, air quality management plans, noise and vibration management plans, biodiversity management plans, water management plans, amongst others. The last being the greenhouse gas management plan, which we are now enriching because we now have detailed designs for most of our projects. I'll call upon my friend to take you through our ongoing social programs. We would have really, the time is not enough to discuss environment and social things, but I hope I've tried to bring you to speed, to light with what we have done in terms of having proper or desirable mitigation measures in terms of environment and social. Thank you. Moses, please take over.
Thank you very much, Andrew and MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moses Oteng. I'm the Land Acquisition Manager at SINOC. I would like to update you on the ongoing implementation of social programs in perhaps the next 5 minutes, if you'll allow me. Right, so a number of potential socio-economic impacts have been identified and highlighted in the ESIA that my colleague has just presented. One of those impacts relates to disclosure of information, project information, to the host communities and stakeholders. So we do this on an ongoing basis using our stakeholder engagement platforms that ensures that engagements take place right from the top up to the community level where we interface with the project affected communities. We also use media and other forms of IEC materials like brochures translated in the local languages for purposes of disclosing the project information. The other aspect is promotion of local employment. As SINOC, we rely on a ballot system whereby this ensures that there's equal opportunity for all the concerned persons. They're able to get equal chance in terms of getting the employment through that ballot system. We thought that if we left this solely to the community leaders, there could be issues of bias. A community leader could bring a son or a nephew or a cousin into the employment that the project seeks. So the ballot system is what we use for that. The other is impact on delivery of social services. As SINOC, we are cognizant of the impacts of related to influx movement of people into the project area. So we've done the influx management studies, and this has informed us on how to address this. This plan is also updated on an ongoing basis. We have also carried out a needs assessment to establish what those stress factors could be related to the existing social infrastructure, such as the health facilities, the schools, and the like. So we've done a needs assessment to establish their conditions before the project is able to implement measures that can improve on those facilities. The other aspect is impact on human rights. This is key. Speakers before me here have already mentioned this. We also plan to undertake a human rights impact assessment this year, and this will be followed by sensitization of all the stakeholders within our project area on human rights issues. The other aspect is the impact on community health due to the project-induced immigration. We're implementing the HIV communicable and non-communicable disease sensitization programs. Health facilities needs assessment have been undertaken, as well as hygiene and sanitation campaigns. Recently, we had a big launch at Buhuka, our project area at Kingfisher, related to the sanitation, mainly to inform the communities on these issues to do with waterborne diseases and the like. The other is impact on community safety. Again, this is something that's key. Our partner, Total Energies, mentioned about the road safety awareness programs. Similarly, SINOC is undertaking the same. And this is a campaign we've been undertaking since 2013, and we intend to carry on with these road safety awareness programs to ensure that the communities are safe. Impact on fishing community, as my colleague just presented. Our project is located in a pristine environment. We are close to the Lake Albert, so the impacts related to the fish landing site. To address that impact, SINOC will be implementing within this year a program or a project to construct an additional landing site for the affected communities at Buhuka. We have also implemented a fish cage farming program as a way of moving the communities away from being fish hunters, rather to change their mindset so that they can approach the fishing livelihood aspect through being able to produce their own fish through the fish cage farming enterprise. So we've implemented this as SINOC. Then gender-based violence. This is another impact that we are cognizant of. And we are running sensitization campaigns since 2019 and intend to continue with that effort. Impact on culture, we cannot overemphasize this. Our partner Total also mentioned, having to ask people to relocate their graves because of the project land take. We have also experienced the same. And we have in place a chance fines procedure, which will guide our contractors on how to handle cultural heritage aspects or resources as and when they encounter them during excavation or during project construction activities. So SINOC staff as well as contractors have been trained by the Department of Museums and Monuments on how to handle these cultural heritage aspects. With respect to land acquisition, the SINOC project has made significant strides in this aspect, whereby we've compensated nearly 99% of our project affected persons. The project land has been acquired, and our different contractors have since mobilized to carry out different works on the land that we have acquired. Specifically, the physically displaced persons, 56 in number, and our RAP phase 2 and 3 have received their resettlement housing, as you'll see in the photos. We've constructed decent housing for the affected households that are physically displaced, and that's our way of creating a lasting value for the impacts that the project has occasioned on the PAPs. We have also implemented the livelihood restoration programs, as one of our contractors presented earlier this morning. Living Earth is one of our contractors that has been implementing the livelihood restoration programs, where we have supplied a number of inputs to the affected households. So these are photos of our community initiatives. In the photo there, you'll see our president, our company president, Mr. Chen, interacting with stakeholders from the Chikube district local government. On the top right, we had an engagement with the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. We consider the kingdom a key stakeholder to the SINOC project. Below there, that was the launch of the sanitation drive. And then in the bottom right corner, that was part of the ongoing stakeholder engagement programs that we do have. Moving on, the impact mitigation projects. I mentioned the road safety awareness, where we normally collaborate with the Department of Traffic in the Uganda Police Force to sensitize communities on road safety, and then the gender or HIV sensitization, as well as the others. Livelihood restoration, our contractor already gave you an insight into what we have implemented so far. The Boran Bulls or the Pigare project, as well as the poultry farming. These are ongoing initiatives that SINOC intends to carry on in order to create lasting value by enhancing the livelihoods of the affected persons. Then the resettlement housing. Those are the units that we have currently built for the project displaced persons in our project area. In conclusion, any activity can have environmental and social impacts. However, what's important is to put in place measures on how to manage these impacts so that the negative impacts can be reduced. Secondly, environment and social impacts can be both positive or negative. Therefore, programs should be established to maximize the positive impacts and minimize the negative impacts. Then all social and environment impacts related to the Kingfisher Development Project have been identified, they've been evaluated, mitigation measures put in place, and the residual impacts have also been identified. Mechanisms to handle these impacts are also in place. The project will be of benefit to the government of Uganda and all project stakeholders. It also has a domino effect for the economic development for communities that are surrounding our project. Based on the study, the project is economically, environmentally, technologically, and socially feasible. I thank you for listening.
Don't go away, Moses. The punishment you will pay is to stay here with me as we wrap up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention, and we really appreciate your patience. I do apologize for not sufficiently or effectively managing the time, but I also felt it was only fair that you receive the entire package and you appreciate or you put it into consideration in your developments. Ben, I thank you for giving me this opportunity, plus the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I think we're doing a lot of good work all jointly, and I want to wish you the best deliberations going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Isaac. And I'll ask you, both of you, to actually stay on the stage. I'm sure you know the drill by now, but it's okay to act modest and pretend to walk away. Let me ask our board member, Madame Linda Birobona, to please come and help us appreciate our presenters, and I'll ask them all to come. Of course, we have Isaac and Moses here. We also had Andrew, if you could please come back for Kingfisher. We also had Marion and Pauline, who presented earlier. Please do come. And of course, Dr. Kousheshe as well. Please come. And this is just a small token of appreciation to recognize the amount of time you put in to make sure you did a wonderful presentation. I know that you've been going back home a bit late this week, and you can explain to the children and say, this is what I've been doing, working for you. We'll do the picture on the left side of the stage to maximize space and to make sure that we have good visibility. As we take the picture, just wanted to remind us of a couple of things, but also to recognize the presence of another very important person in the oil and gas journey in Uganda. We've got the chairperson of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, Dr. Emmanuel Otala. It's good to see you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us and for supporting our oil journey. So please go ahead. Let's have our board member, Linda, hand over this to everyone. And then we'll do a group picture. So you just hand over. Yeah, they are the same, so no need to worry about giving the wrong one. As she does that and we take the picture, just wanted to remind you of something that's very important for you to take note of. We have an evaluation form that's available. Would like to take stock of how yesterday and today have gone. And so we're kindly requesting that you fill in an evaluation form. This is available on Slido. Slido.com, the same platform we've been using. You use PAU as the login, so that is slido.com, and you can be able to go there and kindly fill in our evaluation form just to give us some feedback on what you think has happened, how it has gone, so we can be able to take note of that. A couple of the questions that we are asking about what you do, your area of business, your level of satisfaction, how relevant the material was for you, the elements that you liked, anything you did not dislike. I know for a fact that I cracked a joke yesterday that rubbed people the wrong way. I've already been given feedback. Thankfully, I didn't get punched in the face, so thank you for the feedback. So whatever feedback you might have, please do share. And you can also use a physical form, which we will have by the end of the day today that you can fill in on your desk. So please do use Slido to fill in that evaluation form, but also to give us feedback. And a big thank you, once again, a hand clap to our presenters and to Linda for the wonderful presentation. Again, running a little bit late, but again, environment, very critical, and we needed to deal with that. Right, so it's now time to eat. The enzymes in your stomachs have been very patient. Let us honor their patience by going to have a meal. As always, you will get a coupon that you can use to go and have lunch in the tent. It's a bit obvious that we are about 50 minutes behind schedule, and I don't want to put you under pressure, but if there is any way, you can either speed up the metabolism or reduce the portion. I don't know what it will be, but the idea is to get you back in the room as quickly as possible. So whichever of those works for you, please do. Either eat very quickly or put less food on the plate than normal, because we have some very, very powerful presentations in the afternoon. We've got a powerful panel discussion on contract financing that is going to feature financial institutions. We will also have another powerful session on linkages between oil and gas and other sectors. And of course, we talked about taxation as well. That will be coming up in the afternoon. Otherwise, enjoy your lunch. Please try and make it as hasty as is humanly possible. And if we can try and be back in the room by about 2:30, 2:35, that would be great. So we can try and have enough time to conclude our powerful sessions in the afternoon. Enjoy the lunch. Bon appetit.
I'm too addicted to hauling a sente. Tally con expiry date. Pulika seranja galambe wendi. Jangu, come a little bit closer, baby. Sembera, wameza nechecho. Sita kubeyo, chakala kubeno. Ntekeyo, awo. Sita kubeyo, chakala kubeno. Ntekeyo, oyo, oyo. Oyo, oyo. The way you dance, girl, give a man fever. Got your body, but you make a man shiver. Bad girl, make a man fever. Got your body, but you make Mr. Lover, lover. And I say I don't get my holla. Anyhow you like, I could do my deal. As long as you know cause palapa. Promising you gon' treat me well. Give me the love and I'll be kiss and tell. Not be say that I whine I know well. Woyo, woyo. Oh, woyo, woyo. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The way you dance, girl, give a man fever. Now your body parts to make a man shiver. Bad girl, bad girl. Panicking and put to love. But it went cool out, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking, know if I were. Panicking and put to love. But it went cool out, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking, know if I were. Emi miro chekute, nemi wa baby Jessie. Kabi take attention to say. Kumanga wali wonse chengamba, wali wenchi buzo bambi chembuza. Why it's not a lose control every time that you come around. Panicking and put to love, but it went cool out, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking, know if I were. Panicking and put to love, but it went cool out, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking, know if I were. He said, let me keep your secret, yeah. Deepest of my heart is the safest place, so yeah. Baby, turn to me and say, hey. Girl, I love your body. I panic when I see your body. I admire my baby's body. Hey, yeah. Baby, when you turn up on me, Omutima kuba kukubanyo. You're the one that I think of, baby. Everywhere you go, I go follow. Panicking and put to love. But it went cool, I can't know if I were. Timubango tuse epira eulange ondabire nnyo Viola timutumide bambi omuwena akafaananyi ako bambi alabengako Viola mbenga mumeme nange mubenga mumeme alina kabiri Viola akayoyo bambi okokosa akayindo akalalo koswiti wenzijukira erinnya lye okulyokera mpomerwa kozinde konungansani kozindanunganyise mubuulire nti Bulaya abawala bangi abalungi ekyo tekimutiisa Viola malayika wange mama Viola mwagala gamba Viola akumendika ubaka nange tendi mukomeddo wesigwa la 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 la
%, how much value have you left on the table? If you take an interest rate of 21%, how much value have you left on the table for the local contractor? And probably nothing. Anyway, I just sit in the board to ask questions and hear, but there are people who do this on a daily basis. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are my opening remarks. So permit me to invite the experts who have agreed to have a discussion. I've also posted on Slido that if anybody has questions, please just put them up. We'll get a chance to look at them and then the panel can answer them. So, let me start by inviting Mr. Anthony Kituka, who is the Executive Director at Equity Bank Limited. Anthony, please. Let me invite Madame Victoria Namsoke Kayemba, who is the Sector Head of Oil and Gas in Stanbic. Welcome, Anthony, the second chair. Thank you, Victoria. Let me invite Philip Niwamanya, who is the Sector Head of Oil and Gas in Absa Bank. And then let me invite Mr. Malik Issa Abidie, who is the head of the multinationals and corporates at DFCU Bank. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the panel that we're going to have. Please take your seats. And maybe the other side, yeah. Thank you. We've got one lady on the panel. We do have somebody from
Uganda Bankers Association, but I don't know that she wants to sit or she will join from wherever she is, but if she's available, please join us. Brilliant. Give a round of applause so that we have a second lady on the stage.
Eva.
The Bankers Association is an association for bankers. They meet to discuss things which are pertinent to the industry. They are very clear about the competition law, so they ensure that they keep away on discussing the interest rates. But thank you very much. Thank you for accepting. Please take the other chair there. So, Victoria, why don't I start with you? Stanbic, as we heard this morning from your CEO, has been at the forefront in oil and gas. You've lent probably to most of the local contractors up till today. You've done a brilliant job. You still advertise. You've created an incubator. So you are doing a lot of things at Stanbic. Share with us that experience. How has been the experience of lending to the local players or the local players applying, but also probably focus a little bit on the challenges because the opportunities we had yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Mugelwa, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to share our experience as a Stanbic Bank. So as Stanbic Bank, we have been involved in the industry all the way from the exploration phase right into the development phase that we are currently in. And we have supported a number of companies across value chains, all the way from tier ones to the national content at all levels of tiers. We have also supported across industries, be it in the power and infrastructure, the consumer sector, oil and gas itself, and with a number of facilities, bank guarantees, asset financing, and working capital solutions. And as very many of our clients have testified today, that we have walked the journey with them. But having said that, as Mr. Mugelwa, you've asked to focus on the challenges. And we shall be very honest with you. The oil and gas industry is kind of unique. And I think it's because it's new for us as a country and new as a country, but also for the players, especially the national content. As you know, the Petroleum Authority has regulations protecting national content. A number of services have been ring-fenced for Ugandan companies. But as we all know, the challenges in there, given the size and complexity of the oil and gas project, and there lies the challenge that we have faced as banks. And the key issue here is the performance risk. And just going back, we know that these companies are small, not so big, based on the complexity, and we understand the challenges. We know that if we ask for collateral, sometimes it's there, but it's not enough. For example, a company that has been dealing with $5 million of work now suddenly has to deliver on $25 million. So we understand the challenge, and our response has been to focus on the contract financing. And when you focus on the contract, what does that mean? You're looking out for the performance of these clients. So many times you look at the contract and it is protecting the employer, and the number of clauses in there the contractor has not probably thought about. I'll give you an example. Many times the contractors don't look at what is their margin, what is their requirement for insurance, like what will be their cost. So we have found ourselves in a position where we have to satisfy ourselves on the performance. And reading these contracts, and given the fact that the contractors are given a very limited time to mobilize, and the bank has to understand this performance risk and rely on these companies. So the key important issue to note here is that we have to work together as an industry. There are a number of stakeholders that are subject to, a party to this. The contractor is number one. Yeah. The contract employer is the second one, and then the bank. And then the other stakeholders would have to help. So one of our thoughts around this is that how can the employer help us? How can they assure the bank that they've done the right job in doing the performance? So we've had to do a lot of collaboration, trying to understand the contracts, engaging the contractors themselves, and as a bank, looking through the contracts to make sure that we bank the right contracts. So the main challenge, Mr. Mgera, is around the contract itself and how to satisfy ourselves with the performance and ensuring that the banks are not left out there in the open.
Thank you, Victoria. And I think that's the issue, isn't it, with banks, is that normally your typical bank is risk averse. If you can get money on govies at 17.5%, why going to oil and gas, which is at 20%, which is at 6%? So, but we'll come back to that discussion because it's an interesting point you raised. Malik, I saw you shaking your head when she was speaking about some of the challenges. In addressing some of those challenges, which I can imagine are probably similar challenges in your bank, what products have you come up with, special products, to address that, and what risks do you still envisage?
Thank you very much, Jimmy, and of course the audience. I think what all of us in this room have in consensus is the fact that the industrial outlook for oil and gas is quite promising. But for this to actualize, we really need to coordinate, and I'm speaking about financial institutions as well as the players that are going to take part in this particular industry. And for us as banks, we've really been challenged to not conventionally disseminate products or solutions just as we have been doing in the past, but think slightly deeper out of the box, or even completely take away the box, so that we can now see how best can we tag our thought processes around the contracts that you have and support you in that manner. As DFCU, and of course, I'd also want to believe my colleagues from other banks are also doing the same, we are walking the journey with most of you. Right from the time when you want to bid for these jobs, you're coming to us. We've been very, very appreciative. We go further ahead after giving you those instruments. You need advance payment guarantees. We look into that. We're able to support you on that journey. You want performance guarantees, we go that journey as well. And also, within the working capital realm, you will find that at every single milestone for the execution of the contracts that you will definitely have various financing needs. So we've tailored processes and also recalibrated our thinking to say what kind of products can we deliver to the players within this particular unique industry. And within there is quite a wide array of the working capital solutions during the process that you will be finalizing or executing these particular contracts. But also to add, it may not only be for working capital. Many of you will also have CapEx requirements. If you look at the guys in logistics, for instance, there will be a need for them to, import units, vehicles. You're talking about heavy-duty equipment. You're speaking of machinery and all those sorts of things. So we will still provide you solutions, and of course, this could be in form of leasing solutions. Currently, we're doing finance leases, but we're trying to upgrade and see that we can continue supporting you with also doing operating leases. We are in synergies with a couple of leasing houses, also residual value investors, to be able to support you on that journey as well. Then on the development side, some of the projects may also need a little bit more intensity when it comes to project finance. And I think we're not shying away from that as well. We just need to speak with you, get to know each other deeper, and see where exactly you want to put the money. And then we will be able to support you on that. But also, the very, very last one that we probably tend to drive under the carpet is the solutions that we'll give to the employees themselves. Because what I know is many of you who have got employees, you will definitely be paying these through bank accounts. So we've also tailored certain solutions and products for the kind of clients, the kind of employees that you have, including giving them small loans that can be able to support them address their requirements at a private level. On the risk side, I think already my colleagues have spoken about the performance risk, and obviously the payment risk comes in very handy as well. But we've quite gotten very good reception from the IOCs and also the Tier 1 companies that are trickling down these contracts to Tier 2 and Tier 3. So I believe that if we continue to maximize those synergies as players within one realm, then we should be able to support and do away with most of those risks. Of course, being cognizant that the insurance companies are also coming on board to be able to offload some of that hypothetical risk.
Thank you, Malik. You raised a few other issues around the insurances, and maybe we'll come back to that as well. But Anthony, similar points raised from Victoria and Malik on support from Tier 1 or the main contractors. So it would be interesting to hear from you, from the banker side, what kind of support do you really need? Do you want from Senok? Do you want from Total, from McDermott, from Schlumberger? What support do you need to ensure that they get you over the line? Not forgetting that you as bankers also need to play something. You need to bring something on the table.
Okay, thank you very much, Jimmy, and good afternoon, everybody. I think, let me begin by demystifying this oil and gas financing thing. The assumption is that we're going to be lending only to oil and gas companies, IOCs, Tier 1, Tier 2, and so on. But when you look at those actual tiers and the actual work to be done, it's not very complicated. It is, I'm lending to somebody who has a chicken farm. He has been producing 100 trays a week. Now he has to produce 5,000 trays a week. That is just scaling up. I'm lending to somebody who had 10 trucks. Now he needs 50 trucks. That is just scaling up. So in that aspect, I think all the banks have capacity to do that. The complication comes on the actual oil and gas contracts, which are technical, where most of the time the expertise is not available in country, and definitely using traditional rules of lending, collateralized and so on, those will not apply. So the support, and I'm sure my colleague Victoria talked about it, is we focus on the contract. What are the contract terms? And what we are seeing in this early journey, in the nascent part of it, is many of the contractors or subcontractors aren't exactly 100% ready to receive financing. One of the reasons your consultancy is doing very well is because they have to be prepared. The issues around compliance, issues around ESG, things people haven't been talking about for a long time. Suddenly you're being asked, show us your protective, your PPE, show us your evacuation plans, show us your BCP, continuity, show us how you will survive this business for the next 30 years, show us about your governance. So what the banks are doing in partnership with many other organizations, before we even lend you the money and go to the IOC, please let us look at the contract, let us see what the terms are. Can this person actually work? He has the contract, thank you very much. How do you ensure money comes through the bank? That means somebody mentioned sales risk or payment risk, that is addressed. The trick now becomes around performance risk. Can the customer perform on the contract? Now, the challenge is, I would say, roughly 70 to 80% of the companies have never done this kind of work or this scale of work. They have to think about increasing their own human capital. They talk about increasing equipment, increasing expertise. And maybe in some cases, if IOCs and Tier 1s can support in that regard, that would be brilliant as well. I think, of course, I don't need an IOC to help somebody grow more maize or feed more chicken. I don't need that from him for that. I need to say, I will consistently buy at this price over this period. I have stability of offtake. The question is, does he have stability of supply? And not just one season. It is every season for the next 30 years. Those are things we see as challenges or issues we have to address. But that being said, we don't think it's insurmountable. It's been done in countries before. It's been done in Nigeria. It's been done in Ghana. Uganda definitely will learn from these experiences. And the banks obviously will play their part with the other regulators and partners to make sure we do what we have to do. Money can be found, but are the customers ready to receive the money? That's the question.
Thanks, Anthony, and I fully agree. I think it's really, you know, having a look ahead and seeing how you can collaborate with also the major companies or the tier one companies. Have you thought as bankers when you sit together and say, could we talk to these big contractors, the licensees, and do something about supporting the local contractors? Something different, special, not what you normally do.
I mean, obviously, we see this whole ecosystem of oil and gas. It's a huge ecosystem. I mean, there's a regulator, there are IOCs, there are tier one companies, there are your regular human being who will benefit eventually. There's a government role and so on, the ministries. There's upstream, midstream, downstream. Understanding that whole ecosystem where everybody plays is the first thing banks have been focusing on doing. Building capabilities. All my colleagues here have focused on making sure you have an oil and gas department, well-skilled, well-trained, understand the industry. If I don't have it here, I will partner with a bank which does. Excuse me. I will partner with a bank which does to ensure that that capability is available. So the banks here probably understand the financing side. And they're spending more time understanding the industry based on where it is at the moment. Of course, you can study advanced industries, advanced countries, but you must bring it down to earth. So, talking to the IOCs and all the different players, definitely we have to do that. I mean, in your past life, for example, I'm sure when you were at Talo, there was always engagements at the exploration stage. Total, CNOC is constantly holding stakeholder, supplier engagements to see how do we get this thing off the ground? And the question then becomes, how do the banks support? And the banks, as much as possible, try to put their, I mean, we have our rules, we are regulated industry. We try to also be as flex as possible, as world-class as possible. But at the end of the day, I can assure you, everybody will participate profitably, hopefully.
And I'll come back to that, but
I wanted
before I
to
come to Victoria, just on that particular point, I saw Philip shaking his head around some of this. But if you look at yourselves as the bank, how are you supporting the development of the local content players?
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Jimmy. So our support for local content is really structured around what we see as the problems for the local players. And we see two problems for the local players. One of them is lack of finance, which is really driven by lack of collateral, as my colleagues had mentioned. And the second one that we do see is lack of capacity. So how are we supporting the local players to really respond to this? So on the issue of finance and collateral, we've engaged some risk-sharing partners in the market. So we've talked to a couple of insurance companies, and we've been able to structure products that do not require landed property. So if a contractor approaches us to get, say, a performance guarantee or an advance payment guarantee, we do not request for landed property. We instead engage our insurance partners and structure a solution for them. Then in terms of the day-to-day working capital needs, we do have a solution that we call enterprise and supply chain development, which has 3 pillars. So the first pillar is lending based on forward-looking cash flows, like my colleagues mentioned, but then to an SME that is part of a corporate's value chain. So it's important to be part of a corporate's value chain. And then this lending is not collateralized, so there is no requirement for collateral. So what we try and do is to try and close loop the cash flows for the contract, and then have an understanding with, say, the tier one, that when this money comes through, we'll use part of it to offset the loan, and then the rest can then be sent to the contractor. But from a capacity building perspective, we've also gone ahead to put in place, I think different banks have also done a similar thing, but at ABSA we do have something we call the SME Academy that we've been using to skill some of the local entities. We've done trainings in partnership with GIZ, and we've also done trainings in partnership with IFC. But even away from the trainings, we've gone ahead to see how do we support our local entities identify joint venture partners using our network, given that we're in over 13 countries across the continent. So what we've also done is that we've been able to link some of the local companies here with some of our clients in other markets that are looking to come into Uganda. So in that way, we're both supporting on the financing side, but we're also supporting on the capacity building and also forming linkages with joint venture partners.
Thank you, thank you. That's an interesting one. I hope the participants have heard that if you're looking for a joint venture, ABSA can do it for you as well. That's very good. But before I go to the Bankers Association, you had a quick rejoinder on what you said?
Yes, I just wanted to supplement on what Anthony was saying on what have we done in engaging the employers to support the local content players. So we've had engagements with some of the employers and saying, instead of requiring, for example, a guarantee that is $10 million and at once, why don't you bite-size it based on milestones so that then it becomes manageable both for the contractor and the bank taking the risk. So based on these little milestones and the continued performance, you walk the journey along with the contractor, and therefore you find yourself supporting them more effectively. Another thing we've engaged them on is around sharing with us their performance reports, making sure that enhanced monitoring to satisfy us around the performance so that we don't find ourselves 12 months down the road and we're out of the money. But if we walk the journey with the contract employer, the contractor, and the bank, we found that we've been able to get over the hurdle for some of the contractors.
Thank you. That's very useful. I'm looking at you as the person who coordinates the different banks, the Bankers Association, but at the same time probably somebody who interacts with the central bank, and where you sit, and the industry is also very, very regulated, as you know. It's how you structure, you've got your prudence, you've got so many things. Are there any regulatory or kind of policy accommodation that Bank of Uganda needs to do for our banks, our local banks, so that they can go and support the local players?
Thanks, Jimmy, and good afternoon, everyone. You rightly say that we work in a very regulated environment. And the regulations really are for the benefits of everyone, including our own customers. Now, the oil and gas industry is very new. And there are laws and regulations which have to come up to be able to accommodate the customers if they're doing business that is well beyond what they currently do. We had an engagement, and to your point, we regularly engage with Bank of Uganda. And I must say that they are very receptive in terms of discussions, engagements from both sides in things which are important to progress business, as well as the things which are important to keep the environment stable and profitable for everyone. Now, there are certain things which need to change with the oil and gas sector. And I think by listening to all the other four players here and all the players in the industry, you realize that the way we are doing business is different. Consequently, the laws and regulations under which we are operating must change. For example, how much can we lend to one individual? How can we contract with an international firm? How can three banks work well together seamlessly to achieve to realize that dream for one big person, one particular deal? How much risk can you effectively take and keep on your book? So it's all the details that we need to lucidly put together and have a discussion with Bank of Uganda. The good thing is we have precedents from the continent and around the world. So we won't be talking about something which is so strange and rather hypothetical. So we'll ask the questions of them, and I'm sure they'll be able to respond to help us position ourselves well to be responsive and to act responsibly towards our customers. So
that's a good one, and and I'll come to get comments from the other guys. If you look at FIA, You've got things like the single obligor limit. You can only lend up to $50 million as a bank in this country. Maybe only one player can using the balance sheet. And the regulators are like what we call VLCC in oil, very large containers. They take so long to turn. And yet oil and gas needs are today. Maybe for the other people, is there anything that could be done urgently without waiving, or waiving the fines, but something that could help our local players?
Okay, I don't want to speak for my regulator. that might be dangerous for my career. But I think, sorry, thank you. I think, obviously, I'm sure the Bank of Uganda as a regulator, I mean, their mandate is to protect depositors' funds. That's the first thing they always tell us. So whatever we're doing, asking ourselves, have we addressed the potential risk or potential loss of depositors' funds through irregular or bad lending? That is generally. With oil and gas, obviously, ticket sizes are going to be much bigger because of level of investment. I don't think there are many industries where you're going to plunk down 15 to 20 billion over a short period of time immediately. And if you finance half of that, you find challenges in doing so. I think there are some opportunities, obviously, in the regulation as it is right now, but even that capacity may not be enough for local banks or locally registered banks to take the full appetite. Clearly, it means you're going to have to start playing with international players or international financiers, and they come with their rules. And how the central bank can help and build capacity, my colleagues at UBA can help create proper standards and practices for us to lend safely and profitably. I mean, at the end of the day, we are commercial banks. We have a shareholder who demands a return. And he will look at the risk related to any sector or segment we're lending to and say, is the return worth the risk? If it's too tight, there might be issues. So how much leeway they can have sector specific? It could be other areas, not even in relation to the regulator, central bank, could be other bodies like URA. You might find other reliefs which can come in other areas, capital markets in terms of how we can raise capital and do M&As to see how that works. Maybe those might also help in the sector, but just a few off the top of my head thoughts.
And I was at a session about a month ago with the Industry Insurance Association. They have succeeded in syndicating, and they've succeeded in actually putting it in the law. Insurance needs to be procured locally. Are you syndicating as banks? Are you doing something along something like that that insurances have done? I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that.
Yeah. Okay. So Jimmy, in terms of syndicating, I think what we've seen is that the biggest financing requirement is usually from the tier ones that are going to come with their financing from their countries of origin. And then what we've seen at tier two is that the financing requirement is typically 10 to 15% of the contract size. So whereas someone might have a contract of $50, $60 million, they will need maybe $14 million in financing to deliver that kind of contract. And the local banks here have the capacity to meet that kind of financing. And even in situations where a lot more is required, there are already existing frameworks where local banks can syndicate, but also the individual banks have internal mechanisms where we can syndicate within the groups. So the issue of the capacity of banks here to do the financing, in my view, is something that is already well catered for.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, probably for the audience, as banks, we talk, not that we disclose your information, but if the pie is big, then we have a conversation, and with your permission, are you able to take on this? How much can you be able to take on? So it is more of us working together to see that we can provide a solution. Even under the current regime, where we have got certain limitations, there's always a workaround for us to provide these kind of solutions. But also, on the other hand, for the banks coming out of Kenya, for instance, and then South Africa, they also have opportunities to actually give you additional support based on their mother entities. But also, for DFCU, for instance, one of our partner banks is NMB in Tanzania. Now, if you are probably looking to also do some business over the other side, we can have that discussion, and we risk participate and are able to support you. But again, to what another colleague of mine mentioned, the contractual structure is very critical. Because once an IOC gives you a contract, let's say worth $300 million, but there's room for them to actually break it in different sizes that are consumable by banks. I think that is a very, very good idea, wonderfully welcome. And in partnership with you, we can have that discussion together with the IOCs. And there is a lot of flexibility that I'm fully aware of to support yourselves.
You raised another point which has not been a subject of this conversation. It's that this pipeline is multi-jurisdiction. It's going to go through 39 districts. And yet, we sit in this room and we're not talking a lot of joint venture partnering with the Tanzanians. So when I hear you talk about NMB and DFCU talking together, probably Equity doing the same thing, Stanbic doing the same thing, ABSA doing the same thing. Probably there is an opportunity that the next conference, PAU needs to do a bit of matchmaking between the different players. Let us address the elephant in the room, because I'm sure that's what is keeping most people jittery. And I know you are competitors, so within the law. I mean, you look at the current interest rates, they are double digits, 18, 21%. At 21%, and then I put on my margin, and knowing how much value that the tier one and the contractors and the licensees are pushing. What can be done for this country to ensure that people get interest rates that allow them to do business?
A market leader?
Anybody can do it. I hear the market leader is the one who wants to take this.
Thank you so much for that question. As you may or may not be aware, interest rates is a result of so many things put together. The perceived risk of what you're financing, the actual cost of financing, and a number of other things. And as already mentioned, that the higher the perceived risk, the higher the interest rate will be. So what we need to do for our clients, and that is what we've been trying to do via the business incubator as Stanbic Bank, is to try to make sure we train them, make sure their records are good, make sure they have proper governance in place, make sure their financials are in place and they can monitor their financials to try to lower this risk, to make sure. And the other thing that I've mentioned is how do the contract employers support us to lower these interest rates? Because if a big employer assures me that I am very sure I'm going to walk the journey with this contractor, I am assigning these receivables to you, I am going to make sure that the contract is bite-sized so that we give little bits as they perform, definitely the interest rate is going to go down south. So the thing is, how do we work together to make sure that we de-risk the project and ensure that the players get the best value in terms of interest rates? That's the best answer I can give you.
Thank you. So you're reminding us this is about allocation of risk, and you push it to where you need to push it. But you're smiling.
Okay.
Interest rates, lower them.
You know, when I was a child, I played a game called Follow the Leader, and I follow the leader. But I think, let's be real. Interest rates are not just driven by banks trying to make massive margins. As my colleagues at Stanbic, and I'm sure my colleagues at ABSA and the FCU, and UBA, which is the umbrella for all other banks, will tell you, it's a factor of supply and demand. And the supply, for example, look, many contracts are going to be in dollar terms. What's the dollar supply in Uganda at the moment? Where does it come from? I mean, if our dollars come primarily from diaspora and exports, which are key exports, could be tourism, flowers, gold, whatever it is, the supply will determine what the price is, evidently. One thing I think I heard one of my colleagues mention in the morning is you should be alive to the fact that dollar pricing, even outside this country, is going up. As countries try to fight inflation, the pricing outside Uganda is also going up. So it's not just unique to Uganda. Yes, we understand the margins are very thin on these contracts, and the banks want to play, for sure. It might be a volume game, high volume, low margin, and we'll play where we'll play. But no bank will lend at a loss, for sure, unless there is some sort of recompense. Is there a subsidy, which evidently doesn't happen in this country? So we try as much as possible to price correctly in light of the supply and demand situation, but we can get money elsewhere as well within the contract. If you give us ancillary income, you're doing FX with us, you're doing, we're banking all your staff and we're getting salary payments, your foreign exchange transactions, letters of credit. There are other elements you can make money off and not put all the money on the interest rate in terms of the loan or the overdraft. Potentially, those are other areas you can look at. So you want a better price, give us a bit more business in other areas as opposed to just at one contract point, and we can see.
So Anthony, you are saying that these guys have fixed contracts, by the way.
Yes.
So the contracts are fixed and they don't turn around. You also tend to give fixed contracts. The loans are fixed. So you're saying that there is some way you could structure these deals in a way that if you give me your overall credits and debits, I'll reduce the interest rate for you.
Yes, we're not very greedy. We're greedy enough.
They are listening and they'll take you on for that. Any other comments?
Maybe to provide a bit of context. What the members sitting there are saying is true in a way, is over the last couple of years, we've taken a look and tried to decouple, to look at what drives interest rates. And the interest has been to see what can we remove and what is within our control. The same things which build up into the total price of an interest rate, that removing the margin, the same things which come in, which are out of there are macroeconomic factors out of your control, pricing of money, there are those kind of things. Even in this environment, things to do with NPLs or bad loans, the cost of lending itself, the cost of operation. So what I can say is that as a sector, we are looking at the things within our control. And they've given you examples of things that can be done, trying to decouple them, trying to understand better to remove them, while engaging the relevant stakeholders, government, the regulator, and so forth, to see what they can do to sort out the other issues which are really out of the control for us as a sector. And I think that if we work together as individual banks, as an association, and with the different stakeholders, the price of lending is going to start going down when we deal with the issues that if we had, let's say, an NPL rate, a bad loan rate going down from 7 to 4%, it's an indication of risk going down and a lower cost. So inevitably that will be reflected, and so a couple of things are being done and will be done to help the cost of lending to go down, but that's a journey.
I thought as a bankers association, you would bring in the issue, the development banks. And my friend Nick Odinue is there from the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, and maybe I'll ask him to give a comment of how Nigeria has done it. But if I remember during the days, is that there was 1% of every contract that was put into a Nigerian content initiative. And I think today they probably accumulated almost maybe $600 million. And they're using part of that money to subsidize the loans. how do you push government, Ministry of Finance, Bank of Uganda to ensure that there is a fund that is created, whether it is channeled through the development banks, so that almost like they've done on the agriculture credit fund, so that we can lend this sector, which the PSST, the Permanent Secretary and Secretary for Treasury, said yesterday that is going to produce a net GDP of 2%. This country's GDP growth is at 7%, is at 5%. Oil and gas alone is going to give you a 2%. Why don't you create a special fund to do this? But Nick, I would also want you to come in. Let her first comment.
Okay.
Or anybody.
There are various things. You talked about what needs to be changed structurally and what needs to be put into place. There are various things which need to be done that speak to how we are regulated, but also what we must sensibly put into place to do what we aspire to do. We have laws of syndication as an example. You're speaking about a fund which is protective other than what we currently have. You're speaking about how we are going to lend. All those things have to be changed and be put into place. We've had engagements with government, and we'll keep on having the same engagements. We're having the same or similar engagements with the regulator. You did say earlier that the regulator is like a ship which takes very long to turn. And I think the period of COVID has proved that not to be true. We had a lockdown announced. We had regulations which were published 3 days later, which guided us for a period of a year, which shows their ability to be responsive if there's a need and an urgency, has been proved. So we have a proof of concept. And we did a regulatory review to be able to see what do we need to change as an industry to become more responsive, to become more aware. And that is with Bank of Uganda currently. So we need to understand the sector, understand what we need, borrow a lot of information for the brothers and sisters who've walked ahead, avoid the pitfalls or problems they experience, and put into place a good sector supported by the right guidelines, the right structures, and the fund is one of them, to make sure that we'll be ready and able to, we are ready, but to be more ready and more available to serve in a way. And a first way, I think Victoria spoke to the fact that the turnaround time is exceedingly very slow in a new environment. So that's what we're working on, and I think we'll get to that particular position.
That's very assuring to hear that the regulator will change. Nick, can I invite you to give us maybe a minute or two around the Nigerian Content Fund? Here or there. And as you come, you need to hear what the pattern has done in Nigeria. The Nigerian companies are running the rigs. Speak from there.
Thank you for once again putting me on the spot. First, the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund is a special fund set up to assist the local participant in oil and gas. It's specific to the local content players. And so this fund, when it was first put, every 1% in every contract will be deducted at source and put into this pool. Right now, that pool is over $2 billion. And part of that same pool of money is made available not through the commercial banks, but through Bank of Industry, such that the conditions are not like suffocating like the commercial banks. Okay? And so once you have this fund, you must pay back, and it's guaranteed by the Nigerian Content and Development Board. So you have this fund in R&D, manufacturing, contracts, equipment purchase, all the 9 yards there. And because of the new trend of, I heard the gentleman, ESG and the rest of the story, carbon capture, net zero, Nigerian Content Board quickly moved to partner with African Petroleum Producers Organization and the Afri-Exim Bank. Now, every country is expected to put in fund in that special creation to support. And we expect that if it has worked in Nigeria, for us, it should be able to work here in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. I'm sure my colleagues from Petroleum Authority have heard. But I think those are some of the points we need to take down as actions coming out of the conference. So I don't think we can solve that issue, but let's talk about something else, because you just talked about it is the ESG. There's so much pressure around this environment, social and governance. Everybody who has been on the stands this morning, including Dr. Kausheshe, was talking about ESG. They speak about the E, they speak about the S, and they speak about the G. What are you, as banks, specifically doing around the ESG? And feel free to pick any of the letters, whether the G or the S or the E.
Or all. Okay, I think ESG is alive. It's very serious. I think evidently, based on what we're seeing around this specific project and many fossil fuel extractive industries, environment, social, and governance issues are prominent. Speaking from a perspective of Equity Bank and Group, we have elevated it to a level that ESG now plays in every lending. It is a whole directorate in terms of the bank. We try as much as possible to educate our customers about it, let them be aware that now it's just about having collateral. ESG has to be something which even our regulator is asking us to deal with and address. So in the bank, we have a full directorate on ESG. All our lendings go through an ESG process to check how is the client doing around environment. Social, meaning the people. Are you using child labor? Are you concerned about, is your product or your practice or your firm doing things sustainably? What is your governance structure? And governance is several things. In many companies, many SMEs, the MD is the cleaner, he's the driver, he's a procurement person. In this industry, you won't survive and get big contracts that way, and you won't stay long. So help them build governance around that as well. So, and it's almost, I won't say it's new, but it has now come to a head. Even getting financing externally, it's a question which will be asked. So we're preparing our customers and our clients to be ready. And so you'll probably find that the advisory part of the organization, forget about the lending, just the advice before we lend is growing around that area. Please check. Part of your checklist now is on these specific areas. So how do you prepare? It might affect pricing. We can try to incentivize you and say, because you have good ESG ratings, you can get a better price. If I can take off 50 basis points, 0.5% of the loan price because you have good ESG practices. I can lend you from a particular fund, which I have, because you have good ESG practices. And that is what we're trying to socialize and make sure people get used to now. Not only for oil and gas, but going forward even in other industries. We think it is good for the environment, it's our contribution towards it, beyond the other things we do around energy. I mean, in equity, the pillars are clear. Your social pillar and your commercial pillar fly together. If you do good, you do well. That's our view.
Yeah, and I think you're right. The lenders' covenants are going to be very, very clear. I think maybe in the next 1 year or so, you've got to demonstrate clear ESG. But I think while ESG is the flavor of the month, the thing that we are all struggling with, and I'll be interested to hear, is what are those standardized metrics that we use? Because if everybody comes here and says, I'm measuring ESG, and just talking about the number of youth I employ, and then somebody else is measuring something, all of you will turn up green. But are you working on standardizing, say, from the banker's side, and say, let's have a standard ESG matrix, which will then allow us to claim this trophy? Who wants to take on that?
Well, I think that should go to the Bankers Association, but as Stanbic Bank, we have an ESG policy, that we clearly embed in all our lending decisions. We assess all our clients based on our ESG principles to make sure that, of course, there will always be risks, but how are they mitigated? How are they minimized? And we shall pass each and every one of our clients through that screen, making sure the social is okay, the governance is okay, the climate policy is okay. And of course, we always prioritize lending to the national content also as part of our social impact, and make sure that we not only assess them, but we train them along the way on how to make sure the risks identified are minimized or mitigated at the least.
Thank you. That's very good to hear. The one thing that all the suppliers complain about, and I meet quite a number through my Zoramo consultancy, is that the CEOs don't take the calls, the relationship managers are busy running after other monies. Oil and gas will require a different work ethic from what you normally do with your normal customer. And you also require a different skill set. What skill sets or what do you need, what capacity building do you need as bankers that the oil and gas industry can provide for you to be able to help the local content players?
Thank you, Jimmy. I think this sector is new to the whole country, so definitely even to the banks, you find maybe 2-3 people that understand the sector. So we definitely need a lot more understanding on how those contracts are structured. You're going to get a contract that is 100 pages. So you need to understand which parts of that contract you need to focus on in order to provide a good structure. So just getting that knowledge around the contract and its provisions. But then also it's important to understand that most of these banks already have existing capacity in oil and gas in other markets. From an ABSA perspective, we have a very big oil and gas business in South Africa, a big business in Mozambique. And what we are doing is that we are leveraging that expertise in the group to sort of train the local entity and make sure that we can deliver on time. The other aspect that we are trying to bring our teams up to speed with is the fact that in oil and gas, the solutions are needed yesterday. So someone signs a contract, approaches you, and they need a bond in 3 weeks. The bank would typically take maybe a month or a month and a half to put the solution on the table. So what we've done also is that we've engaged with some of the contractors to say that even as you go through the contract negotiations with the IOC, please start engaging the bank so that the bank gets what we call the house cleaning issues out of the way, so that then when you come to the bank, it's a 2-week turnaround time to deliver your solution.
Thank you.
Yeah, but also just to add, if you look at it, the industry requires a lot of monitoring. And from a bank's perspective, we also need to beef up the level of monitoring that we do have. But obviously, the support that we'll need here is from the actual employers themselves. Because if an institution, an FI, is saying, let me provide you working capital facilities based on a contract, at what point do I know that indeed you have consumed all the capital that I've given to you, and that for the payments that have come through, you need more or you need less? So that level of monitoring needs to be enhanced. If it means to do with sharing certain reports, for instance, with the IOCs or Tier 1 companies, we need to do that. And if they smell something along the journey in terms of contracts execution, even if the period is going to be extended, let we be notified well on time, so that life becomes easier for each and every other participant within the actual domain.
Just one more point on enhanced monitoring. Is my mic on? On enhanced monitoring, I think as banks, we do not have the capacity to go down on the project and do that enhanced monitoring. So we may have to partner with a number of the professionals in the industry, consultants that can support us within, and probably work with them to make sure that we de-risk and get comfortable around the performance of these contracts.
Yeah. I don't want to make a chirango for my colleagues, but that's exactly what the likes of Zoram Consulting can help you with. But I was going to ask to get some questions from the audience, which are on Slido. Unfortunately, I left my phone behind, and I can't read that far. Is there anybody? How many more minutes do we have to take one or two questions from the audience? Okay, we can take 2 questions. If somebody put on Slido, unfortunately, we are sorry we can't access it.
There's a hand.
There is a hand where? There's a hand here. There is a hand here from the Vice President of Petan.
Thank you. Jim, there's a question from Slido. Someone is asking, is it possible for Ugandan banks to partner with international banks that have lower interest rates?
Okay. Prepare for that answer.
Yeah, thank you. Ronti is my name from Nigeria. I have any questions to all the bankers. Most SMEs will get contracts for this project. They don't have financing. They don't have the regular collaterals that you need. All they have is a contract. And typically when they get it, they spend 3-4 months looking for finances. And at the end of the day, they may not be able to meet the various deliveries. The contract will be cancelled. The industry, the service providers will lose their reputation. That we're trying to get them job, we cannot do work, but it's mainly finances. And really, we need to be able to bring it down to the simplest. How can we ensure that a good local contractor that has a contract from this project get finances in whatever way? We can leverage, pamper, and ensure that they can do that work. I think that's what we need to address.
Thank you very much. There's another question.
Thanks.
You respond to that. Just a quick one for you, Jimmy. There's one on the screen. Someone is giving some props to Mr. Shushan and PPT. Apparently, they respond to requests quite quickly. I don't know if this is the more you planted on Slido or not. Apparently, whatever you're doing well. And can you advise on how you're doing that so that other people can pick up from there? There was one more here, Jimmy. I'll pick this up and then we'll come back to you while we wait for something.
There was one they asked before.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that, but you've mentioned that you're willing to work with us as we get these contracts. However, you mentioned that you're bringing in expatriates as you are coming towards our core working condition. Is that going to actually increase the cost of them borrowing from you? Because if you are willing to come and sign our contracts, and then you get into engagement with us, and then you come along with other expatriates as well, how is it going to financially help in that regard? Because that is also another extra cost that I anticipate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to take the first question? Yeah, please.
Okay. So the first question was around how do the local banks work with international banks to lower the cost of financing? So banks already have what we call RMS, so relationship management agreements with other banks in different regions, so in Europe, in Asia, in other markets. So we already have those agreements that guide how we deal with those banks. And what we've been using those agreements for is sort of also to de-risk some of the transactions, especially for the multinationals that come out of those markets. So those arrangements already exist. It's just a matter of coming to the bank and having the bank use the existing frameworks to support you and then also to manage that interest cost. Yeah.
And the other was just a comment.
Maybe just before we go to the other. Also in respect to what my colleague has mentioned, we do risk participate with international lenders. And what normally happens is if we know that probably our pricing could be slightly higher and they are willing to come in with cheaper capital, we come into an agreement where we can participate either on the funded or unfunded line, or both, or just distribute it amongst ourselves to be able to support you. But of course, we also do not want to devalue the kind of value that we bring on the table in this regard, although it does not take away the fact that once such opportunities arise, we take advantage of them, especially for facilities that are quite huge in nature within the IOC spaces and tier ones and the like. So we do work with them under different terms that we agree upon mutually.
There was a comment on equity, and I think it's just a comment, so just not it as kudos. But let me ask one question, and we close the session. We are talking about local content, but there is local content. This Mama Mboga, the ladies who are going to supply cabbages, and they have to be paid through banks or through mobile money, and then you're closing banks because you're managing your cost-income ratio. How are you going to change that attitude to ensure that you really support the people who are on that corridor, as an example, the ECOP corridor?
Okay, if I may. I think evidently we have to, as banks, have to focus on bringing a lot of people who are in the informal sector into the formal sector. That really comes down to distribution. In the past, banks were really about physical branch, the building. But now the idea that banking isn't a place you go, it is something you do. So all these different advances on technology, star 247 hash, as an equity example. I'm sure my colleagues in other banks have examples where you can open an account digitally, wherever you are. However deep a village is, you have access to a bank account. The next thing is, of course, is a bit of education, especially around saving. You know, the first process in financial inclusion is open the account. Next one is save. Next one is borrow. Last one is invest. The country is going through different phases. And right now, we're just trying to make sure as many people can open accounts as easily, seamlessly, and conveniently as possible. Banks are investing heavily in technology to drive that, because brick and mortar effectively is becoming obsolete. Things like agency banking are trying to drive that as well. The whole idea of also working across various social or economic sectors to be sure that nobody's left behind. Agriculture employs many people, but they're not banked, so go there. Find industries where people are working and go and try and get them banked, get them account opened. All those different things will probably help in ensuring that when Mama Mboga, the woman in the village, or the woman in Nakasoro, is selling her tomatoes to a hotel which is providing hotel facilities for an oil and gas company, she can bank safely and securely, conveniently, has the freedom, convenience, and choice to do it whichever channel she wants to. Those are the things we are thinking the banks are working, and with the support of our umbrella organization and our regulator. You can see the laws have been changed. Agency banking was passed. Laws around digital banking are in place. A few more things to be done around digital contracting, signatures. There's some issues in policy that have to be addressed. But if those are put in place, the money will get down to the last man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the important thing for the banks to realize is that just like you've seen, you start with a licensee, then you have tier 1, you've got tier 2, you've got tier 3, and all these guys need to account back for local content. So just put in place policies and processes that can aid that Mama Mboga down there, because she counts on the statistics of the operators. We've run out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and a round of applause to our panel. I think they always say bankers are hard people, but these bankers seem like very, very nice people. So thank you very much for an excellent deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I have some things for my panelists before they leave the stage. Yeah, please don't leave the stage yet. So I can thank you on behalf of PAO. And as we do that, of course, we'll go into our next session, which is going to be handled by Jonan Kandwanaho from the National Planning Authority. And this is about linkages between the oil and gas sector with other sectors. I'll ask him to prepare to come. Right after we hand this over, I'll kindly ask the CEO of Stanbic Bank to please kindly come and help me and pass this on. This is a financing thing. We know that we talked about JV, so I'm sure Anthony has no problem receiving something from you. So even a hug. No, that one we shall not allow. Only the gift and the photo. So obviously, there's potential for money to come from the banks, and this conversation again doesn't stop here. It's just this is just to tickle the discussion, so you can be able to engage and see what happens. So let's do a group photo. As I ask Mr. Kandwanaho to come. And the big thank you. Can we give a big hand clap to Jimmy for doing a great job? And you are very well within your rights to do Kalango for the consultancy, so I'm sure we'll be looking for you. Please give a big hand clap to Jonan as he comes to talk us through the linkages between oil and gas and other sectors of the economy. Jonan runs the chemical division at National Planning Authority, if I should put it that way.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Jonan Kandwanaho, and I work with the National Planning Authority in the chemical industry I represent. My today's session is an interesting one, as the role of NPA, as the business people or the contractors may know, is to ensure integrated development planning. As business people or contractors, you must have been asked a requirement while submitting your bids and your contracts. Is it aligned to the NDP3? Does it communicate to the Vision 2040? So all those strategic instruments that even highlight the key projects for the government are developed by the National Planning Authority. Of course, working hand in hand with key government agencies and the different stakeholders. Now, to shed light, with our economy at about $45 billion and with a growth of about 3.5%, would think that if oil and gas is not integrated in other sectors of government, it will be an enclave of the economy, and it might cause even the Dutch disease, where people will leave their activities and leave their agriculture activities, the other sectors of the economy, and come and perhaps be drivers and participate in the oil and gas industry. So what we are saying is that it's important that all sectors of the economy are integrated to participate in the oil and gas industry, as well as to have a trickle-down effect on the different sectors of government. And the players we have today, or the presenters that we shall have, are going to help us understand how have the different areas that have been earmarked, how are they going to link integrally, laterally, spatially, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of health. How have they tried to link with the oil and gas industry? And then how are they going to have the trickle-down effect to affect or to support the lower person, the Mamamboga, the bankers were talking about. How are they going to benefit ultimately? So we highlighted 5 areas that we thought are very pertinent. And one of them, as you may know, is health. Because you're looking at the peak, you're looking at about over 160,000 people that are going to shift to the Albert and Graben. And then also realize that the ECOP is going to pass through over 39 districts. So you're going to see that influx, and you'd think that in the hospitals that are in the Albert and Graben might not be able to support such a population. Because while they were being constructed, we didn't have a picture of the 160,000 people who are going to be in that region. So have the hospitals been prepared, or are the locals going to afford the medical bills? Because you'd think as the demand increases, just like the banks, then the prices have to increase. So will the locals afford the facilities? Will even the qualities of the health facilities be good? So we shall learn from the experts in the health sector. And one thing I would like to emphasize, especially to the presenters, is that let's highlight the opportunities. Because we are interacting with contractors, business people, let's not bombard them with research and statistics and what. Let's earmark the opportunities that potential investors can invest in and make sure that we achieve the intention that we have at hand. Then the other area is that as people migrate as well, they need to feed. As a matter of fact, at lunchtime, all of us had lunch unless someone was fasting. So as people migrate to the Albert and Graben, they will need food. People will need to feed. So we are saying, what opportunities does this present? How prepared are we to address such a thing, to supply? Are we able to meet the demand? We heard of a story of a person who was given a contract, and he supplied beef for a week, and he said, even these guys, they eat a lot of beef, so I cannot help. So we wouldn't want to have such a scenario. We need to make sure that we are ready to supply the beef that people need, to supply all the foods that people need, to make sure that we even realize the first oil drop and thereafter the developments in the oil and gas industry. So we shall also look at the linkage in the area of agriculture, and also to emphasize it's important that the presenter highlights the opportunities that are available. Given the audience we are interacting with, highlight the opportunities that are available in that area, and then since we've heard from the bankers and we have money in courts, now we can go and see how we can play in the agriculture area. Talk of transport, we've been talking about heavy goods vehicles being employed in the oil and gas industry. We are looking at about 8 million tons of machinery and equipment. Those are heavy cargoes. So you're asking yourself, how are they going to move to the Albert and Graben? So you need to engage transport. So we need to hear from the transport expert how ready they are, and how ready they are to make sure that such a thing is delivered. Because however much you emphasize local content and all, if these things are not got right from the word go, it will still bring on us for having not planned for such. So we shall hear from an expert in the transport to speak to us. And maybe finally, we shall hear from housing, because I doubt that people will come from Kampala every morning to commute to the Albert and Graben. That would be very tricky. Even in developed countries with very fast trains, it's distant. So you intend to think that people are going to be harbored there. They're going to be staying there. So how prepared are we? Are we putting hotels there? Are we building accommodation? So we want to hear from an expert who has done research and also present the opportunities for those who are interested in real estate. Can they build hotels there? Can they build housing facilities there? And then we can support people to play in the oil and gas industry. So we're going to look at those different areas that we earmarked. Of course, there are many areas, but we thought these ones are very pertinent. And for the contractors, we shall be able to get to understand the opportunities that are available in these different areas and how we can participate. With that, I would like to invite one research fellow from EPRC who has done extensive research, of course in partnership with PAU, and I think it was funded by PAU and Stanbic Bank and ABI, Agribusiness Initiative. A study was undertaken to see how people can play in the agriculture sector to support the oil and gas industry. So welcome with me Mr. Tony Odokonyero, the research fellow with EPRC, to share with us what he has found out from the studies he has conducted, but more so to emphasize the opportunities that it presents. But as he comes, I would like to invite all the presenters in the different areas so that it is a seamless presentation and interaction as we move this discussion. So, Mr. Tony, I would like to invite you from the EPRC. Then also I would like to invite Dr. Birungi Koutaro, the CEO, Kilimo Trust. She will be speaking to us in the area of private sector because she heads a non-for-profit organization. She'll give us that angle. And then we shall get to hear from Dr. Salome Karibaka Bakera. She will speak to us on health. She's a health expert. And then we shall invite also, I do not know if Mr. Peter Tibigamba is around, who will speak to us on transport. He's the CEO of Safeway Rights, and he'll be sharing his experiences on heavy goods vehicles and how ready we are for the transport. And then finally, we shall have housing. Ultimately, after the hard work, people need to sleep. So we shall invite Mr. Spencer Sabiti, the CEO of Stanbic Properties Limited. I like the first term Stanbic, so you will find the real estate so that people can actually play in the real estate industry. So welcome with me these speakers. Thank you. So, Mr. Tony, you have the podium. Thank you.
Why you don't taking this water? Why you don't taking this water? Why you don't taking this water? Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm Tony Odokonyero, a research fellow at EPRC. EPRC is Economic Policy Research Center. And this afternoon, I'll share with you some results from a study that's being undertaken by the center in collaboration with PAU, Stanbic Bank, and ABI. And the study is looking at the intersectoral linkages between the two sectors of agriculture and oil and gas. And like I said, it's still an ongoing study. So what I'm presenting is a set of results that have so far been, developed. So can we go to the next slide? All right. So this is the outline of the presentation. I'll go straight to the background. Yes, as we all know, the investment decision in the oil and gas sector has seen the country commit a significant amount of investment. Okay. So this decision really signifies a lot of, commitments towards development and progress towards development of the oil and gas sector in terms of production, And as we, again, have seen from the previous presentations, especially before lunch, there is the Tilenga, Kingfisher, and ECOP. Now, in this study, we take the areas under Tilenga and Kingfisher, the core oil districts, which are Nwoya, Bolisa, and then Hoima and Chikube. We categorize those districts as core oil districts. And then the rest of the districts, especially where the ECOP traverses, there is these select districts. We term them as the spill over oil, districts. As you can see there, they are highlighted in red. So these projects, including government, initiatives, planned to build a refinery, to that tune of 60,000 barrels per day, and then infrastructural development in terms of road infrastructure, international airport, and the like. All of them combined, there is a projection, as again, we might all know, that it can attract or lead to an influx of at least 1 million people in the core oil and then the spillover districts. Now, this presents opportunities, a lot of opportunities, especially for agriculture, the sector that we are studying. And in terms of demand, for example, and also probably supply, because if all these developments can boost, agricultural production, then agricultural, food supply actually can be boosted. Now, we are calling the study, we are referring to it as linkages. Now, the different developments can also actually unlock the different potential in terms of linkages between the two sectors. So we set out to find, the potential linkages between these two sectors, especially how these two, sectors impact on each other. And for this case of, for the case of today's presentation, I'll focus on agriculture, the potential effects of the developments in the oil and gas sector on agriculture. Now, why do we focus on agriculture? As we all know, again, agriculture is a very, very, very important sector for the economy. One, is in terms of employment. It employs more than 50% of the population. Of course, the quality of employment may be another subject of discussion, but the fact is that it employs a larger share of the population. And it also drives actually female participation in employment because the largest share is female, okay, in terms of employment. Again, quality of employment may be another debate. And the males.
Excuse me, Tony, just a moment. Sorry for interrupting your presentation. You might have to go straight to the key thing, and then also majorly, like I highlighted, present the opportunities that are before the contractors, the business people, what it is that they can participate in for the interest of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. So agriculture is important, and these are the highlights of why the focus is on it, including overall the GDP contribution. Now, the objective of this analysis is really to estimate the impact of oil and gas. Let me be specific on agriculture. So we try and analyze what can potentially, come out from oil and gas development towards agriculture. This is our analytical framework, but I'll focus mainly on oil and agricultural, value chain. We are looking at the demand and supply relationships, and I won't look at the rest because through this study we are also trying to uncover a lot of other linkages beyond the demand for food and supply for food. So I will talk only about demand and supply, which is on the other side. Now, what did we use to make this analysis? We use nationally representative data from the National Panel Survey. This is a survey implemented by the Bureau of Statistics and is nationally representative. Now, we make use of the different waves of the survey. And we look at a period which we are calling a baseline period before exploration started in Uganda. And the best data that can provide for us that baseline is the 2005/6 national panel. Then we follow through that with, and we call that exploration 1. We follow through that through the different periods of exploration, especially using the 2013-14 panel survey. And then as we enter into the development phase in the oil and gas sector, we use the 2008/19 panel survey, and we call that development. But what we have to note, as we also know, is that this is a very nascent stage of development. So we estimate food demand and supply in terms of volumes, and then in monetary terms. Now, again, I'm going to focus on this presentation on the economic side, that is the monetary terms, because we wanted to examine the size of the economy within which the agriculture and oil and gas, ecosystem plays. We also estimate what is called food sufficiency, which is based on food production, purchases, and then sales and food waste and change in food stock. Now let's go to the results that we have. Now, one thing I didn't mention is that we are also analyzing access to services and look at how potentially oil and gas, is supporting access to services and critical inputs for agricultural production. And one of the key inputs that one of the key areas before we go into looking at what critical inputs are there and services is participation in agricultural production by households within the core oil districts and then the spillover districts. Now, we observe that participation is going up if we consider the baseline, which we call exploration 1, through the development stage. There is a relative increase in the number of households that are being engaged in agriculture. And then in terms of access to inputs and services, although I'll delve much into inputs, we pick the case of organic fertilizer, inorganic, and also pesticides. Now, what we note as a key issue is that both in the core oil districts and the spillover districts, we have issues in relation to access to productivity enhancing inputs. Majority of the households involved in agriculture do not have access to these critical inputs. And if we are talking about influx of people into the region, and we cannot, boost production, because without these critical inputs, we have a problem in boosting production and productivity.
Mr. Tony, I'm afraid you have to wind up.
Then food demand. In terms of demand, we analyze in per capita terms, and we see that demand has been, through the different stages, going up. And this speaks to the fact that, one, welfare is improving because this is based on a welfare measure. And then also, it tells us that it is really in sync with what the National Oil and Gas Policy is targeting in terms of the contribution of oil and gas to, poverty eradication and creating lasting value in society. Then we observe some gaps in terms of supply, depending on the commodities, and we pick key commodities like cereals and pulses, vegetables, fruits, meat, including beef and milk. Now, for the case of cereals and pulses, throughout the different stages, we have, enough supply, adequate supply. But there is a challenge in regard to especially meat and milk, where there are large supply gaps. And those are some of the areas where opportunities can come. I will not talk much about this table. It's very loaded, but our focus here is on the core oil districts, whereby if you look at the different stages in the development, from exploration to actually the development itself, you find that we have, at aggregate level, it appears that we have adequate food supply. But when you go into the specifics of some of the food, items, then we have some huge supply gaps. And this will be demonstrated later in this slide, actually. And it is again on the key examples of vegetables, fruits, meat, and milk. Now, what is critical is that the gap actually...
You may need to dash to the conclusion.
So let me wind up. The gap widens, meaning the influx that has been, talked about and is expected is creating or causing, demand to outstrip supply. Then a quick one on the rate of increase in the demand. This side of the slide. If you consider the core oil districts and the spillover districts, you find that the rate at which demand is growing is really at a really faster rate compared to, in the core oil district compared to the spillover. So that means the pressure that is being piled in the core oil districts is much more than the rest of the districts because of influx due to development in oil and gas activities. Then food sufficiency. Our finding is that food sufficiency is majorly being driven by markets in terms of food purchases. So I will summarize or conclude.
To the last slide, please.
Yeah. This is the last slide, actually.
Okay.
So, in conclusion, we have surpluses in cereals and pulses, but a lot of supply gaps in terms of meat, milk, and vegetables that maybe investments can target.
Thank you.
And then access to inputs, like I mentioned, is a big challenge, and probably oil and gas can look into, the different actors in the oil and gas can look into supporting that or investing in that area through supporting the different value chains of agriculture, because without that, production and productivity will be problematic.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Tony.
you.
Thank you for the great elaborate presentation. A round of applause. One key thing to note is that it's still research ongoing. So at the end of the day, I think the different players will have to get to absorb the whole report, read it and understand it. But one thing I noticed is that there's a deficit in beef, milk. So you already know now where to target if you had interest in any of the areas where you can participate. Thank you so much for the great presentation. I welcome with me Dr. Korutaro to present. Dr. Korutaro, to present to us. Thank you. Welcome with me, Korutaro, to share with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Dr. Birungi Korutaro, and I'm the CEO of Kilimo Trust. I'll ask them to put the slides up. I can't see here, so I'll just put my thumb up so that
I
you
also
know.
wish they would connect the lower screen
can't see.
so that someone doesn't have to.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'm going to build on what Mr. Odokonyero has just been talking about on the agricultural sector and seeing how best we can create or support the linkages between the agricultural sector and oil and gas. How do we get that Mama Mboga lady on the eco pipeline like Jimmy talked about to get involved, to benefit and improve their livelihood? And how do we get the agricultural sector to benefit from this or to drive this economic, social transformation that we seek to find as a country? So I'll start by just giving you a very brief 1-minute introduction on who Kilimo Trust is. We're a regional organization that supports agricultural development in East Africa. We are based in Uganda, our headquarters, but we have offices in Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and operate in South Sudan, Burundi, and the DRC now. And what we do essentially is to ensure that all value chain actors access markets, food markets, not just in domestic markets, regional markets, but also East African markets. We have experience. We have been in existence for 15 years and have experience in over 17 value chains, 17 food value chains in East Africa, and have worked with about 1.2 million smallholder farmers over the last 16 years and done a lot of market studies, about 51 market analytics in those value chains. So we understand the market opportunities that exist in East Africa. And now I'm going to talk about what are the market opportunities in Uganda that we can tap into to ensure that we are part, as the agriculture sector, of this transformation. Next slide. So the next one, I've read it. Okay. So what are those opportunities? I'm going to deep dive into a very specific example because I started out walking around and asking myself, we're a regional organization, we're in agriculture, but we're not hearing enough about what specifically do we benefit from, how do we benefit from the agriculture sector? So I did a very rapid study and I just talked to one of the suppliers, one of the service providers that is providing services to the camps. So I'm just going to give one very specific case just to give you an insight on what we really need as a sector. We looked at the annual demand, no, just stick to the other one, the annual demand for that one service provider in 1 year, looking just at 17 horticultural commodities, and they're listed there, tomatoes, onions, and all that. Horticulture alone, what kind of volumes do they need in 1 year? We quantified that, and that's about 5,634 metric tons. They have a lot. They need about 34 or 50 commodities, but we just said horticulture. Then I looked at where we stand as a sector. As a sector, we still have challenges. In the papers, you see our smallholder farmers produce small volumes. The quality they produce isn't that good. The newspapers are awash with the headlines, the chemical residues in our food content is very high, hazardous for our health. Our suppliers, the aggregators that are supplying the food producer or the one who serves or cooks the food in the camps, the aggregator is saying, Kilimo, Birunji, how do I get farmers to give me more tomatoes? The supply chains are weak. So we understand these challenges. We have weak domestic supply chains. We have inconsistencies in supply. We have high post-harvest handling losses. We know all this. This is known. But how do we do this? So again, one specific example. I then looked again at that specific supplier. And I said, we want to supply them with 5,635 metric tons of horticultural commodities in 1 year. But where do we stand now? If I was to get the farmers in the Albertine region and in the areas close to the Albertine region to just supply 4 or 5 camps, or even just one, where do we stand now? And if you look at the graph there very simply, it shows that we cannot meet that demand as we stand now for the factors that I've just told you. But if we then look at supporting our smallholder farmers, and we put a few factors into play. We said if we gave the farmers a reliable market, so we give them a contract to supply, let me just give an example, the aggregators that are supplying GCC. So we gave them forward contracts and said, we give you a 1 or 2 year contract. You will supply 50% of what you produce because they have to supply 50% to the rest would be surplus for them at household level. We will subsidize the inputs because we now know the cost of inputs given the geopolitics that are at play at the moment. Subsidize them. Year 1, 70%, 50% in year 2, and 30% in year 3. What do we see? We see that in year 1, we will still not be able to support and supply the aggregators supplying GCC. But in year 2, we just get to the volumes that they are looking at, given the support that we have done. Not just only subsidies, but in training and supporting them to be able to produce the volumes that we want. But in year 3, we then see that we can get a surplus. So this is just one very small example, but I'm giving you an idea of what kind of support would be needed in terms of supporting the smallholder farmers and the other value chain actors. So how do we do this? If I'm to just elaborate.
In conclusion.
Very quickly, what do we need to do? We have lead buyers, we have the buyers, the aggregators that are supporting, that are supplying GCC. We need to support the farmers. How do we support them? We have, and I'm proposing there, a farmer certification program where you have to support the farmer right from the farm until they address issues of production, because that's where the issues of residues and all that is addressed. Post-harvest handling, support them in understanding how that can be stored. So we need investments in storage at local, at community level. We train them in good post-harvest handling and other approaches, and after that, they will be able to supply the kind of volumes that we need. But we're not working alone. This is a partnership in which the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade, and Ministry of Local Government, and a certified lab that we have. In Uganda, we have only one food certified lab, and it's in Kampala. If we are thinking of getting farmers in the Albertine region to supply food that is to the standard that we want, we have to think about how we support that lab. So those are some of the kind of investments we need next. And just to quickly go through the certification process, just at a very high level, it would have levels, just like you have the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, would also have the farmers and all the actors at different tiers in that certification process to ensure that they are able to produce the quality that we need at the different levels. A lot of investment is needed there. The Bureau of Standards is involved and all those actors. I just want to give you one last example. I just looked at another example. Specifically, I said onions and garlic. And I said, if again, we just said one camp, we only got the Albertine region to produce for that one camp. What they can produce is only 92,000 metric tons, 92 metric tons per year. Oh. It may not be able to meet the demand that the camp needs. Just that is the Albertine region. But if we mobilized farmers at national level for onions, we may be able to support them to produce about, I can't see very clearly, that is about 30,000 metric tons. What is that in terms of money terms? It's over 4.9 billion US dollars. But then again, through the certification program that I'm telling you, within the region, there is still an opportunity of more than 67,000 metric tons that is needed. 6,000 that is needed for onions and garlic. We still have the same for tomatoes. What am I saying here? the investments that are needed in terms of the agricultural sector, train farmers, standards, train the transporters, standards, food standards. We need in terms of seed systems, the seed that we need for horticulture is not there, so we need to support them to have good quality seed. We need to create these linkages. After we have supported our farmers to be able to produce and we have a surplus, there must be linkages, not just in Uganda, but regional linkages. Those linkages can be created with the support of Kilimo Trust. Of course, I wouldn't exclude the logistics aspects. We need logistics. We need farm-level infrastructure. We also need value addition facilities. You asked me for the investment opportunities. Yes, and of course, a lot more would be needed in terms of inputs, in terms of certification of inputs.
Thank you so much.
So with that, I just wanted to go one last slide so that you just see the last one. That one. If we were to support about more than 10,000 smallholder farmers, go through this whole certification program, would need about $4.5 million US to produce the volumes that I was telling you about. So it does cost money. I know when there was, one of the previous speakers said, certification, adhering to standards, it costs money. We do need to invest in supporting the smallholder farmers and the agriculture sector if we want them to support the economic transformation we seek. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Birungi. I hope the report is available to the public so they can get to perhaps the presentation. Two things I noticed that it's important to emphasize partnerships. Just like we were talking about syndicating in the banks, if I can supply 10 tons and my colleague can supply 10 tons, and the other 10 tons, if we come together, we can able to supply 30 tons. So it's important that we partner to deliver the quantities that we need. And then also extend services to the different regions and areas so that the quality of food that is produced is to the standard as per the requirements of the oil and gas industry. So thank you so much, Dr. Birungi. Welcome with me, Dr. Salome, to speak to us. I pray that we go straight to the point, especially highlighting the opportunities that we're looking at in the health, and then the subsequent presenters as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm going to request the tech team to assist me to move the slides as I request for them. As a way of background, I would like to bring just 4 areas in health. I know they are vast areas, but I'll stick to 4, and these are also important for the oil and gas industry. I'm going to go through what the strengths are, so that you can know that, okay, that's fixed already. What are the weaknesses? What needs to be improved? What are the opportunities and threats in the 4 core areas? The 4 core areas are health emergencies readiness. We also have, let us first go back. Eh? No, slide 1. Occupational health readiness, public health and surveillance readiness, and information management readiness. This is what we see to be the areas that can form opportunities for investment in the health sector. I just want to present a caveat that these results are drawn from a study that was undertaken towards the end of COVID, and it's a dynamic area. It may have changed, but I've tried to update part of what we have. Slide 2, please. I want to give you an overview of what is available in the Albertine area that we have already. There is a rich network of public and private facilities, both the private not-for-profit and the private for-profit, and all within a 10-kilometer radius, as you can see on the map, a 10-kilometer radius of the oil and gas industry, including the camps, the oil wells, and the airport. And currently, we have, at the time, the 1,000 directly employed employees in the oil and gas sector. At the time we did the study, directly employed, and all of them had healthcare and medvac plans. These were largely provided by city medicals. We can see the ambulances out there, EDPA, and selected private facilities. Total and Sinop camps, they have well-serviced medical facilities that can attend to any emergency, large scale. They are very well prepared. And we also learned that there's medical insurance coverage for all workers and contractors of the 4 oil and gas companies. However, outside of the Total and the Sinop camps, there was only one facility that we reviewed in the whole Alberta and Graben and Eco-Traverse districts that had partial ISO certification. Those of you who are in the oil and gas industry, I think you understand the importance of having ISO certification for your medvac plants. And I think even as the industry begins to develop and grow and attain the standard required, I think it's going to be more a requirement of the health sector. So for slide 3, I'm going to go straight into the strength, the weaknesses and opportunities, which are also investment opportunities for health emergencies readiness. The current arrangement around 2020 was sufficient for the 1,000 directly employed staff. However, over the next 5 years, with an anticipation to employ up to 5,000 staff, this current setup is overstretched. And ultimately, over the longer time period where we expect 160,000 directly employed staff, we are going to need a wider scope of high quality services. So herein is the investment opportunity. And this will include evacuation and even the dreary things like refrigerated morgues. We don't have refrigerated morgues in that region. However, a weakness of these existing health services is that relying on the existing, we say there's a rich public network, but if you are to have a medvac plan with the public sector, these are often poorly resourced. And although there is planned expansion, this is going to be slow. And also one big gap is the human resource. Uganda only has, as an example, only 1 doctor per 24,000, and less so for specialists. So if we are thinking that you need cardiac services, for example, you have a myocardial infarction, you have a cardiac arrest in the Alberta and Graben region, there's going to be a bit of a problem there. So in the health sector, it's kind of difficult. You cannot grow the commodities overnight. It takes time. But there are opportunities for, currently the Medical Association is thinking of exporting doctors out. Can we think of importing doctors into Uganda, particularly specialists? Can we think of things like telemedicine, wider collaborations and networks? And then investing in health is expensive. And the brands, I think, I was looking around for my medical colleagues and I saw City Ambulance. I looked for other brands, I didn't see them. EDPA was one of those, but I didn't see them here. And this tells you that it takes time to grow a brand, yes. Which means if you're looking at 5 years, who are the players who can come on board? And I'll be sharing potential opportunities for how we can mitigate and kind of like navigate to ensure that new players can come on board and kind of break the monopoly. When you have a monopoly, you're at risk of maybe having to deal with whatever quality is provided to you or long waiting times.
Dr. Solomon,
and the next area...
The last.
Not the last one. The next area is occupational health readiness. And what we saw is that all health workers and contractors are mandatorily required to undertake pre-employment fitness checks. However, at the time we did the study, all employment checks were being done in Kampala. How about if we have pre-employment checks in the oil and gas region? And then we can skip to public health surveillance readiness and information management readiness. I want to move to slide 7 for how we can make clinical revenue. This more than 320 billion Uganda shillings is a very conservative estimate. And of course, the biggest driver is the numbers. The numbers and ISO certification. And I heard Mr. Okonye talking about 1 million. We have the newly opened, we have DRC opening up, we have improved roads. So also think about the Congo people coming in. So we have a very big number of people who can actually pay for the service. We also have requirements for, there are potential to invest in in standalone services, when you look at the quality of care currently provided in dental services, in pharmaceutical services, and in laboratories. If you look at 160,000 people and the quality of care currently at hand, there are potential investment opportunities there. And then in terms of mechanisms of how to make it work, in order to avoid the monopoly, we can have franchises. Those who are currently existing high-quality service providers can set up franchises with local providers, enabling them to improve the quality of care to meet ISO certification. And also the opportunities for investing in quality enhancement and also advocacy. Slide 16.
Slide last,
The
Dr.
last
Salome.
slide, yes. High-cost medical equipment. If you look at an MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, there's only about, there's one in Lira, but that's the same distance like from one to Kampala. Imagine if you need like to have you have had an explosion or something, you need to transfer someone to Kampala. You don't want to take half an hour, 1 hour if your brain is bleeding inside. You need to quickly make a decision. So the opportunities for managed equipment, high-cost equipment like MRIs, air ambulances, there's a big gap there. And also the ambulances. We have few ambulances that have ICU facilities. The COVID actually showed us where the gaps actually are. If you're not breathing and you have to travel 4 hours if the road network is good, you don't want to be in that ambulance. And intensive care units, I know government of Uganda is doing a lot to enhance the capacity of high dependency units and ICUs, but they are insufficient for the numbers. Accident and emergency units, if you get an accident today, I think you need to understand that we need more and more accident and emergency units. I'm being pressed to stop, and I will park it there. But just to say that I think we need to have more players in the health sector and investors coming in the areas outlined. There is a report with PAU, which is fully detailed, and I would invite you to us and read a copy more detail. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salome. I'm in a very, very tricky spot. It's an interesting discussion, great information being shared, and yet time is not on our side, so I'm torn apart. So I encourage that the participants check out these reports and read them so that we can actually make use of them. But one thing I note from your presentation is we need to make it mobile. Health facilities that are mobile, and then also embrace technology, just like Rocket Health. And then finally, synergies are still coming up in this discussion, partnering with the local facilities, local hospitals, because you actually highlighted Albert and Graben, but you're talking about ECOP. It will be going through different districts. So you can imagine those different districts, how ready are they with the medical facilities to actually provide medical services. Thank you so much for that information. I would like to invite someone to speak to us of where people are supposed to sleep. If they go working, at the end of the day, in the night, they have to sleep. So invite with me Mr. Sabit Spencer, the CEO, Stanbic Properties. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. And, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sabit Spencer OS, and I'm the Chief Executive for the only listed company in Uganda, that is Stanbic Properties. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for giving us the opportunity to carry out this research. The research is still ongoing, and we hope to conclude. However, I'm going to give a brief of the preliminary reports that we got from our survey. So Stanbic Properties, we deal in property management, facilities management. We also have portfolio optimization. We also developed a real estate platform that will enable us reach a number of clients that we cannot access physically. We also do advisory services like what we are doing in the Petroleum Authority. And I also want to thank our Chief Executive, Anne, in her absentia, because she has been so passionate about research. And in my presentation, you'll clearly see that one of the gaps that we have is research in almost all these areas, whether housing, health and also agriculture, because we are just now doing a baseline study. Just going through the overview of what we've been doing, I'm going to focus our discussion on the current status, the statistics, and the projection. I've also dedicated a study on the ECOP route, focusing on Kakumiro, Mubende, Sembabule, and Chotera. That's where we have the major camps, and also the Alberta and Graben region, and focusing on Bulisa, Hoima, Chukube, Nyoa, Masindi, and Pakwach. So diving through the residential, looking at the major camps, we've done a study, and when you see on the major camps, you would clearly, we did that table that you see on the extreme left, where we netted the medium rate per month, and we found the highest was Mubende for the major camps, and for the Albertine region, it's around Bulisa, Hoima, that had the highest of 650 per month. And of course, for Mubende, the reasons are well known. It is very strategically located, which interconnects the different regions of Buganda, Bunyoro, and Toro. Mubende also has a mix of rentals and owners, those who come in to rent and move away when they are not indigenous, and also the presence of the open gold mining activities around Mubende, which brings in a lot of non-locals, and that having a lot of demand on housing, and also the presence of the social diverse communities in comparison to other ECOP districts. When it comes to Hoima, still there is of course the rapid increase in population, and also the easy transportation within the region. You've seen they have done a number of roads, which has enabled a number of contractors to access the region, and also the presence of the oil infrastructure, which keeps on evolving. That's including the refinery, the pipeline, and the airport and the industrial park. The real estate sector in Hoima is well established and with a vast option to cater for all clients' needs. And on the projection, we see that for the residential in the upcountry towns outside Kampala, we are looking at 60 square meters per unit, whereas also we looked at the assumption from the residents' estimates based on the extrapolation from the Uganda National Housing Survey for 2019-2020. Looking at office and rentals, we also had to look at the major camps. That is for the four major districts, and also we noted that the rental, the medium net rate per month, the highest was in Mubende at around 550,000, and for the Albertine was in Hoima at about 500,000 per month. And of course, the reasons are well known. I've already talked about them in the previous slide. I will just go straight to the projection. And based on the projection, you see that there is high demand in the Mubende, where you have a net deficit of about 496,000 square meters of office space as compared to what will be required by the 2025. The commercial, we use also the commercial demand model, assuming an equilibrium demand of about 60% occupancy outside Kampala and 80% within Kampala, according to the Uganda National Housing Survey. database. We also looked at hospitality, industrial and institutional requirements in this. And looking at the hospitality, we had to get the average daily rates per night, and we noted that Mubende and Sembabule had the highest, about 65 per night for the major camps, and in the Albertine region was Hoima at 115,000 per month. And of course, still in the industrial space, we had also the assumption that, of course, the Kampala Industrial Park is yet to be established, which will ease access to land for industries, and also the demand clearly indicated in that table as 18,000 for Hoima having the highest demand in terms of hospitality, I mean in terms of industrial. Then on the institution, we've also noted that major international oil companies are refurbishing the existing infrastructure for the social amenities like health and some schools for their corporate social responsibility. And lastly, we had also to look at the current gaps, which clearly spells out the opportunities in this space. With the current gaps, generally we saw the absence of studies about the real estate market situation and markets and market research. Also the limitation about physical planning and lack of service lands, apart from Bulisa, where we saw that the town is all equipped with all these amenities, power and water. Otherwise, most of these other districts are located, the activities are happening outside town, and thus needs a lot of infrastructure development. On the residential, there is a presence of slum-like houses in the middle of town, which needs to be addressed, and also the absence of multi-stored residential structures that can be used to maximize the vertical space. On the industrial, there is still land conflicts. I had someone from land acquisition talk about it for the new developments. Then on retail and office, the majority of the existing commercial buildings are all dilapidated, and therefore there is an opportunity to come and invest in this particular space for offices, because there is none that is really appetizing. On hospitality, there is also absence of star-rated hotels with decent amenities, and this also stages an opportunity for the international hotel owners and developers to come in that space. Lastly, on incentives, which we've seen and also engaged with a number of stakeholders. For the operators in the industrial space, there is exemption of income tax for building materials, warehousing materials, logistics, and also anything to do with information technology, ICT, and also with the developers within the same space. There is also income tax exemption on rentals and leasing of facilities within the industrial park. Developers in the hotel and tourism facility, they say there is no VAT for carrying out feasibility study. Also designs and construction services, as well as supply of local manufactured goods. And lastly, on the developers for the health facilities, still there is no feasibility study, and also furniture and fittings plus equipment. I thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As you may see, my hands were tied. It's important that you don't interrupt someone with money. So perhaps you'll find my Movende project joke. Thank you so much, Spencer. I think it presents great statistics and data to highlight areas where investment can be very, very key. Movende, Hoima, Sembabule. Now you know where you can station your office facilities, or station the accommodation. I think this is a great report that we can actually imbibe and read and see how we can invest. Allow me invite the one who will be speaking to us, Mr. Peter Tibigambwa. Tibigambwa, I request that you highlight, we have issues in the transport where you need over between 2,500 to 7,000 requirements, certifications, qualifications to be a driver in the oil and gas industry. And I realized that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, in hand with PSF, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, have engaged driving schools to train drivers. But with these qualifications, where are we at? Shall we be able to participate? Because these guys are qualified to the East African region, East African standards, but shall we be able to play in the transport industry? So speak to that. I invite you. Welcome with me, Mr. Peter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonah. Before I start, I just kept checking my watch, and I think statistically we've been allowing around 9 to 11 minutes. So I hope you allow me the same time. And I can assure you I'll finish within that time. I think it's good evening now, but let's pretend it's still good afternoon. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, so that you don't start getting jittery about leaving. I think we still have another session with URA. So we are still here, and I'll try to make it fun for us as we talk about transport. First of all, I will very briefly talk about where I work and what we do in not more than 2 minutes. And then I'll talk about what it means when it comes to linkage between transport and oil and gas. And to do that and make sure that we all appreciate it, I will ask the team to play a very short video, and then I'll speak to that video after it's played to talk about the opportunities. So if I could have my presentation. No, not yet. Sorry. Just the presentation first. So as the presentation comes up, Jonah again said we shouldn't talk about statistics, but I will spend a few minutes on statistics. The main reason we are talking transport is oil and gas today. But most importantly, transport matters to me and you, especially when it comes to road transport. I bet you more than 99.8%, if not 100% of all of us here use the road to come here today. What's disturbing is that by the end of today, we'll probably have about 10 Ugandans or 12 Ugandans that will have lost their lives on our roads in a manner that is totally unacceptable. We've heard about the health center facilities in the Albertine region, and it's again disturbing that after the Kampala metropolitan region, the Albertine region has the highest number of fatalities reported annually in this country, at a point where activity is not yet, has not even hit the peak. We are talking about 160,000 people, 140,000 people that are going to be in the region, in addition to the people that we have there. We are talking about over 8,000 metric tons, if I'm getting that right. Imagine how many trucks. I think the predictions are between 10 and 15, or 10 and 20 per day that will be going down to the Albertine. Imagine a population that has been used to seeing 10 times less than the number of trucks that they will be seeing. They're not prepared for it, but it's coming. Now is the time that we've got to prepare, not just for those of us who are in this room, but the communities that will be facing this traffic. The roads have been constructed, they are beautiful, but those roads can be killer. And I will stop at that when it comes to statistics and how it can be a problem if we don't fix it, so that I don't scare all of us. Okay, my presentation is still not there. So in summary, that brings me to why we exist as Safe Rightway. Safe Rightway is a non-government organization. It's very encouraging to see that we have a number of non-government organizations here. When you talk oil and gas, the average person is thinking private sector, just how do I make profit? We have a huge number of organizations here, some members who are already in road safety here. We had from Climotrust. These are not-for-profit organizations. And it's very interesting that we can see the mix between private sector, government, and civil society in a harmonious manner. We are usually known for being the people that cause chaos. We go out for advocacy, we talk about human rights issues, but we are here in harmony, and it's very encouraging that we are all working together. And as Safe Right Way, that's what we stand for. We were established back in 2013 through private-public sector partnerships. A lot of the people that have been here have been part of our journey. I won't mention everyone, but Total Energies, Bolore, who were here yesterday, Slambaje, Sinok, and many others have been part of that journey. Other civil society organizations such as Ureno and a number that we already work with in Uganda are part of that journey. Our goal is to see that we create those linkages, that we all work together to address the issue, because this is not something that only one person can fix. So in summary, we want to see that we can work together. I think the cross-cutting theme has been partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. And we believe that together we are actually stronger. So I'll leave it at that. That's who we are as Safe Right Way. And now, if we could play the video so it can give us a background to how Safe Right Way got into the oil and gas sector beyond working with communities and working on road safety issues. And then after that, I'll talk about the opportunities for the transport sector.
We lose a number of lives on our roads. Averagely, 3,000 lives are lost every year. And that translates into a lot more of the losses in terms of the economy.
Professionalization of driving, given the accident background of Uganda, is very, very important. We have so many vehicles on our roads.
76% of all road crashes are caused by minor errors, which are made by human. But they are talking about the driver. Now in this, what should the driver do? This is where we've been stuck. First of all, we don't have many schools to do train these heavy goods vehicles, including buses.
We have a moral obligation to make sure that the road users are safe, the vehicles we use are safe. So because of this, we are intentional in investing in projects like the PDTU.
The Professional Driver Training Project came up because many of the standards applied by international transporters are higher than the national standard, and therefore there is a problem in terms of finding the appropriately skilled drivers to be able to recruit. And as a result, many of the international transporters were seeking drivers from outside of Uganda. So our intention with this project was to introduce an improved standard, which the transport industry were happy with, and to upskill drivers to be able to compete with those jobs.
And one of the projects we run is the Safe Right Way, which is a driver training center dedicated to improving the quality and the standard of driver training in East Africa and Uganda in particular. They have a certification that is of international value, and they can use within East Africa.
The oil and gas sector needs highly specialized people, certified people, and highly trained people. Therefore, we are confident that Safe Right Way will provide good quality drivers that will be able to meet the sector demand.
I saw an advertisement concerning about Safe Right Way driving center, and I went there for refresher course training, and I got my certificate on 13th September 2019.
When it comes to the actual drivers, we prepare them. How do you deal with your clients? How do you deal with your bosses? What manners do you have to display on the road? Their attitude is changed. You can easily differentiate. A driver was gone through our school safely right way, and a driver who has not gone through our school.
The training has really changed me. I'm now a perfect driver. My employers are very confident with me. And even if I go outside there with their goods, they know very well that their goods are safe because they're in the professional driver's hands.
Through the training, I know how I can turn. Before I was stepping on curbs. Right now, I'm no longer.
I think we missed about 30 seconds. To add context to the video, I was not here to make an advert for Safe Right Way, but to give context. At the time we shot this video, we had been implementing this project for about 2 or 3 years. And this is where I really want to commend the Petroleum Authority for walking the journey with us since 2015. In 2015, we barely had a school that could train to the standard that was required for oil and gas. And that brings me to the opportunities now. We were stuck at the time. That's why you see many faces, people who look like me and people who do not look like me. Some are Ugandan, some are not Ugandan, some are East African, some are from beyond East Africa. Because we needed to create those linkages to see that we had the quality of training, the certification that is required as well, that would prepare us to ensure that we have people trained who are rightfully ready for employment in the oil and gas sector. That was the first opportunity at the time. We've done so well as a country. There's 5 institutions in the country now. I will not go into mentioning the names, but the data is available on the Ministry of Works and Transport website, I believe. So the first opportunity for all transporters that are here, we can employ drivers who are certified, who are qualified, who are safe, and have been trained in Uganda. But it's important to recognize that we are still a young market, and please do your due diligence and make sure that you have people who have been certified. Number 2, I said the Petroleum Authority has walked the journey with us. That means that the authority has really been instrumental in supporting us access sources of funding, and is part and parcel of everything we are doing at the moment. So we've trained over 1,200 drivers now. As a transporter, I believe the authority will be questioning you, where are you hiring your drivers from? The data is available to the authority. Both Total and CNOC have supported us to train as well, and that data is available to them. So please don't go out hiring beyond our borders. The other opportunity I wanted to highlight, or maybe a note for transporters to take away with as well, is the requirements. We were talking about standards earlier. I've talked about certification, but there are also requirements that are not just for Uganda, and we know them from before we even come here, for those of us that are international, where a driver needs to be trained, not just trained, but to receive refresher training as well. The Ministry of Works and Transport is developing a regulation there. If you do not know about it yet, please know about it. If a driver does not receive refresher training, I think within the next 18 months or 24 months, they will be blocked off the road, and you don't want to have a team that you have not supported through that. And lastly, we've talked about drivers that are trained. We've talked about how we've prepared. I think the requirements from the contract employers usually will be the standard of vehicle. You have to maintain it in a certain way. What we are not talking about is the fact that you're not going to use the roads alone with your service truck or brand new truck, well-trained driver. There are multiple number of road users, and we need to start talking about how we are going to engage them together. We are doing some work. CNOC talked about some work. Total Energies has talked about some work. I believe Slambaji talked about some work yesterday, Bolore and the like. If we don't get together, we cannot manage this elephant.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Peter, the CEO of Safeway Right Way. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I'm going to find out, I think this ends our discussion on the different presenters. I'd like to invite the MC to guide us in the next steps. I also encourage that the stakeholders get these presentations and the reports that have been recommended so that we can further the discussion and see how we can support the oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a big hand clap to Jonan. And I'll ask Honorable Otala to please come and give my panelists a small token of appreciation, if you would kindly come to the stage. And if I can have those brought to us right now. We have one more presentation, and it's an important one, with the taxman, with URA, which is going to be coming up right now. But before it does, I need to remind you, please don't be in a rush to go anywhere. I sponsored the drinks for tonight, and I paid a lot of money for them, so please don't waste my money. So as soon as we're done, we have a cocktail upstairs in Katonga, and don't embarrass me by leaving before you come and finish my drinks. So make sure you come and have this wonderful cocktail together. So let's kindly have the panelists stand and do a group picture. Honorable Otala, who is our chair for the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, will hand you a small token on behalf of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and then we'll do a group photo as we prepare to hear from our tax people, starting with Mr. Peter Chambade from the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and I'll ask him to come. And then he will just do a quick overview, which will then be responded to by the acting manager from URA. Please come. From URA, Mr. Muchurezi, and then we'll go and have a cocktail. So we'll do a quick group photo as Mr. Chambade gets ready. I always keep telling him that whatever he eats, or rather doesn't eat, I want to be like him, because to be looking this prim and proper at this age, I'm so jealous. When I grow up, I want to be like you. So let's do the photo with Honorable Otala. And then we'll hand over to PK to talk us a little bit through the issues to do with tax. And then we'll hear from Godfrey Mushurezi, who is acting manager for upstream at Uganda Revenue Authority. Thank you, Honorable Otala. And we'll hand over to Peter for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Thank you for making time to be here today. And the topic we are going to address at this time, taxation, is a very important topic because it affects each and everyone in this room. And also, as individuals, and also the companies that we represent. As we are all aware, taxation is as old as mankind. And for some of us that follow the Bible, there's a time Jesus was asked whether it is right to pay taxes or not. And he said, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God. What does that tell us? Taxation is a must. It's something that we have to do, whether directly or indirectly. And we also know that without taxation, then it is very difficult to develop the country the way we want to. So, today, as we look at the oil sector and we want to participate in this sector, and we want to ensure that national content leaves as much value as we can here, one aspect that all of us need to be very, very clear about is we need to be tax compliant. Because for us, one, to participate in this sector, we need to be registered on the National Supplier Database. And one of the requirements for you to be registered, you must have a tax compliance certificate. So that tells us the importance that as we strategize to participate in this sector, then compliance is key. Not only that, the taxman, Godfrey is here, is going to be joining us in a few minutes, is a 30% preferential shareholder in your business, at least here in Uganda. Because whatever profit you make, the taxman has a 30% share, at a minimum. And if you are not compliant, you could have a 100% share. And that means the value you want to retain, you will have nothing. So as we strategize and plan for our businesses, we need to be aware of that. Because in addition to the fact that he has that share, he doesn't wait for dividends to be declared. As long as you have made a profit, he will take his share. And even where you have not made a profit, given the agency role, sometimes we are given to have withholding tax and account for it, VAT and others. If you do not comply with that, it also becomes a liability to you, and it can eat away your entire capital. So, in that light, as we plan to participate in this sector, where compliance is key, then we need to be compliant. In April, we had a convention as Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and there are a number of issues that were raised from a tax angle, which we want to highlight to Godfrey, who is here, to the policymakers, and also to the regulators. And maybe it would be a good time for Godfrey to come up here at this point. So welcome with me, Godfrey. So that as I go through the issues which were highlighted by the members of the chamber for the benefit of being addressed by the URA, by the regulators, and the policymakers, you can hear. I just picked out just 5 of them. By the way, in my other, when I'm not working as I'm doing now, as a member of the chamber, I'm a partner of tax at KPMG. So the issues I'm talking about have been working on taxation for over 20 years. So one of the issues is deemed VAT. As we are all aware, within the law, I think from around 2008, they introduced provisions of taxation of upstream within the Income Tax Act. And one of the provisions that was put there is deemed VAT paid for supplies made by level 1 contractors or tier 1 contractors to the licensee. Which means when you make that supply to a licensee like Total or Sinok, then that VAT is deemed to be paid. You do not have to get actual cash from the licensee. And at the same time, when you do your return, you do not have to have that cash when you are making that return. That stops at tier 1 supplying the licensee. It does not go down to level 2 or tier 2 and beyond. The ECOP Act, which has just been enacted, allows to go beyond that to a level 2 contractor also, or tier 2. And the request by the members of the chamber was, could this be considered for alignment? Because this is the same sector, and the challenges the suppliers have are the same. So, and for national or local content, if we are also to have them benefit more, probably it should be looked at to go a level lower. Then the other issue is cash flow constraints, especially for VAT. Most of our contracts in this sector are not small contracts. You find someone having a contract, maybe supplying and making an invoice of 500,000 US, $1 million US, and the current VAT law requires when I make that invoice, then unless I have some exemption, or it will be deemed paid. I'm at a level where it is deemed paid. I'll be expected to return and make payment of a VAT by the 15th of a month following that when I make the invoice. From a cash flow perspective, most of the entities find that very, very difficult, and it affects the cash flow they have to borrow, and many of the contracts they have, you find payment is between 30 to 90 days. So the question is, how are they going to finance the VAT between that time? So it becomes a constraint. So the request by the members was, is it possible, due to the importance of this sector, to have cash basis of accounting instead of accrual, the same way the recent amendment that has been done for supplies to the government, where effective 1st July 2022, supplies to government are going to be on cash basis so that the cash flow constraints are not an issue. Then the other one is VAT on imported services. Under the Ugandan laws, when you import a service, you are supposed to account for VAT, and you charge yourself and pay to the URA. And that VAT is not claimable as input tax. But according to the law under this upstream, they allow the licensee to be able to claim. And according to the ECOP Act, they allow the level 1 and level 2 contractors also to be able to claim. And the reason is due to the cash constraints and the amount involved. So, one of the requests by the members of the chamber, could this be aligned? If under the ECOP law, they allow level 1 and level 2, when they import a service, for it to be considered as input claim, why doesn't it also happen in the upstream? Then the other issue was on importation of goods and inputs to the sector. The current law gives the licensee exemption when they import goods for the sector. But despite the fact that the subcontractors at level 1 or tier 1 or tier 2 are bringing in goods specific for this, if they import it in their names, then they are not allowed to get that exemption. So in the ECOP law, it still goes to the level 1 and level 2. So the request still for the members of the chamber was if that consideration could be made so that even level 1 and level 2 contractors, when they import in the upstream, they can get that exemption. And then finally, the fifth one I wanted to highlight before Godfrey comes in is in relation to the ECOP law, which has just been enacted. A number of entities have come into the country and they want to participate. One of the requirements in there is to make an application to the Uganda Revenue Authority to confirm that you are going to service the ECOP project and as such be able to get those benefits. A number of entities have made these applications and they have found it very difficult to get this clearance. URA says you need to get a letter certifying from the ECOP Limited, and it seems alignment in that case needs to be made. So probably there is need for more regulations, and practice notices to make it clear what needs to be done. Thank you. Those are the issues from the chamber. Godfrey, I hope you have heard, and it would be good if in your presentation you could address them. Thank you. So Godfrey, please welcome.
Thank you so much. Peter Chambade, you have actually set the pace for me, and also you have helped me to clarify some of the difficult taxing principles. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Mchures Godfrey is my name. I'm the acting manager upstream, Uganda Revenue Authority. Chambade, I don't know whether I should respond because of the interest of time. Should respond to the queries because they are very pertinent, but just a short one. Let me go to the slides very fast. Slide number 3. Oh, I do it myself. Number 3. Okay, continue that one. Those are the laws. We know them. Next slide. Yeah. We've been talking about opportunities. We've talked about the responsibilities that we need to do as players in the oil and gas. Now it's time for us to appreciate the obligations and the rights we have as we play in this field. Now, when you look at that slide, we as URA and the taxing body, we really want you to focus in those areas if you are to be in good books of a taxman. When I was studying my economics at the university, they told me that actually if you want to do business in any government, you must not annoy 3 key persons. The first one was the suppliers. Never annoy your suppliers because these ones can kick you out of the business. If you are doing business and your suppliers are not happy, they will kick you out of business. The number 2 are the financiers. The bankers, the next key person that you must not annoy when you are doing business. Make sure you are at good terms with your bankers, and the bankers were here. The third important person in doing business is the government. And this case in particular is, we are referring to taxes. Make sure you do not be on the bad side of a tax body. And for you to comply, you have to register. It is very, very key for you to register. I've been here since yesterday. I was here very early, and the whole of today. I have a lot of information about the persons who are going to play in the industry. Just by taking a snapshot here, I know all the persons that are going to play in the industry. But the question, have you all properly registered? Are the directors registered? Are the contact persons registered on your profile? It is tricky to find a player in the oil and gas registering a contact person, and they have put a contact number of some cafe. When they call, they are calling a certain director, and someone yesterday I called someone after here. I wanted to follow up on some payments. And the person, when I spoke in English, the person, so they really did not understand. And when I asked about the company, they did not understand the company. So I wondered how the name of a director can be having a number of someone in the village who does not even understand taxation and registration. So it is very, very key. And that one forms the platform for non-compliance. So have you registered for all the tax types? Income tax, employees, have you registered for pay as you earn? Have you registered for withholding tax if you are supposed to withhold? All those are the starting points of complying. Bankers, do we have your bankers on the profile? He has talked about deemed VAT, and we're going to see how it brings about the issues of VAT refunds. We cannot refund you if you have not given us your profile, the bankers on your profile. We cannot refund money to any other bank apart from the bank that you have given to us on the profile. So we make sure that if you are registering, make sure you have your bankers also registered on the profile. Tax agents. In the oil and gas, we have a number of issues to understand, a number of tax issues to understand. We want to have your tax agents also registered. And that is to do with the registration now. If you finish that registration, now I will expect you to be able to submit returns. And these returns are not just returns, but they should be accurate returns for you to be able to avoid penalties, to be able to of course, penalty is an extra cost. We have already seen that the financing part is already stringent. Now URA comes in with penalties. That becomes an extra cost. Why would you want to pay an extra cost on an assessment because of giving inaccurate returns? The other day, before I came here yesterday, I had to be in a meeting where we had to discuss an assessment of about 6 billion. And out of that, 3 billion was the principal tax, and the other 3 billion was interest. You can imagine 3,000 millions being paid as interest because of giving us inaccurate information, and you are being penalized. But this is what the law provides. So if you can give us information which is accurate, you'll be able to avoid the penalties. And believe me, the information is everywhere. We have a lot of collaboration with the banks. We have collaboration with the regulators. The information you are submitting is on e-tax. You are purchasing an item, someone is submitting an e-tax receipt. You are selling, you are putting an e-tax receipt. The information is everywhere. This is a digital era. So when we say this is a self-assessment, just make sure you declare rightly and you pay the right taxes. The other area, which is number 3, is timely payment of taxes. Just pay on time to avoid also interest accruing. And also let URA not inconvenience your business by issuing agency notices to your bankers, agency notices to your employers. My experience in this industry is the IOCs really do not want to be inconvenienced by URA by issuing an agency notice to the oil companies, because a Tier 1 contractor has not paid their tax on time, and then information shows that they have already been paid. Or even a Tier 2 to inconvenience Tier 1, where URA is sending agency notices or even with us stopping your business in terms of exports by issuing a lien. So there we request that you actually do timely payments of your taxes. So number 4, which is to do with other obligations, we have realized that in this industry we need to get information early. So we request that you will be able to notify us on your contracts that you have signed. I think some of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 contractors have already contacted the IOCs on the contracts that have been signed, especially to do with non-resident suppliers. We expect you to, we have seen joint ventures, we have seen multinational companies coming in. We expect the transactions to be on arm's length. So that don't engage into those aggressive tax planning. Tax planning is not a bad thing, but the transaction should be at arm's length, and we expect you to be able to keep proper books of accounts. But as a taxpayer, you also have your rights. You have a right to be able to object to an assessment. If UIA raises an assessment and you think this assessment is not right, you have a right to object. Somebody was talking about VAT, deemed VAT and the issues it brings. One of them it brings is the VAT refunds. We are saying it is your right to claim for the refunds. My staff in office were calling me that I have a lot of tasks pending in my login when I was here, where I was supposed to be able to, where I'm supposed to be able to be sending off payments to finance before the close of the financial year so that the taxpayers get their money before the financial year closes, because the URA has the money that has earmarked for refunds. Next slide, very quickly. I want to look at, next slide, please. We want to look at some of the tax incentives that are available. And some of these will also respond to the questions that Chambade has put before us, but I also go through them. If you look at the incentives that we have or the government has to be able to make sure that this industry is able to thrive, of course we recognize that the industry is heavily incentivized. If you look at other industries, I think the oil and gas is the one which is highly incentivized to make sure that we reduce the cost of producing our oil. And we think this was very pertinent so that we are able to get the oil out of the ground. Ugandans are not benefiting when the oil stays in the ground. So the oil companies, 2012, came up with a package. They presented it, and we looked at it, and a number of tax incentives were proposed. For licensees, they have an exemption on import duties for machinery and other inputs. There is a provision for deemed VAT on the local purchases. When the licensees purchase goods and services from the local market, that VAT is deemed paid by the government, and therefore the contractor who issues that invoice to the licensee will not expect to get VAT, and therefore the licensee also will not be required to pay that VAT. The government deems that VAT is paid, but we know how the VAT mechanism works. Now, the contractor who purchases goods from the local market to be able to provide services or goods to the licensee will have incurred VAT at purchase, but he has no VAT no VAT output of VAT to get from the licensee. So that means he's stuck with the VAT at purchase of the inputs. We are going to see what is supposed to be done with that VAT. The licensee also has a reduced rate on VAT on non-resident services. Other companies in this country, they pay at a rate of 15%, unless if you have a DTA or double taxation treaty that provides an otherwise rate, but these ones do pay withholding tax at a rate of 10%. Then he talked about the reverse charge of VAT on imported services. The issue of imported services should be understood very well, because earlier we had a situation where we are looking at imported services to be like imported goods, where you are able to pay VAT at importation, but also claim it as part of your input. But you know, Uganda is a developing country, and we are saying we develop talent, and we should be able to have our organizations be able to develop this talent and be able to also support the growth of this country. So this was a policy measure to make sure that we reduce the influx of importation of services. But when it came to the oil and gas, it was seen that we needed to support this industry, and VAT on imported services was now, it's a zero-sum game. You import, you are supposed to pay VAT, but we allow you also to self-charge yourself, and that at the end of the day, you end up having a zero-sum game on the importation of services. This one is extended to licensees and contractors. Contractors, why? That is tier 1 contractors, because we all acknowledge that it is the tier 1 contractors who do who do the work. There is automatic VAT registration for licensees. When you look at the contractors, now the incentives start to narrow down to become smaller when it comes to contractors, but they also have the reverse charge of VAT on imported services, because as we all acknowledge, it is the contractors, tier 1 contractors, that do these oil services, and it was observed that such an incentive should be extended. We are saying for contractors, we are giving them timely processing of refunds. Like I said, I'm already getting some messages that I'm delaying people's refunds that have been approved, which I'm supposed to clear to go for payment before tonight, so that at least tomorrow the finance can be able to pay off these monies. And we are planning. We have a desk. We have a specialized desk that does this, and we are aware that these refunds are going to come. I know almost all these level 1 contractors that are here. They are going to be my candidates every month for VAT refunds, and we've worked out a mechanism that if you submit a refund for this month, and we look at the compliance issues, and we advise you do this, make sure every invoice you are submitting has gone through IFRIS. Do not buy goods from non-registered taxpayers. If we do it 1 month, second month, then the third month, we shouldn't take you through the rigorous review process. You put in your refund, we channel it to green, it goes for payment immediately. Because we know you are here, I've seen your contract, some of you are here 3 years, 5 years, others 10 years. We can still come, if there is anything, we can still come later and review your transactions. So I think that is something we are doing to make sure that the refund process is fastened, to make sure we don't hold your cash. As we said, you, the contractor, you are issuing invoices, you are not expecting to get VAT, but you are buying goods where you are paying VAT, and we are saying this VAT should be refunded immediately. If we have reviewed your transactions 2-3 times and you have known what to do, the moment you submit your refund, the following day we should be able to send it for payment. We can do a post-refund verification to see what has happened. Next slide. We have also incentives for the midstream. These are immense, and you Mr. Chambade, you are trying to make a comparison in terms of the incentives that are here and the ones that are under midstream, that the ECOP. You and me know that the oil and gas value is created more in the upstream. The pipeline is just a utility pipeline, and we really needed this pipeline to make sure that we are able to get the oil out of the ground, and then it goes to the market. And if you look at the discussions, the owners of ECOP, they are not transporting this oil for free. They are charging Uganda for every barrel that goes through the pipeline. So every time you increase or you put a burden on the utility pipeline, you know that you are eroding the value in the upstream. So you had to trade on a delicate balance. How do I make sure that the facility pipeline is up and running, but I also do not erode the value in the upstream where we are supposed to get our value for the oil and gas. So that's why these incentives came through, and it was a whole lengthy discussion, and it involves, I know ED there was part of this discussion quite a lot. He knows what we went through, and it was the best thing we could get to make sure that we protect value in the upstream. So if you now say that you want the same incentives to extend to the upstream, then it means you are eroding value. And when I've been looking at some of the contracts, and I've been discussing with the IOCs on how these contracts are structured, one told me that these contracts are structured with the taxes that are envisaged to be paid or included in the contracts. So if you ask for more incentives, it means you are trying to look at how you can increase your profitability. But the discussions that I have seen is that, and the contracts that I've read, you find that there is a line or a provision that the taxes that are required to be paid are already included in the contract sum. But that notwithstanding, I think it's good we can still engage the policymakers to see whether some of these issues can be addressed. So the ECOP, I'm not going through the ECOP because for them they are not complaining. They seem to be sorted in terms of the incentives, apart from the issue that you raised on the certificate, which I'm going to respond to. Even if we do not go to the next slide, I now want to respond to the queries that you have raised, because the next slides we are also touching on those issues. So I think if I answer these issues, then I will be able to have concluded my presentation. Now, you raised 5 issues. One was to do with deemed VAT. Can this one be extended to Tier 2? And Tier 2 and Tier 3 as it is in the ECOP Act. Why is the refund process taking long? Cash flow problem, where we see some of the payments take 30 to 90 days, yet the invoice, the moment it is issued, you are expected to submit a return by 15th. You raised an issue on imported services, then on import duties, and ECOP. I will start with the first one. I will take less than 2 minutes to go through these issues. Deemed VAT on upstream, I've already hinted on this one, that this was intentional. This was intentional to incentivize the industry, to make sure that the investors, the oil and the foreign companies, the licensees, are able to reduce the cost of investment. And again, this was a distortion on how the VAT mechanism works, but it had to be brought on board. And currently now, the only player who is now struggling with the deemed VAT is the contractor, Tier 1 contractor. From Tier 2 downwards, there shouldn't be a challenge, because from Tier 2 downwards, the normal mechanism of VAT applies. But we have said for Tier 2, we are going to have expeditious, timely processing of their refunds. One of my big clients so far in the few months has been McDermott. Their refund claims, the claims are big, and I think as I talk, we are now channeling them green. The moment they apply, we give them the refund. It doesn't take long. This discussion was held way before with the Ministry of Finance, and Finance said no. We need to keep it there. We don't need to extend it. Let Finance look for money so that we are able to pay out the contractors. When I look at the list of the contractors that I have now, they are the Tier 1, the one I have on the list, probably they're about 60. Those are too few for me to handle in terms of administrative issues, as compared now to extending the issue to Tier 2, which is probably going to be in 300s or 400s. That is going to be a very big challenge for URA to handle. So we can sustain a small inconvenience on Tier 1 contractors, but we are saying this one shouldn't be a very big challenge, because we are going to be refunding this money very quickly. The refund process takes long. I've already told you what we are planning. The refund desk is already established. We are only waiting for a month to end, and you submit your returns, and we are able to process. Thank God the government was able to give us more staff We are getting more 10 staff deployed to our petroleum division. We hope all these challenges will be resolved. Cash flow problems, payments take long, yet we want the refund, the return to be made and payments made. Can we revert to the cash accounting that has been put forward for suppliers to government? My response to this, I think there was a reason why that was done, because it was seen that if this is government and you are supplying government, the invoice takes long, then URA issues, you make a return, you don't pay, you accrue interest, but it is government supposed to pay with interest, so government pays interest and then it gets it back. And I think that was the discussion that was reached. But I think this is, like you said, it was highlighted last time. I know we had, there was our counterpart, our supervisor, Minister of Finance was there, and we are going to put up a discussion in our next policy reviews, and we see what the policy section of the Ministry of Finance will have to say about this issue. The issue of imported services, I have also hinted on this one slightly, that imported services, we are trying to make sure we protect value in our country. We want to make sure that we skill our people so that they are able to provide these services instead of making Uganda a supermarket for the supply of services from outside the country. That's why this facility is not available to any other sector apart from the oil and gas. I think it is the oil and gas and donor-funded projects that have only this facility of where if you import a service, at the end of the day, you don't pay VAT on that imported service. And if you look at it now broadly, if it is extended to licensees and contractors, then now if we make it cheaper for the licensees and the contractors to bring in these services from abroad, then the tier 2, tier 3, we should be able to learn from those. Yes, there is going to be a pinch if the tier 2 and tier 3, you are also required to import services. But I think this is not the end of the road. This issue, we shall also take it away for discussion. For this coming financial year, we shall have to bear it until the policy makers can be able to accommodate this. I know we shall be together. You also make your submissions, which shall be looked at. Now, imported duties on imports of goods. There is a provision for the ECOP is benefiting the ECOP core, the tier 1 and tier 2, but it's not available to such facilities, not available to the contractor, that is tier 1 and tier 2 in the upstream. Yes, the way the East African Customs Management Act is worded is that this exemption is only available to licensed company. If it is importing goods and services, goods and the machinery and inputs for the exclusive use in oil and gas, that company is a licensed company, this exemption will be enjoyed. Now, we have had a series of meetings with the team that handles the customs issues, and there was also an interpretation from the East African Council on how this item was supposed to be administered. We got different interpretations, and this matter has now since been referred to Attorney General for guidance on whether actually the way it was worded to licensed companies also included contractors, level 1 contractors and level 2 contractors. For us as URA, we have also given our guidance. If I'm to cheat for you exams, we said since the Tier 1 contractors, they are actually the ones that do 100% of the services, AG should find in his interpretation to extend this facility to them. But that is just, it remains here in the room. I don't want to preempt what the AG is likely to guide. He can guide otherwise. But we are saying, even in the absence of that guidance, URA has come up with 3 packages on how you are able to enjoy from this, to enjoy an exemption, even if you are a contractor, level 1, or a subcontractor. You can, we have said, if you import goods and you change name, you transfer those goods from your names to the licensee's names and under bond, then that exemption will be extended to you on those imports. So if you import and you are able to show an agreement, to show that and you get a recommendation from the oil company, and they are accepting to be the consignee of that product that you are bringing, when it is still in bond, you should be able to get that exemption. We have another facility which is called deferred VAT, especially if it is on imports of plant and machinery. You apply for a deferred VAT deferment, and of course there you'll be having an upper hand, because you are saying, I have a contract to provide services in the oil and gas. This is an item that I have brought, which should be for use in the oil and gas. If you apply for a deferment without even going to the if you can show documentation that actually you have a contract, we should be able to give you an exemption at that point. Then there is also a temporary importation arrangement under the Customs Act, where if you are bringing an item, and this item is going to be used for 3 months, 4 months, that you can apply for a temporary exemption from import duties, and you'll be allowed to take that item to go and use it, and then you will not be able to pay import duties. So as URA, we are also not seated. We are making sure that this industry is up and running, and we are saying, even with absence of the Attorney General guiding on whether that facility can be extended to contractors, we already have those mechanisms how that exemption can be enjoyed. So don't hesitate to import. If you get challenges, you can come to the petroleum division. You say last time we were at the conference, you said these are the facilities. You show me the people who are giving the facilities. We shall be able to take you, and you should be able to enjoy them. The ECOP certificate, your chamber day, you presented that it is becoming a challenge. For the ECOP certificate, like we said that the ECOP project is highly incentivized, it is also highly regulated, as provided for in the ECOP Act special provisions and a host government agreement. It is highly regulated because we don't want the incentives which are there to be abused, and therefore every person who is going to enjoy those facilities must be able to get a certificate, a certificate for the services and the goods they intend to bring for the ECOP project. And for you to be able to get a certificate, we require that you be able to apply, to give us an application, to give us a copy of the contract, and a recommendation from the oil companies. Now, that one has become a challenge, the last one, the recommendation. And this one just really stemmed from the interpretation of the ECOP Act on how the international oil companies interpreted that provision. But as I talk, my commissioner and other staff and other government officials representing the Fiscal Affairs Committee of Uganda and Tanzania, they are now in Tanzania discussing the same matter. I think they've been there since Monday. They should be able it is concluding, I think, today. And we hope that after that discussion, they should be able to come up with tangible solutions on how this matter is going to be resolved. This was key on agenda because it was now stalling the implementation of the project. If I have more time, I can proceed. But if I'm done, I want to thank everyone for lending me their ears. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. I think you have highlighted the taxation in regard to the oil sector and also addressed some of the issues. I don't know, I've not seen any questions sent to me. I don't know whether there are any questions. Probably if there's a burning question, since there's none on Slido, I don't know whether you, MCU can allow us one question or it's too late. Okay. So then over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are well over time, Peter, but of course, again, Godfrey is available if you want to ask any questions, which is why we're going for the cocktail. You can be able to continue to interact over there. I wanted to remind you of our evaluation forms. Please do fill those in for us. I'll ask Engineer JB to please come and help me recognize our taxmen and give them a small gift before we get concluding remarks in terms of our key takeaways, what those are, and then we'll go up to the cocktail. I'll ask my ED to also just come for a second. I need you on the stage for just a small function. So please, Peter, Godfrey, let's receive these. Where's our paparazzi? Oh, there you are. I'll ask the team from NEC to come now, very quickly, please. We are well short of time. And then as the NEC team comes, I'll ask Betty to also get very close to come and do our key takeaways before we ask our board chair, Dr. Jen, to come and just do a vote of thanks. And then we'll go and enjoy some drinks together. Okay, so please hand over to Mr. Taxman and the tax consultant. Okay, a group photo. You've just with the three of them. Right. And then this is a small token from NEC. They want to give a special appreciation to Engineer Dr. Rondo and the team at PIU for the good work that you're doing. So please kindly allow NEC to hand this over to you. Thank you, Deputy GM, and thank you, Peter, and thank you, Mr. Mshirezi. And this is from the NEC team to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to say thank you for everything that you have done. And so again, we'll receive this, and our ED will, by the time someone takes the effort to do this, it means that you've definitely done something right. So okay, thank you so much. Let me ask Betty come up very quickly to do the key takeaways for us from the last 2 days. And then Dr. Jen will come to just say thank you, and then we'll go upstairs for the cocktail. Thank you, Edie.
Thank you very much. Well, the oil and gas sector health and safety requirements tell us that we shouldn't sit more than 2 hours. So in the next 10 minutes, as I summarize, I'm going to ask that you all stand up. Then I present when we are standing up. I hope it's okay. Health-wise, it's very, very good and recommended. I do take recognition of the protocol that has been observed all through the day. I want to thank you for making it up to now, and I'm going to go through the 2 days takeaways. So in terms of participation, very quickly, we registered 465 people from different companies in this conference. Thank you. We had 49 people speaking from the different companies. We had 26 companies exhibiting. We had a record online participation of 1,900 viewers. I think we've done so well. Thank you very much. In terms of the recap, day one, there's emphasis on the NDP3 and how it aspires to see a better Uganda in 15 years, and oil and gas being one of the key drivers that is expected to contribute a 3 percentage point to the GDP growth. The oil and gas sector has been emphasized to have a huge multiplier effect to other sectors of the economy, and therefore we need to foster the collaboration with other sectors and further get them promoted. The SMEs should take advantage of the existing robust legal framework that promotes national participation. I think that has been also recognized by our team from Nigeria. Uganda has been described as an oil and gas exploration center in Africa. That was noted by the PSST, and that means a lot of, opportunities coming up. The PAU has been called upon to continue to track the value expected from the industry through instituting appropriate measurement systems. There's been affirmation from the money guy, the PSST, that government is committed to address the existing supplier challenges ranging from access to finance, international certification, and infrastructure development. Petroleum resources, for sure, are expected to remain a large part of the global economy within the foreseeable future. And what that means is that we need to continue the momentum in petroleum, in oil and gas, because it's not going away in the very near future. There is need to establish sustainable partnerships and joint ventures. That goes without mention. Effective communication of demand is critical and should be promoted. Just emphasis on ECOP. They made a presentation that highlights what we would call local content, local. The need for capacity building along the pipeline route. Continuous information dissemination on the demand, both at company level, but also the government, because this has to be continuous. It goes on and on. Catering was pointed out as one of the areas that the ECOP team needs to promote, but also electrical installation. And they would need, the companies that are working in that space should reach out so that they can be supported, the discussion can begin on how to engage them. The list of opportunities for the ECO project are available on their website. They have also been kind enough to highlight that there are some expressions of interest that are coming up in future, which can be gotten on their website, but also specifically two that we picked out. Of course, the broad report will have everything else. Coming up under the reserved scheme is the geotechnical services worth $2 million. That contract is coming up, and we should look out for it. 2.5 million also to be spent on purchase of vehicles, fuel, drivers, and other transportation, requirements, and other upcoming, including communication and ICT, office requirements, and many others that we need to look out for on their website. There is need to study the business environment. I think this was emphasized by the MD of Stanbic Bank. Can we know as suppliers what is the implication of the global uncertainties, the Russia-Ukraine war? How does it impact our business in Uganda at a business level, company level? High rates of inflation, what do we need to do? The high cost of doing business as a result, the effect on the bank rate, the stagnating purchasing index. We need to take consideration of these at company level. We need to improve on documentation. Records on business performance have been emphasized as key. for us to be able to access financing from the different providers. Need for diversification of products. We need to think of other things. Strategic partnerships. How can you leverage the partnerships around you, the global suppliers that have come into the country, and digitization of the business processes, because everything now is going digital. So having said that, now the lessons for effective participation, the first one being certification with required standards. That again goes without mentioning. It's been a song all along. Having good financial management practices is one of the reasons that have been put up for success. Compliance with the set regulations at company again and government level. Effective management systems put in place, and these help a lot in reducing operational costs. Investment, planning, and good fiscal management. Continuous capacity building. Someone noted that there is a high cost attached to lack of skills. If you do not have skilled personnel, the cost of doing business will definitely go high. Establish and maintain core values as a company, what defines you. Benchmarking with peers in the same sector, but also the global players that are coming here. What is McDermott coming with? Well, that's high end, but it begins with baby steps. Building sustainable partnerships, engagement, securing social capital. How are you engaging the people in the community you're working with? Building relations, again, with the regulatory bodies or the community level structures that are down there. Continuing this, the need to set up a sound organization and management structure, documentation and timely reporting on HSE, on project updates. Like we've been told, PAL says they have to write reports on a daily, on a weekly, on a monthly. So those are some of the parameters they look at and say that, yeah, you're able to participate in this sector. Need to establish a local supply chain to pool resources. PAL Engineering again talked about this. They are not able to pool the resources, but they have worked with a number of subcontractors to be able to help them, pool the vehicles that they want, get all the resources to have the projects done. We must be ready to manage change. I think this came from three ways. The processes evolve. There are new requirements in the industry. How have you prepared for change? You need to adopt some mechanisms. Risk is largely placed on contractors as it came out. So we must have a risk management system in place. Commitment to regulatory requirements. Communities have the potential to supply if supported. I think this was a key message from Living Earth. Having worked at the community, as long as we are able to support them, give them real-time information, deal with expectations, they are able to participate. Local content instills confidence and hence participation. So the emphasis through your dialogue in the areas that you work in is able to get these people to participate along. So we had experiences from our colleagues from the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, which we think is very good for us to take on. First of all, they note local content is pivotal for GDP growth. It improves in-country value retention and promotes domiciliation of global suppliers. I think even the PSST was talking about certain things, and that's where we are looking at going. Local content doesn't happen naturally. The legal framework has been put in place. It is sufficient, but private sector has a key role to play. Having the list of ring-fence services, for example, in the legal framework is not enough. You need to get out of your way. You need to look for these contracts. You need to engage. Petroleum Authority is only facilitating. So that's the message, the bigger message behind. Private sector must take the lead role in training and capacity building. We need to build collaborations, partnerships, and information sharing. Creation of good business environment that allows institutional capacity growth. Jobs are not free. We must build capacity to be able to participate. We are Ugandans. This resource is here, but we need to invest in capacity building because the investors also want to deal with people that have the skills and competencies. Financing institutions should develop support packages and continuously engage with the SMEs. It has been going well, but maybe we need to do more on engagement to provide those packages. Pattern, The Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria pledged the willingness to support the umbrella associations in oil and gas in the country, but also the individual companies to understand the sector requirements. And then lastly, what they say is that national content should become part of our DNA. And I like that statement. I will start using it wherever I go. And then in the session of environment and social governance, really high-level aspects, we need to promote environment and social governance, again, as a business enabler. There's no way we can do away with it. It has to become part of us as you plan, as you look at your procurement plans, as you look at, setting your business processes. How do you deal with this? Promote health and safety culture, self-monitoring and regulation. You don't need to wait for Petroleum Authority of Uganda to inform you that, these are the safety standards. But we are glad the partners are doing very well on this aspect as being described. Attain relevant national and international accreditations and certifications. That goes without saying. Continuous training and capacity building, continuous. When you have time and listen to the Nigerians, where they have come from, it's been continuous. These talks are going to continue. Chamber of Mines did one the other time. PAE is doing. The companies are going to continue with the supplier development engagements on a quarterly, and this is to give as much information as there is to position us to seize these opportunities. Adoption of the best environment and social governance practices and integrate them in our procurement processes. Like I said, need to present human rights among workers, institute proper grievance handling, procedures to ensure seamless operations. In terms of contract financing, a very interesting panel that we had here. Banks have well-established petroleum divisions to provide free advisory. Walk in there, ask for the petroleum divisions. They are willing to provide advisory. Information on risk performance is very key. The banks are saying, can the companies share their performance reports? Can we have the commitments so that they can think out, packages? Opportunities for SME development. We have the Stanbic Business Incubator, but we also have the ABSA SME Academy that promotes training and joint ventures. Need to invest in understanding the contract terms prior to signing. I think the banks are saying sometimes they look at the contract terms and they say, no, there is no business here. There are lots of risks. So we need to look at them, closer and with experts in these areas. Experience of the Nigeria Content Board. I think they shared, again, experience here to say that we need to focus on infrastructure and research and development in this sector so that we move it forward. Linkages of the oil and gas sector, there are studies that have been done, they are going to be uploaded, but in the agriculture sector, just to summarize in the interest of time, we need to promote consistency in supply, those things of this year there is a lot of production of cassava, next year there is zero, price goes up, and Then housing, deficit of housing facilities. Imagine those square meters of housing in Mubende, inadequate hospitality services. They couldn't find a star-rated hotel and all those things. So again, we'll provide this detail. I'm trying to wrap up and quickly finish. The last slide. Well, on the last one, it was about taxation, just 4 issues that we picked. They need to be tax compliant, simplicity, simplify the tax compliance requirements for the ECO project. They have established, UR has established a desk that is going to fast track the refund process. And also, very importantly, there is a package that has been described on how you can enjoy the exemptions. So you need to engage with URA and see how you can benefit from this. So I want to thank you very much, and thank you for attending the conference.
Thank you very much, Betty. And let's give Betty and the PAU team a very big hand clap. I think it's safe to say they've done an incredible job with making sure we've had a good 2 days. And this feedback will be available for everyone. We'll make sure that you can be able to get that as we move forward. I'll ask us to remain standing. I'll ask our board chair, Dr. Jen Bulima, to just come and give a vote of thanks. Let's give her a big hand clap as well. PAU is able to do what it does because of the leadership she provides through her board. So we honor you and treasure you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know it is the end of the day, but it is a pleasure to be here even at the end of this very important 2 days that we've been sharing together, congregating here as key players in the sector, deliberating on a very important theme, that one of creating lasting value through enhanced national participation to accelerate Uganda's socio-economic transformation. The theme is indeed a mouthful, but it does encapsulate our common vision, what we want to achieve as a nation. And is a pertinent theme at this material time and period after the FID has been taken. Listening to all of us, those who presented here, we've been listening and reflecting on what the key players have been doing in the sector. We've listened to a lot of plans that they have in place. And 3 or 4 key things have sort of come out regarding the 3 major projects that have been rolled out. That is the Kingfisher, the Tilenga, and the Earcop. And in my own view, the 3 things that have come out from my perspective as a regulator are, 1, that all the key players are cognizant of the laws and regulations and statutes that govern the national content aspects. And that is very, very satisfying to learn and hear it from the horse's mouth, as it were, that you are all cognizant of this very, very important law, because it is key in the achievement of the vision that we've encapsulated in the theme of today's of this workshop. 2, you've also heard it that people are aware that the thresholds that are put in these existing laws are not a ceiling to what can be achieved. That means you recognize the fact that achieving what is in the law is not the ceiling. You can work harder to achieve even more, to surpass whatever is encapsulated in the current laws. And that is very encouraging for us who are up to the national content objectives. 3, there are a lot of opportunities for the Ugandan sector, for the Ugandans and the Ugandan companies to participate more actively in this sector. These many opportunities have been highlighted, not only by the local companies, but by our investors, the licensees. And it has given us hope, particularly to the skeptics, that it is happening at long last. The sector has actually taken off, because we've seen participants come here and give testimony. And we needed this to encourage everybody else, so that this sector, with its potential to eradicate poverty, can be taken seriously by the Ugandans, so that we can quicken this very process of eradicating poverty right from the grassroots level to national level. Now, as I conclude, I want to just emphasize a few things for our licensees, that it's very important that you continue to observe all these laws and regulations and be compliant in a timely manner, so that we can continue the good working relationship that exists between you and us as the monitors and the regulators. I'd also like to emphasize the need for you, licensees, contractors, to observe, protect, and enhance our biodiversity. You all know that the region that we are working in contains our very important area of biodiversity in Uganda, and we must preserve and enhance it through appropriate knowledge and technology as and when the need arises. So we are relying on you to make all efforts to reduce the carbon emissions through best available technologies, the BATs, and through best environmental practices, the BEPS. As for the Ugandans and the Ugandan companies and entities, you have had with your own ears and seen that the opportunities are enormous. The ball is in our court to continue to do our best to take part of these, to be part of these opportunities. But I want us to caution that as we partake of these opportunities, we must be cognizant of the responsibilities that come with these opportunities. We must therefore always ensure quality, quantity, and sustainability of whatever goods and services that you choose to provide in this sector. It's absolutely important that you constantly build capacity for effective and efficient participation in the sector. And to all of you players in the sector, all of us players in the sector, we as the authority want to encourage you to please carry on your corporate social responsibilities in the community, because it helps us to be accepted in the community. And particularly at that time when you know we are having a lot of negative press outside this country, but even inside this country. We need to get as many people on our side as possible. So let's go out and do what we can in terms of sensitization, in terms of corporate social responsibility, so that our local people can actually feel the positive aspects of this very, very important sector. We also need all the support that we can get online via WhatsApp messages, you name it, you know, the ICT avenues that we can use to garner support for this very, very important sector, because for Uganda, it's key in the eradication of poverty, and it's only after the poverty has been eradicated that we can begin to talk about what is the international agenda of transformation, energy transformation, because then we shall have something to transit from, and we shall have the capacity to afford whatever other alternative technologies and energy forms that can be developed. And so, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm standing between you and the cocktail. I'd like now, lastly, to record our sincere appreciation, first to the PAU, the organization that I head, for having organized this conference. The PAU recognized the importance of coming together as key players, and they conceived this as an annual activity, so that annually we have at least one sure chance of coming together to discuss, so that we can all have a common goal to work towards as we do our different roles in the sector. So thank you very much, PAU management, led by our very able ED, Ernest Rubondo. Secondly, I want to really record our sincere appreciation now as the PAU, and on behalf of all of us as a nation, to the sponsors that have given so generously towards this conference. Without them, we could not have been able to hold it. So can we have a big round of applause to the sponsors, all of you. We greatly appreciate your support, so that you've enabled us to do this very, very important activity of discussing our common vision of achieving the vision that we've encapsulated in that theme. Lastly, but very importantly, I'd like to appreciate all of you, and those of you who are not here, for the time that you took off to prepare so well. We've had the presentations. That must have required a lot of preparation. And to physically be present and participate for 2 days non-stop, taking long hours so that this conference can be a success. I must say that even though I might be blowing my own trumpet, I really believe it has been a success. Thanks very, very much to your active participation and preparation to make this conference a success. So, lastly, I'd like now to say that my prayer is, in this conference, we've had a lot of plans being put in place. We've had a lot of strategies, activities being planned. It is my hope and prayer that next year, in the 4th National Conference on National Content, we shall have a firm basis on what you have done so that we can be assisted to move forward more concretely, because then you'll be sharing actual activities, challenges, issues that you've actually experienced, all of you. With those brief remarks, I'd like now to take this opportunity, and it's my pleasure to declare this very important conference closed. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I must say, I usually think that I speak decent English, but listening to you, obviously, I still have quite a bit to learn in terms of delivering eloquence. Let's give her another very, very big hand clap. You must have gone to Gayaza High School, I think. I have insulted you. The school. Oh, the school. Of course, the school. Ah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the school. If you don't know the school, it's okay. We forgive you. The conference is closed. That means we can now go and let loose, release the ties, like Mr. Sekata has already done, loosen the belts a little, and make merry. Upstairs, Katonga Hall, let's go have fun, get to celebrate what a success this has been. On behalf of the PAU and all our sponsors, I want to say thank you so much and wish you a wonderful evening. God bless you, and God bless Uganda.